都成功的刷到了手感。
5比0的开局，最后打到6比6。
我觉得 Alliance 上半场的最后一分，他们在外场的这个设计特别漂亮。
自从他们5比0之后嘛，他们把就是在顶着手，
对，顶着手，错失了几个比较好的机会吧。
就是从这个镜头开始 ，Alliance 就已经感觉那口气不对了。对。
在下半场很多进行接触的这种设计非常多，特别是用黄防来进攻这个位置。
他就是这么几个关键局嘛，一个刚刚那个1打1，一个手上局1打3，对，然后又最后一局又是优势没有拿下，他其实就差这么几个关键局。这几分你要是换下全部拿下，这比分是能够反过来。
对，而且经济上也没有太多的这个优势，必须赢关键局才行。
多少人数优势，他们总是没有办法拿下来。其实也是从首相局就开始了，首相局也是一个少打多打了回来。
开枪了，骗出来直接被大拉收掉，在总监位的 A 路掉了残血，成为伏笔了。哇哇！
这连续2颗反清，
微弱经济横拉出来，哎哇，这个时候反倒可能走不了啊，直接被粘住，而且还有无限的闪光。
但是又一颗火，强行换，他还能走。好了，
后路已经超干净了。
这是后路给了颗烟，给了颗雷破烟，把你给打了。
让他调度一下，去 B 区帮忙。中路想来三中开的话，直接来就行了。而且刚才那个也只是 Alliance 的肥口跨烟给撕掉了。
看他这个动作就知道啊，他的中路这烟雾弹后面蠢蠢欲动。
就是从这一分开始。 情况就不对劲，
不要问就是开了。你看这个开了有什么区别？他甚至收了枪，用子弹专门往你身上扫。
对，这上半场集锦一半都是他的。
尤其是这一分太夸张了。
哇，这个也是手撕大局，这打的 Nemesis 没脾气了，然后最后一分更不用多说。又来了，丹麦科技，今天你知道你没有看哦，1v1前点 ，Nexus 主动拼后卫切，哎呀，能不能逆转局势？
他没飞
，Nexus 主动拼大局 ，Twist 也倒，但是这波阵地战打了一个1 v 1的残局给到Alliance和 Nemesis，1 by 1真拆了，我要赌。 换掉 Max。
要来了吗？有炸烟雷，看见美妙冲击，汉堡先拿下手上停了。来，拱门这边看见了非常多的人，帮人上来打一个2个，他们这边连接上来。
李光打1、2楼，但是楼中 Max 全准了。我们要恭喜 Nancy， 他们战胜了天路。先贴一边，第2个也有，但是第3个他没想到吗？我的天哪！管一边吧，接住了 X 野军，
想要才到这对不起 Nemesis，
拿下4-1的胜利。
过点，这个双枪在眼里混，3枚都在打他，先接一个，还能再输出吗？这把双枪成伏笔了，3个人被他打完了，喷满雷，但是又一颗火，强行换的还是把你给打了，再抽一个侧身肉。
X 一马当先拿出来，哇，爆火的这几个3个都有。
出去看着，
来了，主动找机会，
怎样？
我的天哪！1 by 1，真拆了，我要赌，
他要直接拆，主持5秒，
恭喜了！这一把拿下，比分接平，天路是会在最后一分当中被区的去接平。看到枪管，2楼也在来故意再传，还有吗？还有吗？再传一个！郑义义，高义义立功了，5杀。
这场这么秒啊！打2打2，手里白绕了，他绕了一圈，结果其实 T 这边直接去内场了。哎，主驾5秒就杀，来吧，瑞夫！我操！
I'm very excited to come back and to play on Tier 1 with this roster, with these guys. It's very interesting how it will be. I want to play at this level because I miss it so much.
I hope we will make it like to the win, I would say, but the first goal is playoffs, of course, like on every tournament. And after reaching playoffs, it's for me it's like starting a new tournament, and on this new tournament we just need to win 3 games, and that's my goal, like to show our best game in playoffs.
I mean, I have the same goal. I want to play as much as possible.
I can say that I played near public in China only once in Hong Kong, and it was like some crazy guys, like they were screaming like a lot more than in other countries, you know, and yeah, I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it a lot, especially on game versus Vitality.
A reunion with Celtic Carrigan. He said himself he shouldn't be here, and now a Cologne major trophy in his cabinet.
Bro, we need to find a way to make FaZe great again.
Yeah, I think we need to experience IPL.
But we also need a GigaChat entry fragger, like back in the day.
Yo, Eddie.
Yo, what's up? Alright, man. Consider it done.
I'll let you just say some first words to them. Anything you want to add?
你好。自己的选择非常有说服力。
观众朋友们，欢迎来到华南农业大学体育馆，这里是2026XPL 广州站半决赛的比赛现场。我们可以看到，我身后的8面大旗啊，现在有4面已经熄灭了。那么我们今天呢，还将再送2支队伍回家。So James, as we can see, out of the 8 banners behind us, 4 have already dimmed, and that's when you know, James, it's semifinals day.
Oh yes, we're straight into the semi-finals, and we got some banging games coming your way today to decide who has a chance of making it to the final and lifting this trophy. Guangzhou, how are we doing? Sounds like they're ready for some action-packed and great Counter-Strike once again. And we got a bit of that yesterday. Paravision versus Big was dominant, right? We saw this crazy cash. They tried to throw Paravision off. Big managed to get a big win in there on that. But then afterwards, Paravision just dismantled them.
昨天的第一场比赛呢是 PV 和 Big 啊，第一场 Big 的叉车打的也是非常的顽强，但是后面就 PV 就直接就是碾压了，平推了。
And then on the other side of things, well, FaZe, a fan favorite, a crowd favorite, and they didn't need any help. They just absolutely wrecked any opportunity the Bet Boom had. It didn't look like the same Bet Boom we saw back in Cologne.
然后昨天的第2场感觉根本没有办法用这个常理解释啊，大家很喜欢的 FaZe 感觉都根本不需要大家来加油，然后直接就把 BB 给碾压了。
But the game we're starting with here to decide the first team through to the grand finals is going to be Alliance going up against 9Z. It's a rematch from the group stage, and the group stage one was a 2-0 in Alliance's favor, and they've been looking strong on this stage. So I may be a little bit worried if you're a 9Z fan right now.
就是我们今天第一场半决赛呢，2支队伍呢，其实在小组赛已经交手过了。那么那一场呢是 Alliance 直接2-0带走了9Z， 所以我知道现场也来了很多9Z 的粉丝啊，是不是有一点小担心呢？
Well, it's time to bring our teams onto the stage. So Guangzhou, give it up for Alliance!
让我们欢迎来自瑞典 Team Alliance。
Twist, Avid, Upe, Bob XD, and Ria. Hello, Twist. Welcome to the stage. The rest of the team, you guys can go sit down and get yourselves ready. Twist, you had a great performance on this stage for the team already, despite maybe not having the most experience out of some of the other teams. You do. But what did it feel like for you to see the team perform so well, have that performance under your leadership in a moment like this?
It felt good that we can come back. Bob has not been in the team for very long, so it feels good that he's adapted so good. So it feels amazing.
Twist 也是作为这个队里的元老啊，他觉得现在队伍的状态是非常的好，尤其是 Bobak 啊，就 Bobak 其实也是刚刚加入我们的队伍，但是我们现在磨合的这么好呢，他也是感觉非常棒啊。
And talking a bit about Bob, because obviously he's one of the highest rated players of the whole tournament. He's looking sharp, he's looking dominant. He mentioned in the interview with us that you're giving him a lot of freedom. Is that just because he's new in, or is that the whole plan you want to have with him for the future and just let him loose to do what he does best?
It's kind of the whole plan, to be honest. We mix ideas with my ideas and his ideas, but he's a superstar. He's a superstar.
Bobak 以后是能成为超级巨星的。那么呢，我们这个队伍就现在给他很多的自由，让他可以就是有一些自己的想法啊。
And looking at this match, it's a rematch. You beat him in the group stage, but it's quite an experienced 9Z now with going deeper in these tournaments. What got you that win last time, and how can you make sure the same thing happens again here to get you into the grand final?
I think the mentality gave us the win. 9C is a great org, great team. They're very good. They played super amazing at the major. So I'm just excited for a good game.
我觉得我们小组赛能战胜9Z，主要是因为我们那一把的心态比较好，因为9Z是一支非常非常强劲的队伍，然后他们在 Major 也打得非常好，所以希望今天会是一场精彩的比赛。
Well, Guangzhou, Alliance is about to do battle. Make some noise for Twist and Alliance! And then on to their opponent. 9Z is the most exciting South American team that we've had in a long time. They made it to the quarters of Astana and the major. They've been consistent, but they did look a little bit shaky coming into this tournament. But we did see they finally won a quarterfinal game. So could it all change here?
感觉9Z 也是近期一直让人非常兴奋的一支南美的队伍啊！大家知道他们在阿斯塔纳，然后科隆 Major 都是进了这个1/4决赛，但是也都倒在了1/4决赛上。但是呢，在我们的这场比赛，我们的这届比赛呢，他们已经成功进入半决赛了。
Well, let's bring them onto the stage. Put your hands together. Make some noise. It's 9Z!
掌声欢迎来自南美 9Z！
Max, DGT, Wasso Peak, Mayon, and Lucho. All right, 9Z, go and take your seats. Max, you're with us over here. Now, Max, for you, finally getting a win in the quarterfinals. You're smiling already as we step to you on this stage. Does it feel like some sort of curse has been broken, or maybe something's been lifted off your shoulders?
Yeah, I hope. We came to this tournament to broke the barrier, and we did it. And and now we won the rematch because of the group stage. So we are very excited to this match.
就 Max 现在上台，我们可以看到他一直在笑啊，他笑就因为觉得 就是我们的这个诅咒已经打破了。他们来咱们XPL的比赛呢，就是想来打破这个魔咒，就是看自己能不能跨过这个1/4决赛的坎儿。那么他们现在跨过了。
You're talking about that rematch. Help me understand what went so wrong for you guys in that you lost in overtime on your map pick, and then you couldn't come back into the series. Why was it so hard back then for you guys?
Yeah, I think we started the match really well, doing a really good T side, but on CT side, the things going very bad for us. We can't close a lot of rounds we needed to close, but yeah, I hope this time will be in different way, and yeah, I trust in my guys.
今天再度面对这个 Alliance 啊，我们在小组赛对到他们，其实我们的选图是有很多的机会的。我们开局上半场打得很好，但是下半场就没有打好，有很多我们该拿下的局没有拿下，所以希望今天可以拿下。
And lastly, just tell me, what is the most important thing if stuff starts to go bad? How do you pull your team back into it and make sure the same thing doesn't happen again?
Yeah. For me today, the key it will be the calm. We need to play very calm today to show our best game.
Lovely.
对于我来说，今天我们最关键的就是大家不要慌啊，打得要镇定一点。
Guangzhou, make some noise for 9Z and Max. Good luck, man. Thank you very much. And with that being said, this is already starting to look better. Guangzhou! Are you ready?
All right, welcome ladies and gentlemen. We have reached our way all the way to the semi-finals here at the XSE Pro League. We're ready in China. We've got our first game coming up, and it is going to be Alliance versus 9C. Amanda's with me is Vince. And, well, Vince, what do you think about today? I mean, how did Alliance even get here? What's going on? We not that long ago, this could have been unthinkable.
Yeah, I mean, I think Bob XD is a massive part of that. We saw him playing incredibly yesterday in their quarterfinal matchup. And ultimately, I think the calm, chill sort of vibes, I mean, we just saw from Twist's perspective, I think he impressed both of us with that interview. He's just so laid back and so relaxed that it's impossible not to like the guy. He just comes across as very likable. But of course, that doesn't get you the entire way through into wins, does it? Like, you still have to be making the right calls. You still have to be clicking heads. And that man on the right of your screen right now in this head-to-head matchup, Bob XD did that yesterday. He was unbelievably good. And as Twist said, he hasn't been in the team for very long. So he's been really impressed, and so have we.
Yeah, I think for good reason. Hopefully that's an upward trajectory for the team and maybe for Bob himself. You know, DDT on the other side of it for the head-to-head. Obviously a phenomenal player as well. One of the big reasons why they did super well at the major. And they want revenge because these teams faced each other in the group stage and Alliance won 2-0. So like they talked about on the stage, they're overtime on Dust 2, and then Alliance pretty much beat them on Inferno as well, which honestly to me still feels like a freak result. I don't want to take anything away from Alliance on that front. I think it's very cool that it happened. I think Era was one of the big reasons why they ended up winning that particular game. But I mean, obviously Alliance want to repeat that. They want to say, no, it wasn't a fluke. Going into the bans here, we've got Anubis and Mirage already disappeared, and then we're picking to Nuke early on. So a bit of a different veto from what we saw last time, which is interesting. Nuke was the third map in that series, which they never got to. Obviously, we're all secretly hoping for more cash, but it's unlikely, I guess, here because they've already played each other. So far, so good. Same maps. Wouldn't be surprised if it's, something like a Dust 2 finisher then.
Dust 2 has been banned out. Last time they played each other, it was Ancient as the third map. Oh, pardon me, that was against Nemesis. Never mind. But yeah, so Dust 2 has been banned. And that's surprising because
that's interesting.
Wasn't that 9Z's pick last time, and yet now Alliance are banning it?
It was, yeah. Yeah, I guess maybe that's why they did it. So it will be Ancient who did sort of foreshadow it anyway, which was removed last time by 9C, but they didn't want to play Cash, I guess. That is a big X factor, a big unknown. I don't know if I can really blame them again. Like, we've seen teams show up to these kind of things and then never and then never, you know, really being able to do anything, especially on the T side. Teams have struggled to put something together. So maybe that's the reason why. Regardless of the reason, we are going to have some pretty cool maps here. Nuke and Ancient. Inferno, I think, is a little bit hit and miss. Some teams played very well, and it's fun to watch, but some, it's sort of much of the same. But we'll find out when we get there. Nuke as the opening map. Shout out as well, once again, to you guys over in the chat. I'm keeping a close eye. So better behave, or at least try to do that as we head into the game here. But I don't know, Vince. Thoughts on that opening of Nuke? Do you think it's going to be an interesting game there?
I do, yeah. I mean, both teams are very comfortable on it. They both played it over 10 times. And although they haven't played against each other, they have both played against actually very high-level opposition. So I think it does bode pretty well. They've obviously both played it at the tournament previously, not against each other, and both been successful. I think it's a good place to kick things off. The biggest surprise to me here by far is that Alliance banned Dust 2, when last time it was 9Z that picked Dust 2, and they beat 9Z on it 16-14. It went to OT. So I don't know if maybe they noticed a couple of weaknesses, or they assumed that they got 9Z on a bad day. You heard Max in his interview talk about their T rounds. They were kind of like snatching at opportunities. They were letting opportunities slip away from them. I have to say, since that game that we saw, they have improved a lot. So that could also factor in, I suppose, for Alliance if they think there's maybe some issues there on their side of things. But whichever way, I think Nuke is a really even keel to kick things off. The only downside, I suppose, is that Alliance are going to be starting on the CT side for 9Z. So if there are any T issues, then they're going to be shown very quickly if they haven't picked them up since the last time they played each other.
I think that's a fair point, yeah. And you never know, like, it's a new day. Like we said, they've all acclimatized to being in China for now more than a week. So everyone, hopefully, sleep schedule, sleep pattern is fixed, and everyone is just kind of feeling great. But you never know with these early games exactly how it's going to be playing out. I'm also curious about, I think, Era. Last time we saw Alliance on Nuke, he was incredible on the T side with the AWP. I think he did fall off a little bit on the CT side, but I think Era is going to be one of those players I'll be looking for in this game to perform a lot for them on all maps, but I think on Nuke especially, it seems like he's got a little bit of a knack for it. And then obviously BO3 is the other one that we're going to be having a bit of an eye on, so will be very interesting to see how this one. I guess, speaking of AWPers though, it feels like Mayan is one of those AWPers that you want to see more out of in a tournament. It's $1 million tournament, right? Like we know he could play better because we've seen it just at the major, but I feel like this tournament he's not been having that same impact yet.
It's fair, yeah. I can't really disagree with that. I think he offers a lot though in terms of he can pick up the rifle. It's interesting actually. We had a conversation yesterday when BetBoom were playing and they were getting slaughtered by FaZe, which was also a big surprise for me. But we mentioned about Zorti being a solid AWPer in the context of sort of like World Counter-Strike. But if you want to break into that top 10, 15 teams sort of bracket, is he going to be able to go toe-to-toe with the very best on the planet? I kind of feel the same way about Main, if I'm being honest with you, Anders. I think he's in a very similar kind of scenario. He's maybe a little bit better in terms of consistency than a Zorti is, but I think a lot of the potential criticisms you levy to Zorti, you could probably do the same to Main as well.
I think that's fair, yeah. Similar kind of caliber. I don't disagree. Oh, look at the lights coming up. Stage looks ready, and I think we are as well. Headed into Nuke here early in the day in Europe. It's Alliance versus 9C, and we do have, she said, Alliance starting on the CT side, 9C on the T side. And they have that one Molotov, so presumably going to be very straightforward. They've already smoked off Mini with the waterfall smoke. Now I'm pretty sure they're going to be Molotoving Hut and then going straight for it. There's the flames coming in, but headshots in return. Up he gets 2. And DDT and Mayan trying to bring this one back. It's unlikely. Mayan, though, how has he done that? 3 kills for him, and suddenly it's a 1 versus 1.
You could have all the criticism you want about the AWPing, but this guy can do it in pistol and rifle rounds. That's for damn sure. He's down to 36, but he does have control over the bomb, and he's also vent dove. That has been heard, though, from Twist, so he's going to be in hot pursuit. Twist yesterday also had a very good performance individually. Should be highlighted. The IGL, the 31-year-old from Alliance. But Mayan now, with the bomb plant, is able to shimmy his way into a post-plant position, and Twist has no kit, has no smoke, keep in mind, so he's going to have to get a move on. But Mayan is hiding in shadow.
Yeah, I think that's the essential point that you just brought up there. The lack of a kit means now Twist has to run. He has to make a lot of footsteps. He taps the bomb once, but he's almost already out of time. And look at Mayan just calling his bluff. He's realized, no, you're not going to be defusing. And I think Twist has lost this round no matter what now. Mayan comes out charging. I mean, for style points, if you get the headshot now, it'd be cool. But it doesn't matter. You've already won the round. That is a real gut punch right at the start here for Alliance, because those early couple of headshots on the defense, that should win you the round. That feels so good. They didn't even have anyone in the hut. Nobody to be Molotoved out. It was pretty much a great defense, and then Mayan showed up.
Just incredible, isn't it? So quick on the draw. And it looked like, for all intents and purposes, this round had collapsed. When they were pushing out of hut, and they just got completely destroyed by the 2 catwalk players. BobXD was in perfect position. But 9Z comes out of the squeaky in the form of Mayan, takes that first round. And Max talked about how calm they have to be. That's going to be one hell of a shot in the arm in that regard. You're going to be feeling real good for 9Z right now. You're going to be motivated, you're going to be inspired. But they've got to make sure they don't slip and faceplant here, because they do know they're against the full-on force buy from Alliance. And a nuke, honestly, is the kind of map where those 5.7s and MP9s can be so devastating.
I think you're right. I feel like we see it very often. People will walk into choke points, they'll go to the ramp, and there's a boost or something else happening. Not in this round, but, well, speaking of which, you pointed it out. It's an MP9 to take down DGT, and Wasso Peak will go for it, and he's ready as BobXD comes up. They just keep running up through the vent. One by one, they go. I don't really blame Alliance for trying that, though. I mean, there's a good chance they could have caught Wasso Peak, who we didn't really mention yet, but obviously he's a bit of a freak himself, I would say. He's turned into a really fun player. A kill shy of the ace. I don't know if he's going to be able to get it here. He's kind of low on health, but man, he's made a lot of money in this round, and at the end of the day, it's what it's all about. I think Wu-Tang made a song about that at some point. Oh, he's been team killed to deny the ace. That's bad manners, Vince.
Look at Max's smile, you rat. There's absolutely no kind of like feeling of guilt or shame. He just nails his teammate in the back of the head, and he's just got this big cheesy grin on his face.
You know what? If I knew nothing else, if I had just woken up from a coma and I was watching this game for the first time and had never seen, 9C play, I would immediately think, okay, that's got to be a great sign for a team that you can, obviously there was no chance of losing the round or anything, but yeah, shooting a teammate and laugh, and the whole team's laughing about it. I think that just says something. Like, everyone's in a good mood. We're all in a happy place. Like, obviously, getting an ace in a round like this, for people who don't know, it just has no impact on the game. It's just a funny thing that we like to bring up. I think most pro players probably don't care that much. Like, you're focused on so many other things. You're not really thinking about, well, I wonder if I'm individually going to be allowed to get the ace here. So, yeah, good that they can laugh it off. Great round, Wasso Peak. Shame it had to end that way, I guess.
It is a shame, but as you say, the vibe check is looking real good, and that's great news for 9Z. Fortunately, it seems like we do have a bit of a timeout here straight afterwards to try and die it down. I'm going to say a bit of a hot take here, Anders, and don't worry, you don't have to jump on top of this the ship with me. I'll go down alone if needs be. I'll be the captain of the ship. But Wasso Peak is a top 5 entry fragger in the world for me. That's it.
Man, that is a hot take. The thing is, it's just not such a hot take that I'm immediately going to say, hell no. Like, it's one of those things that I would have to think a little bit about. This would be perfect for, like, a Maui or Thorin broadcast. Like, this is exactly, and Kasada, I suppose. Like, you should DM one of them and tell them that, because they would definitely bring that up on their podcast. That's an interesting, I think that's worth discussing. He's been very, very impressive. And I guess more than anything else, like, entry fragging is such a weird art, I would say, but one of the great things about, if you have the mentality for playing that role, is like the full commitment, like the full belief in every time you actually have to turn the corner and start fighting. And I definitely think that Wasso Peak is, like, he embodies that so much. So yeah, I like that. I like a hot take every once in a while, especially if it get people shouting and people arguing, which, by the way, they don't even need your help for that in the chat, Vince. They're already fighting each other. Animals over on Kick. That's what's going on.
Well, fortunately, we can keep him busy, Anders, because we're live again. So the issue has been resolved, thankfully, in a brief amount of time. Alliance, on the other side of this pause, however, are going to be on a very low investment of weaponry, and so 9Z really will be fancying themselves to extend this lead. Peak denied of that ace in the last round, but still has the AK, and you're always expecting him to do something special with it.
Yeah, that is his weapon of choice. Haven't really got to see anything out of Luchov yet, but obviously there's a good reason we should be talking about him in the future as well. He's, I don't know, announced himself in a ridiculous fashion at the majors, and it's just been a lot of fun to watch since. Not someone who was on my radar. I know there's a lot of talent generally in the South American scene, but it's hard to keep up with everybody. And there we go, he's going to get his first kill. Only Max lacking on that side. Real fun will happen, hopefully, when Era starts to pick up the AWP. You got to wonder if Twist is going to be the one dropping it for him. He's got 3,400. So it could be a feature like that where they sort of switch it out. Bob XD has got the right idea. Appreciate the fact that he just went for the shot there. I think, yeah, you want to line up a double, but it's very unlikely. Even if you had two people on your screen, that's easy. It's not going to be easy to hit those double deagle shots. So do a little bit of damage. And speaking of which, if they could only get one kill here, that is a bit of a shame for Alliance. It'd be nice if they could pick up more than a one or two here.
Yeah, to try and bounce back into this half as fast as possible. However, there is an AK, and so that kind of narrative now shifts from get a kill to save the AK at all costs, which is what Ira's going to do now. At some point, he's going to have to move away, because I'm pretty sure he dies if he stays in this position for the bomb blast. But for the time being, he is waiting to see if any of these Ts will be scurrying their way into his crosshair. And they have, but DGT is just too damn fast. So 3-0, no save weapon, only the one casualty in the round. And so I'm going to turn it back on you, Anders.
Go on.
What is a hot take that you have about CS?
Oh, I'm scared now, because you know what? When you said that hot take, nobody even gave you any shit for it in the chat, but somebody did say, top 5's way too generous. Why would Anders even need to think about that? So somehow, I still got red, even though it was your hot take. How's that fair? How's that reasonable? I don't know what's
easy, man. Get wrecked.
It's like you set a trap for me somehow. What's a hot take? I don't know. I'm trying to think about what that might be. I mean, I don't know. I need to learn how to phrase things in the hot take way. I guess the thing is just to say, like, somebody's like a top 5, beyond what they should be. But Martinez is the next AWPer, I think, that's going to really blow people away. Great defense, by the way. Not with the AWPs like we're talking about here, but it's Uppy with a couple of kills as Mayan still at 1 versus 3. And this time, he can't get out of it. The pistol round was his. But in spite of the flash there, a little bit unfortunate, it works out just fine for Bob XD. He's going to get the kill. So super well done. Super important, obviously, for Alliance. They should have probably won the pistol. They didn't. And now, at least they can pick up that first rifle round.
Yeah, really huge round for Alliance. Not just for building the confidence, but also building some form of a bank balance and just putting a bit of a road blockade ahead of 9Z, who are looking to really take off. They'll be straight back in with rifles. Additionally, Bob XD has arrived. 2 kills in that last round, one of them fully flashed. So great news across the board for the Swedes. Bob XD, in the meanwhile, though, is kind of lost in the source of that smoke. Gets put down from DGT, and our Twist is under heavy duress. Will pass the first test, smokes down, tries to fake as if he's backing away. Probably not anticipating, gets double swung. And Mayan again comes through with the rifle.
That's kind of mad. Like, a lot of confusion there. You're absolutely right. Bob kind of getting lost inside of the smoke, and Twist, I think you could just say there was so much panic. But wait a minute. Avid has picked up the kill. This is super risky. I would say it's totally understandable if Alliance don't want to go for this, and yeah, they are walking away. Yeah, there are some teams, we saw actually FaZe yesterday going for more of these kind of mad retakes, but on a longer time scale, it's very unlikely you're going to be able to walk in and defuse the bomb here. Especially on the B bomb side, you think about how much you have to fight through. So I respect it. They've also got the AWP in Era. You don't want to be throwing that away early on. But nicely done, 9C. Just the speed onto that ramp was a big reason why they did so well.
Right, Nate. Didn't do as much damage as I was expecting, actually. I thought he was going to get smashed by it and killed by the bomb. But DGT survives on 47. He is the player that broke the deadlock in the previous round. It was Bob XD. What is that? Is that a rat with a Swedish flag? I've just seen on the corner of Alliance's desk next to Bob XD. I think it's either a rat or it's a pig. I don't know. Hopefully we get a chance to see it again
Those
at some
two
point.
don't look anything near the same. How could it be a rat or a pig? That's you've got to.
I'm confused.
You need better eyes. You play a lot of Counter-Strike against.
Would that be like a mole? Because a mole kind of looks like a cross between a rat and a pig, sort of.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Weirdly, I understand what you're saying. I don't know. We need a close-up zoom in. If it is a rat, it would be your perfect representation of Sweden for me. Speaking as a Dane, got a long-running conflict with those guys.
There's the hot take. There it is.
There's the hot take. Yeah. Oh, they're losing left and right here. Completely outdueled. Oh no! It looked like Peak was just toying with him. It's Uppy now alone in a 1 versus 5. And to be honest, the best thing that you could do here is save the M4. Maybe if you can get Era's AWP, that would be a massive victory. But 9C are paused and waiting. And they also know where Uppy normally plays, so that's the other side of it, right? They know that he's not going to be hanging around on the ramp or anything else like that. He's the A-site player, so generally you're going to be looking for him in that sense. Wow, devastating stuff early on. The only problem with hating on Swedes, by the way, is they are generally incredibly nice people, so that does make it a little bit hard to keep the hatred going after all these years, But you do what you can.
I've got no beef with Sweden as a English/Irishman, but it's hard to hate on them when they're getting this pummeled as well, Anders. It's like it feels like you're kicking them when they're down 5-1 on CT side of Nuke. I will say we saw them against Nemesis previously in the event, and they did get smashed on Nuke there as well. Era had glimpses of brilliance, which I think you touched on just before we got into this game, but he's still yet to get off the mark. As far as I'm aware, I think he's 0-4. With like 30 ADR, so
yeah,
everything that could be going wrong right now for the Swedes on the server has.
True, which is a bit disappointing. I started out mentioning him, saying I think Era is going to be a big feature of this map, and not really able to deliver yet, unfortunately. So that has to change. It's still early enough that Alliance can turn this around. I'm happy that they're taking this time out, but it is a bit concerning. It does seem like one of these two teams has come out really hot out the gate, laughing, having a great time. Waso Peak's out there fighting everybody and winning. And the other one is a little bit slow to get started here. Do you want to defend myself as well? Someone saying King Vaz is asking, why is Anders asking for uppies? Come on, bro, what kind of fetish is this? Yeah, I know we're probably mispronouncing it. I think on the stage they said, uppe, which I guess that sounds a lot more Swedish, like I can see that, but I'm not going to try and make every other caster do the Swedish accent. So I think until somebody forces me, I'm just going to say, uppy is that's my, international version of that name.
Good guy, Anders, not forcing everyone else to pronounce like Swedes. See, this is how far the grudge goes for Anders. Any chance to slight the Swedes, and he's first one in there.
Intentionally mispronouncing their names just for the fun of it.
Yeah.
Just for the love of the game. But, yeah, you mentioned earlier the 5-7s can be dangerous, and Alliance would love nothing more than to prove you right in this moment here. Do have the AWP. They've got the MP9 as well on Avid. And there's no boost again in the ramp. I feel it's a classic kind of a round for it, but maybe then again that's why they're not doing it, because it's just too classic. I don't know what's happening. He's throwing his guns around. Don't do that.
I saw something yesterday that made me throw up a little bit in my mouth, Anders. It was that BetBoom had Boomich using a CZ on the CT side. Why would you ever do that when the 5-7 exists?
I don't know. I would criticize it on every normal way, but it's Boomich. I can't criticize him. I love him too much.
Fair.
Look at this. 24 seconds left. Bob, he gets the first one. My God, if he'd hit one more shot there, that could have been really bad. I think, unfortunately, Avid changed his crosshair. Like, he moved his mouse in the worst possible timing there. Luchov, pretty good stuff to get in there. Backing up, and Luchov will take down Era. Kind of scary that he actually went back for the fight there. They were planning the bomb at the same time, but that is a round that could have easily spiraled out of control for 9C. Pretty good job that it didn't, to be honest. These are the kind of rounds that if you're going to make the grand finals in a tournament like this, you don't want to be giving up these kind of rounds. And we do see it happen fairly often on Nuke, that you suddenly run in and it's a couple of kills for the 5-7s. Not this time. 6-1 in favor of 9Z.
And just to kind of piggyback off that point that you're raising, it is one of the issues that 9Z really struggled with when they lost to Alliance the first time around 2-0. Is they would be in these positions where it looked like they were about to just take over the half, and they would lose these weird clutches or some like really weird rounds where almost paralyzed in their decision making. So I think it's a way better looking 9Z. Yes, it's early on in the semi-finals, but Inferno is up next. Alliance are very good on Inferno. There are players like Luchov that excel on that map as well. So I think if 9Z have a really solid performance here on Nuke, there is going to be some serious pressure building for Alliance. They have to put these rifles to use. Secret is going to get pushed. The timing's slightly off, but it's that man BobXD. Already down to 17 HP, and that Molotov forces him on the back foot.
He's going to stick around. That's a mad idea. Why would he do that with so little health here? Immediately goes down to Luchov, but you know what? Avid's on the other side, and he will pick up the first kill there for his team. So 1-for-1 trade. Waso Peak also getting dropped very low, and this isn't one of those 4-1 splits. This is the entire 9C squad making their way over towards that Secret and Garage. So they're not even going down all that much. They got the bomb still by the red container, so they're not committed to anything. This is they could do anything at this point, but the time again is low. 30 seconds, Vince.
Yeah, consistent theme, isn't it? They have players in multiple areas, but Uppy and Avid both chip in for kills, and finally Alliance have something to be happy about. Still have to hold on for dear life as there is some aggression outside. DGT and Mayan has been spotted up in heaven. DGT lands the headshot. That's maybe the carpet being rolled out for them, but they decide against it. They only have 10 seconds to play with, and Mayan is not in position to fully go in for this plant because there's a play on the other side of the bomb, and Era shuts him down. I can at least respect they went for Anders, but it just felt like they'd wasted way too much time on the clock.
I was worried there for a second. I thought there was a chance that Alliance could have lost it. But yeah, you're right. There was not a lot of time to really do anything with. In a way, Alliance needed to walk out of this round, I think, with, 3 or 4 people alive, and they end up with 2. It's not the end of the world, but it's just it's not like a huge celebration. You can see they're down to a FAMAS on Twist, so that's a little bit annoying here. Well, next time we have a break, I've got a comment that I need to run by you, but we'll take a little bit of a break on that because don't want to miss any of the action in this round. BobXD's got the AK. Era has finally got some kills, and one of them with the AWP, even though it was a guy planting the bomb. I'll take it anyway. I just want to see Era activated. I know he's better than this. He knows it too. And this is the semi-final in $1 million tournament. There's VRS implications. There's, just the fact that Alliance are kind of putting themselves a little bit on the Counter-Strike map. This is not where you want to go missing. This is one where you want to show some of your best Counter-Strike. They've already beaten 9C once, even though the maps are a little bit different this time. They want to do it again, no question about it.
Yeah, team as well, keep in mind, has very low experience on a stage in Alliance. 9Z didn't manage to get it done in the quarters of the major, but that's fair enough. They lost to Furia, who went through to the grand finals, of course. But Alliance, apart from Twist, they really are not a team that has a ton of experience across the board. Era, though, you called upon him, and he has delivered. Luchov sent sprawling, and he locks down stairs. Uppy, meanwhile, oh, that second shot's beautiful. But Main will put him down immediately afterwards.
Well, if I'm Max, I'm going to be super mad. That looked like he was still halfway moving. The Swedes on these M4A1s, deadly accurate at range. Yeah, you're right. That second kill was very impressive. And Era getting activated. We'll take it one step at a time here. DGT, not to be underestimated. And again, there's no time to win the round. Like that's not a conversation here, but you do a little bit of damage right at the end. Could be super frustrating as well for the Alliance squad. Another headshot. That's probably the best we could do. So he's going to back on out. Okay, but still, better for Alliance this time. You make it out with 3 people. That's definitely worth having. Now, okay, here's the comment, because it is related to Era. Kadir in the chat asking, he's not asking, he says, Era bot, this is not Barbie gaming, take kill. Just want your thoughts on that.
I mean, that's just top tier analysis. Has this guy considered going pro?
I mean, he's dead on right though. I think that's the key point. He's not Barbie gaming, and he should be getting killed. He actually has done it. So Yeah, he's out of that realm, playing real Counter-Strike now, which we appreciate. So we go into round number 10. Oh, he's pushed up. Okay. A couple of kills is enough for Era to find some confidence once again. Smoke goes up and might be time to disengage, but I like that little surge of confidence to try and see if they can catch 9C off guard early on. It didn't quite happen. 9C, by the way, themselves are running very low on funds, so if they want a chance to break through and make this work, then it's got to be right now. They still have a pretty good first half, right? But if Alliance get back to a 6-6 scoreline, I think that's going to feel different for 9C. And that could happen if they lose all of the funds here. Wazo Peak, we talked about him entrying, but great position for Twist. That's very annoying to deal with.
Oh, Max also caught Luchov, the only player that's really done anything of note in this round, but Era nails him straight away. Puts a bit more onto Uppy's shoulders, but he is completely unrelenting on his A control. And Mayan, who started this game off in incredible fashion in the pistol round, has slowed down just a tad since then, got 3 kills. He knows Era has a real good read of this. He decides against it. Is Mayan going to find the perfect timing? No, Era nails him with a headshot. From 0-4, he has now fully arrived on the server. So he's also agreed. He doesn't want to play Barbie anymore. He's here to play some Counter-Strike.
Some Ken the Strike. He's not... I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know. Why did they even pay me money?
Can we get some
to do
booze
this?
in chat, please? Can we throw some tomatoes at Anders, please? Thanks.
Yeah, it's a good thing we're doing this remotely, and there's no crowd can find me at the hotel to stop me. That's great news. All right, timeout for 9C. I think kind of highlighting the seriousness of the situation, right? You actually had a pretty broken alliance that had a slow start. Their AWP wasn't working. Everything had kind of fallen apart. They didn't have any money. And now instead, now they've been allowed back in. The Swedes have announced themselves. Uppy's playing super well. He's got 10 kills, strong headshots all across the board. There's a chance this could finish 6-6, which, again, I think is not a bad first half score really for 9C. It's just not what you're looking for when you have this kind of a beginning.
I have been impressed with Alliance's resolve, though, man, because I genuinely thought, right, well, here we go. The fairy tale comes to an end. Alliance has been found out. They're going to get absolutely destroyed. And here we are. BobXD landing a nice headshot to kick things off. Yes, it's a lack of investment. Position's looking good for the CTs as the squeaky door gets opened. It almost scares BobXD into retreating, but it's all a setup for Uppy. But now he's given his position away, and BobXD's gone down. They know where Uppy is.
It's a bit disappointing there that they can't work off each other. I feel like you've got a player on the hot like that. At least you want to be able to trade that kill out. Didn't happen. Some counter utility coming out here just to try and slow everything down, and Twist's pushing up. Avid is right behind him. If they are that far up on the ramp, then they either need to keep going or they have to fall back. And yeah, they're going to fall back, but they might not be in time here. There's an opening right now. Great call for 9C to switch back onto the site, and they trade out Uppy. Suddenly, it's a 3 versus 3. And Waso Peak in this position. You know how good his aim is. You know how dangerous he could be. Takes the head off of one player, but finally shut down. Avid with a good call, and DGT is on the flank. Mayan down here. Oh my god, that's quick. Takes down Era, and every single second now, DGT's getting closer. Avid goes back to check, but actually, no, he's already fallen back, so no flank is coming in, and there's the headshot from DGT. Good to see him on the scoreboard as well. And another round for 9C. I think hitting that timing before the 2 ramp players could get back was essentially what they needed to do.
I can't think of a round where Mayan has had an AWP on this T side, and he has had so much impact. Like the pistol round there with the Tech 9, he's had a bunch of entry frags, like making a real strong case for himself as being more of a versatile player than just the out-and-out AWPer. And what a brutal round to lose as well. We were just talking about how Alliance have grit their teeth and got themselves back into this, but you've immediately been wrecked. Twist, though, with a double spray is huge.
That is actually a pretty cool headshot for the second spray there, and he sticks around, taking the fight right to 9C. It looks like that 7-5 scoreline is locked in. It's not brilliant, I would say, for Alliance, but it's certainly enough to keep them in the conversation here. I'm making a big assumption that they're not going to lose a 1 versus 5 to Luchov, but we'll see. It's been done. I would say rarely in modern day Counter-Strike can you win these rounds, and repeating, my past self. I will say it does require mistakes from the enemy team. You need somebody to kind of forget what they're doing. You need somebody to assume, okay, we've already run the round, guys. Let's hunt this guy down and get it over with. Which actually you can see Alliance. It's just so unlikely. He finds him for free. Great. Overall for 9C, I think they're going to be quite happy with this one. We are headed into some Swedish abomination. I think what's happening.
Yeah, I'm right alongside. But yeah, I would like to identify what that is. I don't know if it's 5 times, and I still don't know. It's a serviceable half, right? Like, I think if you're Alliance, you're relatively happy because of how bad things are happening with this outcome. Yeah, probably should have done better. You've been looking at probably 8 or 9 rounds bare minimum after the start they had, but I'm just happy from the neutral's perspective around is that Alliance have made a real go of this. Because I genuinely thought we could be on for like another 10-2 sort of half. We saw a couple of those yesterday with FaZe just obliterating BO3 in that second best of 3.
Yeah, and it would have been such a shame, right? Because I think if that happens, if 9C just kind of crushes them here, then many people, and we'd probably be having the same conversation, you'd start to say, was it just a fluke then for Alliance beating 9C last time? Because that's a huge upset. It really was a great result for Alliance, and put them, all the way now in the semi-finals. So it's really encouraging to see them kind of make their way back. Even if ultimately they end up losing this best of 3, at least Alliance are proving that they are actually ready to fight at a really high level. And it's not just like a fluke kind of thing. So I would say even having the tenacity or the strength of will or whatever you want to call it to come back after a slow start here is a really good sign. A lot of teams fail to do that. So I appreciate it. It is going to be a 7-5 scoreline. As we get into the second half here on Nuke. Still the first series, the first map of the day. We've got a long day of Counter-Strike ahead of us and some great stuff as well. Later on, FaZe are going to be up against Paravision. That should be tons of fun too.
Oh yes, there's going to be a lot of FaZe believers. After what we've seen so far at the event, especially yesterday, I think they have... I saw a bunch of comments on Reddit like, I've seen enough, FaZe winning the next major. Obviously, a lot of memes there, but I think the general kind of belief has spiked quite a bit from where they've been, and that's because, like, if we're being honest with you, for the last year or so, they were basically absent from any kind of top-level CS and any kind of consistency, at least at top-level CS. And so now that you've actually got Jaboan, who's come in and really impressed a lot of people, I think ourselves included. Nietzsche had a really good game yesterday as well. Yeah, there's a lot to be excited for if you are a FaZe fan. But, as Frozen said himself, Paravision are a different beast altogether.
Yeah, they really are. It's fun to see them now. They finally look like a real team again. So I look forward to that game. I think it's going to be interesting. Some kind of an audio thing happening. I think hopefully you guys are back and it's all working again. In the meantime, people said it was either a squirrel, a mouse, or a rat. So everyone is confused, Vince. We need a post-game interview with the Lions to figure out what on earth is the mascot that they brought here. We don't know. What we do know is that the second half is ready to go. And trying to look at the purchase here coming in from the CT side, there is no kit or anything else. So it's just full USP armor on everybody. I don't hate it. I feel like on this map, it can be very hard to defuse. If you're going to be, going that route, then, yeah, I don't know, you're sort of playing for the afterplant. And I'd rather try and stop them early on here as well. So one of the few maps where I feel like you don't really
Oh, we got this guy down here. Hello. How are you?
I'm fine, thanks.
You're fine, thank you. Thank you very much. I'm glad that you're doing well. Would you like to win this mouse pad?
Yes. Yes.
Yes, you would like to win this mouse pad. Okay. Question for you. Who is my favorite Tai Lu player?
Banks 最喜欢的天路是
There we go, nice and easy. Congratulations, man. That wasn't a hard one. I made that nice and easy for you. Thank you very much. All right, let's try to keep moving around. Out the way, my guys. Thank you very much. Baseline J, let's try some. Just pick someone out from around here. Go on for anyone over around.
Okay, that guy.
This
That
guy.
guy in the back with the phone. Yeah. 来
Come on over here, dude.
With the Nike T-shirt. Let's go.
Hello. What is your name?
Tim.
Tim, nice to meet you. So, you want to win this mouse pad?
Yeah.
Who is your favorite team?
My favorite team. Lu.
Tai Lu, okay. He made the right choice. He made the right choice. All right. Where did Tai Lu get eliminated at the Clone Major? Which stage?
天路在
Stage 3. Is it?
天路在科隆 Major 哪个阶段出
Oh, it's 2, yeah.
被
It's
淘汰的
Stage 2. That's nice and easy. Give him this
Okay.
one. Thank you very much, my dude. All right. Let's go for another one. We got some time still. Let's keep things moving around. Hello, guys. I'm going to keep moving around. We're going to go through all the crowd in here. It's nice to see you all. Guangzhou is looking real good right now. I like that I have freedom. I like that we can just go around everywhere. Hello, guys. How are we doing? How are we doing? Hello, sir. You got a big backpack on the front of you. Would you like to win this mouse pad? Yes? Okay. Who is your favorite team?
My favorite team is FlyQuest.
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 Okay, I didn't expect. Why FlyQuest?
Because I love JKS, Justin Savage.
Okay, so tell me this then. What team did JKS win a Tier 1 tournament with as a substitute player? He was a stand-in.
这个是当替补，然后赢了哪一个
Face Clan
一级赛事呢
FaZe Clan.
FaZe Clan is correct. There you go. Thank you very much, my man. And we
we're
got
gonna
one more to
start
find.
walking that
We'll
way,
start
though.
walking on this way. We'll see if we
Let's
find
go.
someone else. Hello, guys. I'm in the middle of you all. Thank you very much for paving the way and making some room. Baseline J, choose the last person. Come on out here.
来来，我们今天最后不是今天最后一张啊，这场最后一张啊！来来来，let's do the guy with the Argentina
Wait,
jersey.
he won yesterday. He won yesterday. Bro, you can't keep picking the same people. Cheater.
Okay.
Nice try.
再来一个，再来一个，再来一个。
Oh,
Okay, let's do some guy over there. You
some
pick.
guy over there. All right.
Yeah.
Some guy over there. My man with the glasses on, with the shades on.
哎，这墨镜哥
What's your
来吧
name?
陈蔚
Chong Wei, nice to meet you. What is your favorite team?
Vitality.
Vitality. Oh, okay. So, a Vitality question that can't be too... How long have you watched Counter-Strike for?
For CS2, maybe, yeah.
Okay, so only since CS2. Which player did Rops replace?
Replace. Robs 在 Vitality 替掉了哪位选手呢
Spinks.
Hey, congratulations. There we go. Thank you very much. Guangzhou, we got one more map in this series. A third place decider for this one. Well, third map decider. I'll get it right in the end. Either way, Guangzhou, make some noise.
Let's go!
Welcome back, everybody. We are ready. It is the third and final map of this semi-finals here in China. It's the XSC Pro League, and we've got Alliance in 9C. Somehow we've tumbled our way onto Ancient as the deciding map in what can only be described as a very entertaining series. Yes, there have been mistakes, there have been screw-ups on all sides, really. There's a chance that it could have been a victory there in the OOT for 9C, but they couldn't really figure it out, and ultimately that's put us onto a third map. Vince, what a delightful day of Counter-Strike. I'm happy that we're here doing this. Couldn't think of a better way to spend my it's Saturday, right? I'm not making that. It is Saturday.
Yes.
There we go.
All the days are kind of blurred into one. It's been a lot of casting. Yeah. I agree with you, man. It was a super entertaining game. It has been throughout. Both maps have been very close. Obviously, going back to Nuke, that was a 13-10, then a double OT. And they could have won it. I would argue they should have won it, Anders. 9Z battled back to take it into OT. The young, plucky, inexperienced Alliance managed to hold on super impressively. And now it's all down to this. Is Bob XT going to be getting up close? This, of course, the map that he absolutely smurfed against Nemesis, but it won't be the case here as Huazo Peak puts him down alongside Luchov. And now they're going to just be running straight to the site, and there's not much the Lions can do to stop this.
Luchov is mad. They don't expect it. Oh, Era, he still flicks it. He thought the burn meant that Luchov had fallen back, but he actually ran through the flames. That probably should have been his kill. I don't know if it's enough for a retake. They don't have a kit right now, and DGT is making damn sure they're not going to get onto the bomb site either. Gets the last one, too. Good triple, but I think you're right, though. The starting couple of kills there towards Donut, that's what set them up nicely. Super well played, and Huazo Peak got one of them. And I, for one, I'm going to be on Huazo Peak watch here, because he's definitely a way better player than he ever showed on Inferno. And I want to see him back doing some work on this one. I think that could be really fun. It will be the pistol round going the way of 9C.
Certainly agree with you. Huazo Peak, I'm sure, has a lot of points to prove to himself as well, because he'll know that he didn't have a great game, and if he did show up about, half a map earlier, it could have been a very different outcome. This is the Battle of Streaks, by the way. As I'm speaking about that, we're about to see action, and this could be a case of a ton of cash in Max's back pocket. or if he's not careful, he could find himself falling prey to this stack of USP wielders, and he does, not even firing a bullet or two off towards any direction. So he goes down, but at least the good news is it's one of the expendable weapons of the MAC-10 as opposed to the rifles.
Almost better if they fight Era instead of smoking him off over here. Okay, Luchov will get a couple. There's Avid, though. Oh, they don't smoke him off or anything. No flashbangs either. Era, he's still not able to get the kill, but... yeah, I thought there was a chance. He did have a P250. That's why I was a bit worried. I thought if they'd smoked him off, there was a chance that he would, you know, try to either get a shot through or just kind of run through. But none of that is happening. Maybe a bit more expensive than you would have hoped for there for 9C, but not really the end of the world, in my opinion. They get through the round. Interesting stack going on over on the other side. Not seen that very often, but it's a nice idea.
Yeah, I mentioned before about the battle of streaks. For Alliance, they have won their last 3 Ancient games. And the teams they played against haven't even got over 7 rounds. 13-3, 13-6, 13-7. And they've played it 4 times so far, Ancient, at this very event. Whereas it's 3 losses in a row for 9Z on Ancient.
Wow,
so
okay.
One of those streaks has to end right here, right now.
I know what 9C would love. Don't want to be adding to the loss streak. Era catching Wazopeak, who otherwise was in a very dangerous position, sneaking in around the back there. It's now going to be a 3 versus 4. It's BobXD finding in the middle, as we know that he will be doing a lot of. And they are kind of walking back towards the B-bomb site. They got the bomb with them as well. There is a double setup between Avid and Twist on this one. And Era started to kind of join in. He's got the AK as well, Era. So not bad at all if you can keep 3 people near the bomb site.
Little off angle for Avid. Likely to get checked. You're typically going to be looking at long, which is where Twist is playing. It's a really good setup. And even if they had managed to get an entry, you got Era as well.
That is actually super devastating. 9C. Don't know what the plan is here. 2 versus 4. Desperate measures. You're trying to get the wall bang down. It does lure them into Luchov. He was sort of halfway ready for it, so fair play to him. Dink onto DGT, and I think it's just a formality at this stage, figuring out how to get this last kill on board. Molotov will force one of them back, but yeah, he's pretty much locked in here. 20 seconds left. Respect the fact that Alliance are not overcommitting to the fight, even though you're probably still going to win it. It's just one of those moments where why even leave it up to chance here? He's making a bit of an escape, and Era, they actually might be able to get away with the AK. That's not bad, I suppose, right? For DGT. Better than getting killed in cave.
Honestly, that's incredible. That's a Houdini-esque escape, because when they got the kill onto Luchov, that was the bomb that dropped down as well and towards Highway. And so at that point, they knew that DGT was stuck in cave. But I think it was more self-survival kind of mode, knowing that their economy was still pretty fragile, so they didn't want to run into DGT, who is on 5-0, by the way, so has had a really good start. But the fact that DGT escapes and saves the AK there is actually kind of wild, and it does really bulk up their buy, because their economy was hanging by a thread, so it's just the one Tech 9 in play as a result of that one. Well played DGT in the end.
Yeah, sometimes those small differences could really come back to make a larger one later on. BobXD said, we know he's going to be fighting. It's what he does. Wazopeak, though, ready to take up the challenge on the other side with the Galil. Oh, grenade, though, catches him. Nice dunk from Era. Puts them in a 3 versus 4. And again, with some damage onto DGT and Mayon, who was, both of those players, pretty good with Luchov as well on the second map. We'd love to see Mayon back in that one. Alliance are pushing up with 2 people in the A hallways. That's kind of cool to do it around a minute. We'll see if 9C are going to be ready for it.
I don't think they will. I think there was like a speculative peek just towards main there before they fully committed to elbow, but this is where Uppy should be in amongst the kills. They even line up for him. They even help him out. Got a bit overzealous there. Nearly shot his teammate behind him. Gave him a jump scare, but he's done his job. And now DGT with the same task again of just trying to save. Yeah, he's fully in the source at that point.
Yeah, wired, but good work. And I think you're right. Like, there was just a second when 9C were thinking about it. Those hallway pushes are so, I think they make the CT side of this map way more interesting when people throw that in every once in a while. DGT here again. He saved the AK in the previous round. It's going to have to be a similar kind of task for him here. hope that you can find some kills. And actually, they're gonna leave him alone. They've got 2 AKs on that side, so I guess there isn't a big reason why you'd want to throw away these hard-to-get rifles. Even picking up a 3rd AK now. So yeah, I think it's just all about saving the AKs here for Alliance.
Yeah, exactly. DGT saving another AK into this next round that is going to be pretty much nothing alongside it. Sure, it comes with its perils and its potential dangers and pitfalls, but you having a bunch of AKs is worth so much more. So, understandable decision in the end for Alliance. Their money's starting to build up as well. There will be nothing alongside this AK. Unless they want to try and equalize into, like, saving in the next one, but I just can't see why you'd ever do that. So, no investment, really. Yeah. There's a smoke and a flashbang for Mayan. That's about it. He was a talisman on the previous map, so I'm curious, if he goes off the boil, do 9Z have the pieces around him to excel instead?
Yeah, or at least buy enough time for Mayan to kind of, you know, get his head in the game. They should have, right? Between DDT, Luchov, and Wazo Peak, I would say there's a good chance that can happen. Nice boost. Avid thought he was safe. He did not think he was going to be able to get peeked from middle like that. Otherwise, he would have been ready. But yeah, they were so far up. Smoke goes up, and what is going on? 2 kills in the smoke. They were still in there. And now Twist with a headshot on the Luchov. Mayan and Wazo Peak, 2 versus 4. Oh, it started with it's a really nice kill there, but Bob getting away with quite a bit.
Yeah, another player as well that didn't have the greatest of performances over on Inferno, individually speaking. But we know that Ancient is a map that he is very comfortable on, very convincing on. Now the last 2 Ts making a move through. Again, come into this round with barely anything other than that AK. A bit of an antique. It's been saved now for multiple rounds for DGT, who has died the first time here in round 5. And they need to put that AK to use. Wazo Peak needs to get himself an entry. Uppy's playing perfectly around the boxes right now. He's going to spot him. And now just needs to stay alive. They've got to play a temple, 1 in Donut. You don't need to get too overzealous. And Era shows his hand and will capitalize. Well played by Alliance in the end, even though it looked a little bit shaky when they lost a player over on Heaven.
Yeah, really well done. And I agree with you. Like, even at the end here, showing that you probably win the round no matter what, but not having more casualties, like staying put, waiting for the teammates. There's small details that add up to a much bigger picture. So we're going into round number 6. We still have Max on 0, Mayan on 0. That's concerning, to say the least. And they can't afford the AWP either. So the Mayan on a Galil instead. Now, he's still a pretty good rifler, but obviously we want to see him with the AWP having that impact early on. Luchov has already fought his way into the middle. Let's see how long he can stay there before Bob XD shows up. Bob was trying to fight through the smoke in the red room, but he's been put down to 64 health. So now the round resets a little bit. The bomb is leaned towards the A side, and I think Luchov and DDT might try and fake out this B hit. If Avid can find one of them, that will have to reset the plan for 9C, and if not, then we'll see if they're going to be ready. It's only 1 player defending the A-bomb side.
It's weird positions, though, from the Ts, because they don't have any mid-control, so they can't fully commit to watching Cave. They have to deal with Ramp as well, but also Heaven. And that's 1 too many angles. Especially now that DGT's been picked off, and now so is Luchov. All comes just a part of the seams, and sure, you funneled away all of the eyes off the A site, but because they're taking so long looking for these boosts, it's giving the CTs enough time to actually rotate back onto A and B close.
Yeah, and famously, you don't really care if the bomb goes down at A. You're happy to play the retake, especially when you're a man up. So not much of a sacrifice for Alliance, I would say, for getting that long flank from Bob XD. He is so far away that his teammates almost have to create a little bit of space for him. Otherwise, you'd want to wait here. Wazo Peak, so close. Very hard position to clear out there. And Uppy's not going to be able to do that. Avid swings for it, but Wazo Peak, he finds another shot up to the double kill in this one. And like I said, Bob is so far away that he was always going to have a hard time being part of this round. If his teammates got a couple of kills, then yes, he can kind of get there. But the problem is, if he runs knife out into the hallway, he's going to be hurt from Donut. So he just couldn't really get there. I don't know why he took that long a way around. That felt like a bit of an overkill. Nice shots. At least you're making sure 9C can't celebrate too much. But honestly, I'm surprised they win that round, 9C. It's really well played.
That position that Wazo Peak was using, by the way, is such a gross, like, headshot angle. Because when you're crouched down, and you can see it caught 2 players off guard, but when you're crouched down, there's like a brick that's slightly higher than the rest of it. and it kind of covers like your neck up to towards like the nose, like chin area. It's really difficult to deal with because when you come around that angle, first off, your shadow is going to betray you before you even see the player. But also, you're looking at triple box, you're looking at A main. There's so many little areas you're trying to watch out for. So well played by BO3 in the end, but BobXD just goes back to what he knows best, and that's hyper-aggressive plays up on middle. Spray comes through, not quite there, but Uppy will capitalize.
This time they're a lot faster on the A-bomb site. 9C, they want to use the madness in the middle to try and see if they can carve open the A-bomb site. They know that someone's in donut. If they could get Uppy here, then it's huge. The bomb is behind them. Alone right now. You got to be careful if you can actually plant it here. Era's already pushed out in front. BO3 keeps it going. Oh my god, 9C winning every single fight there. That's disappointing for Alliance, because if they could have won any one of those, either at donut or pushing in from CT spawn, it's a very different round. But strong mechanical showing for 9C in this round will get them a fourth. And yeah, I mean, in spite of the fact that they lost a couple of early rounds after the pistol, they're right back on track here, looking for a good first half. Now, I want your input on this, Vince, while we are watching Abbott save the gun here. So, Laissez-Faire in the chat is saying, I'm calling in sick to work. Max has officially pissed me off with his weird-ass way of sitting in his chair. If you're the boss, are you accepting that as a reason not to show up for work?
I thought a CS player has bad posture on camera. Yeah, sure,
Yeah,
why
it's
not?
tilted me so much, like...
Yeah. Yeah, do it. You definitely won't lose your job that way. I'm sure your boss will be very understanding.
Okay. If you get in any kind of trouble, then send him a clip of this, and we're vouching for you. It's a valid medical reason for not showing up for work, so you've got approval on this side. We're getting close now to I think a real inflection point in this first half here. The money is low enough. They've got a couple of rifles on the CT side. One of them the saved AK there on Abbott. But if they lose this one, Alliance, it is starting to get really scary. It could be 9C sort of powering up and starting to get the momentum rolling. Max has still not got a kill, and in spite of that, 9C are at 4 rounds.
Yeah, to be fair to Max, though, he is the brains of the operation, and when you have DGT, Luchov, and BO3 all performing, he's really not going to be required most of the time. And DGT really is due a big performance, by the way. Overall, in this event, with 12 maps played, he's on a 1.02 rating. That is nearly 0.15 off his normal 3-month kind of rating. So it goes to show how far he's dropped when it comes to this event individually. Yeah. And we know he's not going to stay at that level for long. He is way too good.
Bit of a gamble here for Alliance, not holding the B-bomb side. I don't blame them because, again, they don't have a lot to work with, so they want to focus elsewhere. But it does mean there's a clear path for a bomb plant. Max lining up the first couple of kills for himself. So, yeah, it's not wrong. He is leaned way onto the desk. It's a very funny kind of posture, but that maybe wasn't why he's not getting the kills. He's done it this time, and it means they're going to save the AK once again with Era here with the 5-7. So 5 rounds on the side of 9C. And just on the job front, Graphica saying, jokes on casters, I already lost my job. So I guess he does win on that one. Like, fair play to the man. It means more time to watching Counter-Strike, I suppose.
Feels bad, man. Hopefully land on your feet. Why am I taking that seriously? Yeah, joke is on us. Get wrecked. We're scrubs. Also, I just read a absolutely mental... I don't even know if I want to read it out loud by Rinny Bell. That is...
I saw it.
It's a fascinating message.
The hell with
it's fascinating.
Anders, can you read this message? Can you read my lips? Can you kiss me on the lips? It's too much. It's too much! The kick chat is officially run out of control. I will look away for a minute just to clear my brain and just focus on the Counter-Strike. But we've had a couple of rounds here where there wasn't that much to focus on because it was just kind of 9C winning a little bit early on and kind of Alliance, I think, not able to fight back in some of these rounds. Now they are back with more rifles. The saved AK, the M4s. Luchov is ready to battle Bob in the middle if he's allowed to, but I think there's too much utility in there. So he's going to back on out. They're on the ramp again, looking to run straight onto the site. No one's watching it. It's my favorite thing to hate on Twist, though. Might have found the timing anyway, but no! Somehow misses the opportunity. And headshots upon headshots here. BO3, DGT, and Max. Cracking skulls on the Swedish side of things. It's BobXD and Uppy left, and there's nothing they can do here. That is disappointing.
Man, like the fact that you you have a crossfire, you have players in your crosshair, and you don't get a single kill in the approach is criminal for Alliance. Like, I don't know how you can possibly explain that away. You've just fought back on Inferno. You're on Ancient. You're on an even keel. You're finally in the position where you can start to take over. And Ancient's a good map for them as well, by the way, statistically speaking. But they're just getting wrecked in terms of trading. Like, they just can't go toe-to-toe with any of the 9Z players right now.
Yeah, and typically I always feel like it's a bit of a disappointing feeling when you have to almost boil the analysis down to that level where you're saying, well, they're just not winning the fights, because it feels like it's such a reductionist way of thinking about the game. But that's been the case. Like we talked about it earlier on the A-bomb site where, you know, they ran to fight Donut and Era, I think, was coming through CT spawn. And there are many moments here where actually Alliance could get kills. They should be able to do it. It was Twist in this round. He had every opportunity, probably knows it as well. And it's just not connecting, unfortunately. And at the end of the day, you know, you can have all the rotations, you can have all the utility in the positions and everything else. If you can't land those shots and get the kills, then, yeah, there's not a lot of game to be played around that, unfortunately. Timeout's been called. We'll see if the Swedes and their weird mascot can manufacture something.
Well, they're going to need to, because you didn't just fight all the way back on Inferno after potentially, like, let's be honest, throwing the map in the first place, to then get steamrolled on Ancient. That would be such a sad whimper of an exit for the event, and a great one at that as well for Alliance. Like, it's easy to focus on the negatives, but the fact they're here in the semi-finals is an amazing accomplishment within itself. Don't go out like this, boys. This is where you need someone to start rallying. And instead it's Twist that just gets splattered from the AK, opens up business to the B site. BobXD should have had the kill on DGT, but it was a deagle as opposed to a rifle. And DGT just spins around and picks up a 12th.
He's so active right now. What a delight to see DGT at this level of play. Once again, a Luchov, easy enough for that one, but we'll count it nonetheless as a triple. They're in the zone. They're focused right now. You can feel it. And again, they're the team that, in that final round of the double OT on Inferno, they screwed up that round. They messed up that 2v2. That should have been their chance to extend it into like triple OT or whatever it would have been. And instead, they missed the shots, and Alliance walk away with a victory. So, if anything, it should have been 9C coming into this map, maybe feeling a bit grim about the whole situation. It doesn't look like it at all. They're absolutely back in the game. Big work from them so far. Luchov in the middle. Flash is going over. BobXD, he was up on the high ground there, but Wasopi's going to be able to take him. So, a 2-for-1 trade. Beyond worth it here for 9C.
Oh, you take this every day of the week, and it's just got a whole lot better. As desperation creeps in once more, Twist trying to make plays, trying to force some kind of success for his teammates, but in doing so, he's given them an even higher deficit to play off against. Avid, the timing there is brutal for him. The second he looks away, Huazo Peak crossed, was not anticipating it. And realistically, best case scenario here for Era is to save the AWP into the last round of regulation on this first half. And I'm not sure he'll be afforded that luxury, because you've got tons of cash for 9Z. They know Era is the AWPer. You want to hunt him down. And although he's got the first frag onto DGT, now his position is compromised.
Yeah, he heard the footsteps here, so he actually knew that Waso Peak was there, but it doesn't matter. This is why we were a little bit confused about Waso Peak on Inferno, because he's definitely the kind of player that can hit some of these shots here, proving it in this one, getting rid of the AWP. And you're right, like, there's no reason for them not to hunt him. They have so much money on the T side that, I mean, we're going around number 12, so the money definitely would have never mattered anyway. But even if we were halfway through the map, they would have gone for that hunt just for the AWP alone. No AWP in the final round here. Instead, we've got 2 FAMAS, 2 MP9s, and an M4A1 on Era. Really tough here for the Swedes. They do need this final round. I think there's a big difference between 9-3 and 8-4 at this stage. You've got to find a way to reactivate the team. Nobody's really shown up. No one's really been able to shut down 9C. So at least come out with a final round and see if you can start to build a comeback.
Yeah, man, you got the trifecta of beasts on 9Z all showing up at the same time. DGT, Luchov, Huazo Peak, all over double digits. Meanwhile, the kind of stars on Alliance have just been dulled. BobXD, probably the pick of the bunch, but not had much rounds, really, where you could look at him, and a lot of his kills have been exit frags, to be completely honest.
True.
So 9Z, what a time to dial it up. I mean, we always knew that they had the ability to take over this entire tournament, if we're being honest, especially with BetBoom being removed after losing. One of the favorite teams, the MP9 spray is decent, but EGT does go down to Era. So maybe Alliance can carve a path to a 4th round after all.
If they keep walking, are they just going to be able to shoot up in the back? Luchov, oh god, that's risky, but he gets the gun back out and just shuts down BobXD. What a decisive kill. You probably could have been killed in the burst the first time around because you were running with your knife out, but then he just spins and is ready to go. 3 versus 3, and the bomb is planted. Luchov here in the red room, and they know about it, so they're going to double up and try and see if they can sandwich him. Good work. It's Twist to take down, but that was the easy kill. Low health player. Now the problem is Wazopeak and Mayan, who has been very quiet, admittedly. So maybe mostly Wazopeak. See if he could do anything more. The bomb is ticking away. They do not have a kit at the moment, so they've got to be a little bit quick with it here. They get rid of Wazopeak, and now it's Mayan. So you can have a time to shine here right at the end of the half. Now Twist will jump on him, and they're going to be quick with the defuse. They should have enough time for it here. So double for Twist, double for Era. Very, very scary stuff here for Alliance in the first half, as they probably wanted a lot more, but 4 is all they can get.
Man, that's something you don't see every day, by the way. Mayan ends the first half, 3 kills and 4 deaths after 12 rounds played. Just goes to show how dominant it's been and how unneeded he's been required so far. With his teammates all carrying the burden of this map. And to be fair, he was the guy that was carrying Inferno big time, and he also had a very good nuke, so we'll let him off for map 3. Have a bit of a rest.
Yeah, maybe he needed a bit of a timeout here. And you're right, I mean, that's another way to look at it, I suppose, is that with both Max and Mayan being a little bit quiet in the first half, they still get 8 rounds. So super impressive. 9C just crushing it here. Not that far away now from the grand final, which will be tomorrow. Best of 5, and they're going to be facing either Paravision or FaZe, depending on how the second semifinal goes. That's a little bit later in the day. So, yeah, you know what you're doing. Stay here, especially since half of you are already unemployed. You might as well be hanging out with us. I don't know. Attacking the chat once again, Vince.
You can't help yourself. But
they bring out the worst in me.
So, do Alliance have the ability to bounce back again? It would be so impressive if they did, but I can't help but feel like it may be too far gone here, Anders. Like, I don't want to be that guy. I don't want to be the Doomsday guy. But the way that 9Z have been playing individually, I can't see them all slowing down in the second half. And even if it's like DGT and Luchov, even if Wazopeak, if you just take 2 of those 3 players performing even close to how they did in the first half, I don't think Alliance have enough to stand toe-to-toe with them and just trade out.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine how this would be built, but sometimes, you know, you can switch halves and kind of just find a new gear. That's what we're going to have to hope for. That's what we're going to be looking for the Swedes to be doing right now. I think they've already proven themselves, right? Just to recap from the conversation that we started the day with, Alliance beat 9C in the group stage to make the playoffs, right? So we know that they're a strong team, stronger than I expected. It's already been an impressive run for them. I think no matter what, like, this tournament has been a success for Alliance as a whole, but you'd love to show that last bit of strength and that last bit of dedication to say, okay, this was a brutal first half, but let's make this comeback happen. Let's really get off to a good start here. Pistol round is going to be coming up with Alliance now on the T side, and it's 9C on the CT side. I'm very interested to see what kind of purchases are going to be coming out. That'll sometimes tell you a lot about what's happening. It is another map where, again, the smoke kit combination could be very efficient, but not always favored here. Sometimes the dualies are a bit of a preference depending on the team.
I think dualies definitely have their place in Ancient, though. There's a lot of areas you can use them, like A main, Cave, very devastatingly strong, but 9Z opting not to go for it. Full USPs. And full Glocks on the side of Alliance. We did see a couple of P250s picked up yesterday on the T side.
Yeah, but they do have the smoke kit.
Effect. They do. I know you're a big fan.
Always. I think it adds like that extra X factor to any round. Oh god, they're all running for it here. Now the lack of dualies could get interesting. Also, are they going to be ready for this one? Mayan is the one with the kit here. Max early headshot. But now the Glocks are coming right into the B-bomb site, and this is where it gets real tricky. They've got so many bullets on the other side. They actually survive. He's jumping and dancing like he was some sort of weird Western movie, trying to see if he could avoid getting shot in the feet. Wazo Peak and DGT, 2 versus 4. The bomb has been planted here. Alliance, they absolutely had to win this pistol round. I think they've done enough here to get it across the line, so super important. Technically not an advanced round, right? You got some smokes down, and then you're just 5 Glocks up on the B ramp.
That's going to be a save all day, isn't it? You're looking for exit frags at best. And speaking of some smooth moves, a guy in chat asked us who would win in a twerk off between the two of us. 100% Anders. They don't call him Sexy Anders for nothing. That's all I'm saying. He's got a lot of cake back there.
I haven't been practicing I feel like I missed out. Like, twerking was a big thing, like, you know, it must be like a decade ago now. And it was tempting to get into it, I must admit. Like, I almost got drawn into the whole vibe. But I never really kind of, like, fully developed I'm waiting for the second go. Like, it's going to come back in style again, and then I'll be ready. But I appreciate the vote of confidence, Vince. That does make me feel good. Maybe we'll put it to the test one day. We can have that's content for the future, but only for paying subscribers and all the rest of it. Round number 14. They will force up into the round.
They will. And it's really important for Alliance not to take the pistol and don't let your foot off the gas. How many times do we see a team get put down by these 4 spies of 5.7s? Interestingly, 2 FAMASs picked up as well. I feel like a lot of teams would actually just occupy for the MP9s and play closer ranges, but they are utilizing one of those in DGT's hands in the middle. Meanwhile, though, the molly comes through and Avid gets both, but Horzo Peak struck first.
3v4. Max already dinked up a little bit there. Nice shot from Era as DGT will be going down. Max gets one more kill, but he can't keep it alive. And it's BobXD with a headshot on Mayan at the almost exact same time there. That's a round where there could have been some scary potential for the T side, but they make it through. And I don't know. It's not the full comeback that's on yet, but at the same time, we're at a place where at least the Lions have bought themselves some of the momentum to start to have the conversation. And like I said, that's got to be one of the big tests for any team that has aspirations of, making it deeper and really making an impact on the world stage. You can't just build it off of having great starts all the time. Sometimes you do need to have the strength to come back in a game, and Lions are slowly proving that that's definitely a feature of the team.
Yeah, it also shows me that this isn't going to be sort of like a fluke run at this event. I would have expectations of them going forward. It's not just how do you do when you're on fire, when everyone's performing. It's how do you do when things aren't going your way, when you're playing at like a 5 or a 6 out of 10. Weird and wacky cave engagement, but it's going to go in favor of Avid again as he lands the shot through the smoke onto Max. Thought for a second they were going to get some shots through there from the CT side, and now this stack starts to show its head. Era realizes it starts to back away. Spray has done a ton of damage to multiple CTs, 3 of them below 20 HP.
Luchov close. They did try to burn him out, but there was a smoke that saved him earlier. Not going to be saved, though. Avid is just crushing his way through. That's an ace now. Up against not that much, but nonetheless, pretty cool at the end. He got like 4 kills in about as many seconds. And that will be Alliance surely starting to feel the momentum swing their way. Things are getting a little bit more serious on the 9C side of things, too. What's the answer? They've got Mayan on the AWP, and we had the conversation in the first half. 3 kills. We didn't worry about it because they had such a great first half, but now we will start to concern ourselves a little bit more with it. If he can't pick up some of these early kills in the second half here, when he's got his sniper, that will be a cause for a little bit more criticism. Even if you played great on Inferno, and he truly did, still would make you worried. 16th round, and the scoreline is 8-7. Still in favor of 9C, but they had all those rounds in the first half. There's DGT finding BobXD. He was trying to go real cheeky through the smoke in the middle. Max is running for his life as the MAC-10s are coming for him, and he will survive.
Yeah, well done, Max, honestly. He was flashed. There was a Molotov down. It was awkward. But staying alive in Temple, it's not just the fact... Oh, hold on, Era with that transfer. Maybe they can still get this one done yet, Anders. I was kind of writing this round off, and although Uppy has fallen, they still have Avid, but he's in middle and no control over the bomb. It's dropped right out in the open on A. Yeah, but the fact that Max survived, it did allow the rest of his team to move through on CT, and they couldn't get fully committed on. All 3 players are a little bit wounded, though, but it doesn't matter when you slow peek out into the AWP, and Mayan does strike.
Yeah, you're right, though. Era, that double spray down is a real opportunity to maybe do something, but they just couldn't get the bomb down. Even if they would have, if they'd have the bomb in a 1v3 like that, at least there's more of a chance for the sole T player to do something. But without a bomb plant, that was always going to be quite tricky. Timeout called for Alliance. First round picked up from 9C in the second half. That's huge. They get to save the AWP as well. So some signs of success. We had double OT on the second map. I mean, the way that this is shaping up, it could be heading in that direction too. And I wouldn't be against it, even though it could be a long day of Counter-Strike for all of us. At the same time, we're talking about a spot in the semi-final. Best of 5 grand final, or a spot in the grand final, I guess, tomorrow. Best of 5, and it's $1 million prize pool. So I love to see teams really, truly tested to make their way all the way to the end. And like I said, they're facing up against either FaZe or Paravision. We'll find out later in the day. But here we go. The buy is in. They will have someone to work with on the T side. That's the good news.
Run boost through. Don't think it fully worked for 9Z. As they blow open the smoke, it's a 1-for-1. But plenty more where that came from. Twist, though, from heaven. Turns the screws and puts down DGT. Been one of those spearhead players. So Alliance have the advantage. And the money's not great either for the CTs. So, I mean, this is such a vastly important round that 9Z desperately have to hold on to.
Well, look at the massive gamble. 3 people at the B-bomb site. We saw them do this on Inferno as well, and I would say with mixed success. But it does make sense to try and go for it. Alliance have a long time to figure out what's going on. They also have the Galil, so it's not quite a Mac 10, but you could still try to sort of test the bomb site and figure out what's going on. If they run into Mayan, that's going to give them a lot less information. If they run into Waso Peak, that'll tell them everything, because he's normally going to be anchoring or playing closer to the A-bomb site. So, yeah, Mayan, they might think he's alone here. It's going to be out in the open. A good shot. Now, Luchov here. The gamble has worked so far. A second kill for Mayan, and Luchov is there to close the round out. A triple stack on the B-bomb side, and Alliance, they walk straight into death.
Yes, the classic mentality of we'll stack the site, and if they hit the other one, we just save together. We bodyguard one another for that next round. But I am a bit disappointed in Alliance not going and sending a couple of scouts to probe the other sides of the map. We saw them doing this a lot on Inferno. They had lots of time after those early fights. Like, keep in mind, it was the first 20, 30 seconds when that 2-for-1 went in Alliance's favor. And no one pushes mid. No one tries to get intel on the A side of the map.
Yeah.
That seems crazy to me.
I think that's totally fair criticism, and probably something that Alliance will have to go back and think about if they end up losing this one. Twist, though, wait a minute. 0 rifles except for the AK. He's going to get a kill with it. Luchov has shown up once again, and now there's a smoke down on top of them, and I don't think they can push through it. They have to respect it. Wow, it looked like that was enough of an opening. I thought that 1 kill for Twist would have done it, but Luchov is fully back and activated. He's got 17 kills. He's done so much work for this team in the last couple of months. I mean, the major was a real revelation, but it's been fun to watch him grow. They are going to go back to A, but we already covered this topic. You're not that worried about the bomb being planted in this kind of situation for 9C. As long as you got the kits, which they do, and you've got the man advantage, you should be all right.
I do agree, but I will also say that Alliance, one of the only chances they have to win this round was off the basis that they got a free plant.
True.
Because now you're in a position where if 9Z don't clear all their angles, if you get a timing peak on one of these like wide swings with a Deagle or the AK, things can quickly get out of hand.
And they know.
And
they've heard the footsteps. Yeah, they know that they're coming through this way. Glock up close, but it's the AK. It's a real punishing danger. Waso Peak. What a swing, though. Gives no chances to Bob XD. DGT with a headshot. That's kind of wild. It's a good setup for Alliance. Like, they heard the footsteps. They knew that they were running through Red Room back into CT spawn. And honestly, I thought with the Glock being close to kind of distracted, there was a chance that Bob XD would have had time to land maybe 1 or 2 kills, and that could have made all the difference. But that is such a confident retake.
Have to say as well, by the way, I think on the approach when they were clumped together with 3 players on CT, I swear there was like 2 team kill headshots, like team damage headshots from the AK into the back of their teammates there. They put them into a weird like low HP margin for that wide swing. Worked in their favor, but that could have gone really, really bad.
Well, the tension is pretty high at the moment, so mistakes are bound to be happening. They are faking towards the B-bomb site. They're putting a little bit of pressure on. I think they want to find a kill and go fast. I can't see them slowing this down. They're giving up all the rest of the map control. Yeah, so once you get this one, you should be running for the site. They've already smoked off towards Donut. CT spawn as well, but Mayan is pushing in front of this smoke, playing on the site with the AWP. And Wasopeek's coming through as well. He is not afraid any longer. He's back in the game. And Mayan shuts down Twist here. Huge double for Wasopeek. He was missing. We had search teams out looking for him with, you know, sniffer dogs and all the rest of it because we couldn't find him on Inferno. But this is something different. 16 kills and huge defense on the A-bomb site.
It's going to sound like such a strange thing to say, but Mayan's Incendiary for me was the MVP of this round. They lose the player in A main. He throws the Incendiary. There were 2 players donut, but they were more mid than they were on the A side. So it allowed Mayan to put his AWP to use, but more importantly, get those 2 CTs out of donut because it took about 5 seconds longer than Alliance were hoping for. They had that window of opportunity, but it was slam shut in their face. So it just goes to show this is why utility is so very important at this level of play. It makes a huge difference.
Yeah, I love that. It's a great detail. And I mean, 5 more seconds in a game of Counter-Strike is night and day. Mayan with the shots. Don't know if BobXD ever had much of a chance. Very, very tricky when the bomb is not planted and finding and clearing the entire bomb site. But yeah, that's a great detail. I love that. Buying a little bit of extra time. And the fact that they came through the smoke as well to fight with. Otherwise, the plan made sense, at least for Alliance, right? You get the kill. You're already setting up the smokes onto the A-bomb site. So like from a tactical point of view, it does make sense. But I suppose this brings us back to an earlier talking point on this map, which is that sometimes 9C just look like mechanically they're on a different level and Alliance can't quite keep up, which hasn't always been true in this series, right? But on this map, it seems like they've just hit a different level when it comes to the individual stuff here. Both Luchov and DDT, and now Wasopeek as well, added 3 to that mix. That's pretty tough. 12-7, and one more round for 9C, and they will be in the grand finals here with the XSE Pro League. And again, we're putting some grenades into the A-bomb side. I don't think it's a full commitment this time. A nice boost up, but they get knocked off that box. Luchov and DGT, and now they must push. They might as well.
No guts, no glory. But it's Wasopeek that spills more blood, and it's BobXD that goes down alongside him. And now it feels like the curtain is coming down on Alliance's tournament hopes. They got so close to the grand finals, but 9Z were the better team today overall. And unless RP and Era can pull off a miraculous 2v4 clutch, make that a 1v4, this one is a done deal. All on Era's shoulders, and Luchov will nail him, getting the South Americans to the grand finals.
Ah, that is huge. Very confident victory. I'm super impressed with the way that they played this last one. Again, it's a massive sort of up and down game. It was hard fought on Nuke. It was losing in double OT on Inferno. That's a lot to go through. It's a long game of Counter-Strike, but then you come into the third map and you look like it's the first map of the day. You're fresh and ready to go. Individually, everything coming together. And I mean, it's hard to even say who's the best player across all these maps, right? Because Mayan's impact on the second map was insane. And then he went, missing on this one. Got DDT Luchov instead, kind of really stepping it up. And also Wasopeek here towards the final map. So very, very cool performance. 9C, I think they were always one of the favorites to make the grand final of this tournament. And they are starting to prove again that they're a really, really cool team to follow. What a great story for South America as well. I would say a region of Counter-Strike that has a tremendous amount of talent. Just very often spread across a bunch of teams, which is a little bit interesting. But down on the stage, I do believe we have Banks ready with a bit of an interview. So we'll try and be quiet as they're going to be talking through this one. But yeah, great match.
掌声送给9Z啊！恭喜晋级总决赛啦！那么这也是9Z 队史上第一个总决赛，我们来问一下他感觉怎么样？So Mayor, the very first grand final in org history. How do you feel?
Oh, it feels amazing. And playing with this team is the best feeling I had in my entire life. So I'm enjoying it so much, and the people is crazy here. I love China. They are so kind to us, and we respect it.
感觉太棒了，能和这个9Z 的队友们一起并肩作战，是我这辈子目前最好、最棒的感觉。然后中国的观众们太给力了，感谢大家。
Mayan, you were just saying about this team, such beautiful words, right, and what it means to you. Can you explain to me and the viewers at home, like, how this has come together, how you get these feelings from playing Counter-Strike with these guys and going on the journey that you have in the last few months?
Oh, it was really hard to us. My teammates left, and me, of course, we left too much in our house. We were together the whole year, and we were practicing and living our life, behind us. So we are expecting more. We have to do more because we have the potential. So we still wanting, and we are going to win that final.
过去的这段时间，可能大几个月，将近1年的时间，对我们来说是非常的艰难的，因为我们真的非常的辛苦。我们的队员们其实直接就是放弃了个人的生活，就是一直在训练，一直在四处去打比赛，真的非常的辛苦。但是我觉得我们明天这个总决赛会赢。
Now, going up against Alliance in this game, right? Pretty crazy series of how it all went down. You went for Nuke, your tried and tested pick, the safety one, which worked out very well. But then we go into this crazy overtime, a lot of back and forth in it. You made a great comeback from 11-6 down to even make overtime. But what do you think was missing in not being able to close that out 2-0?
Oh, I think they played really good. They had a strong Inferno, and we knew that. We started to play different of our gameplay with Hub, and it was working, but yeah, we lost a few rounds in some details, and it was important rounds for us. But yeah, I think they played really good, and we tried our best, but it didn't work.
就图1我们这选图 Nuke 感觉打的还是比较轻松的，但是图2呢，对面的 Inferno 是非常非常的强，然后他们打的也非常非常的好。那么我们呢，有一些很关键的局没有能拿下来。然后我觉得我们在打 Inferno 的时候，可能就是和我们赛前的这个准备的一些东西稍微有一些不一样。但我们其实也尽力了，最后没有拿下来 Inferno。
And now you've sat in this position where you've got 2 wins on a stage for the first time in front of big crowds for you guys. Does it feel like you are over the fear or over the barrier that was blocking you guys? And how much does this team believe and need and want to go for this trophy?
I think we are going step by step, and we needed that first win against Tailu. It was it was really important for us to win the first match in playoffs, and we left it behind. Now we focusing on the next step and doing it step by step. I think today it was really important to us. It was really hard to play against them, and yeah, now we rest a little bit and focusing on the grand final.
就是 Banks 问呢，就是9G 在这个大舞台上已经连着赢了2场比赛了，那么他们是不是已经克服了这个大舞台的心魔？然后 Mayer 说，就昨天对天路的这个比赛对他们来说非常非常的重要，昨天这个比赛能赢下来，然后今天这个比赛也非常的艰难，但是最后也赢下来了，这对他们整个队来说都很重要。然后呢，他们现在稍微歇一歇，然后就要备战明天的总决赛了。
Well, Guangzhou, our first team to make it through to the grand final. It's 9Z and Mayan!
All right then, really great stuff, I must admit. 9C, they look determined, they feel ready. Looks like they are feeling like they could win the grand final as well, which I'm not going to count them out at all. Very good stuff. It is going to be a best of 5 tomorrow, but we need another grand finalist that's going to be up to go, and it will be either FaZe or on the other side of it, Harry Vision. So that semi-final is coming up in a couple of seconds here. Vince, you got any exciting thoughts about what we're about to see?
Oh, I think if FaZe play even close to how they did yesterday, they're making the grand finals. I was so impressed with them across the board. Quazo Peak actually getting the MVP on Ancient, so he also bounced back. So that's great for him after a poor Inferno. But yeah, I think like FaZe have such a high skill ceiling off what we saw yesterday. But I'm also trying not to get too carried away, Anders, because that is just one match where we've seen them lift themselves into that kind of like a category, and it can quite easily, that bubble can quite easily burst. Like, let's be real about it.
Yeah, it's early days, but it's kind of harder to get carried away with the excitement and the hype for them. Like, Twister's playing well, Frozen obviously going to be playing well, he's rock solid, but Jabone as well, kind of carving out a huge name for himself. I'm super excited. I think this is going to be a lot of fun. It will be coming up after the break, so do not go anywhere. We've got another semi-final to be casting, so stay tuned, and we will return in not that long.
He said himself he shouldn't be here, and now a Cologne major trophy in his capital.
Bro, we need to find a way to make FaZe great again.
Yeah, I think we need experienced IGL.
But we also need a GigaChat entry fragger, like back in the day.
Yo, Eddie.
Yo, what's up? Alright, man. Consider it done.
I'll let you just say some first words to them. Anything you want to add?
你好。自己的选择非常有说服力。
当中，你会看到进攻方的这个展现的逻辑当中，很多的时候，爆弹打完，我下面的几回合当中就会主动去尝试一些混烟抓 timing，我要抓你的防守习惯，我知道你 A 区哪些地方爱站人，哪些地方不站人。
而且其实刚才那个暂停之后，9Z就是我找到了，我知道你这个内场补铁门烟的时间点，
对，
然后直接摸出了这个火管，
确实那个时机抓得很好。
胜利。
其实，在这张地图，天路他们打进攻还是有很多的想法、思路，包括战术准备的。这张地图你去看，此前天路先被摘，
其实就是南美赛区的一个特点，他们有非常多的这种前顶战术。
我刚才看到这个哥们儿应该是拿了 BG 中信啊，一张图片。 你会发现其实整个上半场高光时刻的部分，天路其实不少的。
是的。
而且6、7个回合，天路总会有很多的多杀的机会和画面。但为什么最后是一个6比6的比分？因为手枪局。
是。
手枪局上来直接就导致天路先是3比0开。就是手枪局的胜率上，天路在下半场真的要
设计
抓回来一个手枪局，你得把这个手枪局拿下来。
我记得有一段时间天路是手枪局胜率奇高，然后赢了之后就被翻盘，然后最近这段时间的手枪局打的又没有那么理想。压力。
是的。这张图防守确实打得好啊，这些小配合、小动作都很多。你像天路刚才这个一小
的那一枪，后面就感觉不知道怎么守了。
但第2次在给到BO3同样的位置的时候，他是打的了。你看这一回合，这一回合其实守得非常漂亮，非常好。
对。
但是后面有一分，我觉得可以拎出来好好讲的是 DGT 他在那个旋踢的位置，他没有走上旋踢。但是那一分刚好天路摆了一个32楼，
对，
信息全部听完，灵皇的位置跳下去想要去接北口，但是 DGT 一看知道他在哪，就那把的 timing 被抓了之后，天路好像一下子全线崩盘了。
其实我觉得就是细节的一个问题，那一分他们2楼顶的没有那么的一个彻底，但是我没有想到他们会选择放脚步回防。要飞射，他还在放人，上来打一个2后路，超伟这边连接上来抓。
把你们逼到 A 点，你们 Happy 51秒的时间全部集合在中路，现场没有任何的道具可以返换到书房，书房也有烟，但对面会不会走连接啊？做连接的话可就出事了。太好，没出来的书房位置，桑拿就随时不连，他好踩 ，Top 2点拿到了开头的人头，18比7，一个赛点。
那 Taxi 在上半场发挥是非常的亮眼啊。不管是手枪局还是 ECO， 都成功的刷到了手感。
这5比0的开局，最后打到6比6。
我觉得 Lance 上半场的最后一分，他们在外场的这个设计特别漂亮。
自从他们5比0之后嘛，他们把就是在顶着手，
对，顶着手，错失了几个比较好的机会吧。
就是从这个镜头开始，Alliance 就已经感觉那口气不对了。
其实 Alliance 在下半场很多进行接触的这种设计非常多，特别是黄防来进攻这个位置。
他就是这么几个关键局嘛，一个刚刚那个1打1，一个手枪局1打3，对，然后又最后一局又是没有拿下，他其实就差这么几个关键局。这几分你要是算下全部拿下，这比分是能够反过来。
对，而且经济上也没有太多的优势，必须赢关键局才行。
多少人数优势，他们总是没有办法拿下来。其实也是从手枪局就开始了，手枪局也是一个少打多打了回来。
前卫的 A 掉了残血，成为伏笔了。爆破，
这连续2颗反清，
被落地界横拉出来。哎哇，这个时候反倒就是走不了啊，直接被粘住，而且还有无限的闪光。
但是又一颗火，强行换他还能走。好了，
后路已经超干净了。
这是后路给了颗烟，给了颗雷破烟把你给打了，
让他调度一下，去 B 区帮忙。中路想来三路开的话，直接来就行了。而且刚才那个也只是 Alliance 的肥狗跨烟给撕掉了。
看他这个动作就知道啊，他的中路这烟雾弹后面蠢蠢欲动。
就是从这一分开始，情况就不对劲了。
不要问就是开了。你看这跟开了有什么区别？他甚至收了枪，用子弹专门往你身上扫。
对，这上半场集锦一半都是他的。
尤其是这一分太夸张了。
哇，这个也是手撕大局，这打的 Nemesis 没脾气了，然后最后一分更不用多说。又来了，丹麦科技，今天就知道你没有看。哦，1v1前点 ，TC 主动拼后卫切，哎呀，能不能逆转局势？这个被 TC 主动拼大局 ，Twist 也倒，但是这波阵地战打了一个1v1的残局给到 Alliance 和 Nemesis。1 by 1，真拆了，我要赌。回头先看了他，红口皮克接了秒，灵活换掉 Max。
要来了吗？有炸烟雷，看见美妙冲击，汉堡先拿下手不行了，来，我们这边看见了非常多的人，帮人上来打一个2个，他们这边连接上来，
灵活打一个2楼，但是楼中 Max 全准了，我们要恭喜 Nancy， 他们战胜了天路。先贴一边，第2个也有，但是第3个他没想到吗？我的天哪！管一边吧，接住了 X 野军，想要踩到
对不起 Nemesis，
拿下5-1的胜利。
过点，这个双枪在烟里混，3边都在打他，先接一个，还能再输出吗？这把双枪成伏笔了，3个人被他打完了，充满雷，但是又一颗火，强行换，他还把你给打了，再抽一个侧身肉。
一马当先，拿出来，哇，爆火的这几个3个都有，
出去看着，
来了，主动找机会，
怎样？
我的天哪！1 by 1真拆了，我要赌，
他要直接拆，主持不了，
这一把拿下，比分追平，天路机会在最后一分当中被区别去追平。看到枪管，2楼也在，还不一定再传，还有吗？还有吗？再传一个！郑义义，高义义立功了，5-3。
场这么秒啊！2打2，这狗里白绕了，他绕了一圈，结果其实 T 这边直接去内场了。哎，主驾，5秒就杀，来吧，瑞夫，我操！
I'm very excited to come back and to play on Tier 1 with this roster, with these guys. It's very interesting how it will be. I want to play at this level because I miss it so much.
I hope we will make it like to the win, I would say. But the first goal is playoffs, of course, like on every tournament. And after reaching playoffs, it's for me it's like starting a new tournament. And on this new tournament, we just need to win 3 games, and that's my goal, like to show our best game in playoffs.
I mean, I have the same goal. I want to play as much as possible.
I can say that I played New Republic in China only once in Hong Kong, and it was like some crazy guys, like they were screaming like a lot more than in other countries, you know. And yeah, I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it a lot, especially on game versus Vitality.
A reunion with Celtic Carrigan. He said himself he shouldn't be here, and now a Cologne major trophy in his cabinet.
Bro, we need to find a way to make FaZe great again.
Yeah, I think we need to experience IGL.
But we also need a GigaChat entry fragger, like back in the day.
Yo, Eddie.
Yo, what's up? Alright, man. Consider it done.
Reunion with Celtic Carrigan. He said himself he shouldn't be here, and now a Cologne major trophy in his cabinet.
Bro, we need to find a way to make FaZe great again.
Yeah, I think we need to experience IGL.
But we also need a GigaChat entry fragger, like back in the day.
Yo, Eddie.
Yo, what's up? Alright, man. Consider it done.
I'll let you just say some first words to them. Anything you want to add?
你好。
这个展现的逻辑当中，很多的时候，爆弹打完，我下面的几回合当中就会主动的尝试一些混烟抓 timing，我要抓你的防守习惯，我知道你 A 区哪些地方爱站人，哪些地方不站人。
而且其实刚才那个暂停之后，9Z就是我找到了，我知道你这个内场补铁门烟的时间点，
对，
然后直接摸出了这个火管，
确实那个时机抓得很好。
胜利。
其实，在这张地图，天路他们打进攻还是有很多的想法、思路，包括战术准备的。这张地图你去看此前天路的比赛，你也会发现，天路这张图的储备是不少的。但今天的比赛当中，同样天路也是在自己的战术储备当中，一个一个的去拿出来，把自己的战术一点一点去运用到比赛的过程当中。但是对方完全不给你战术落位的空间。你想夹正门，走正门单走的那个先被摘；你想走 A 区正面爆弹，爆弹位先被摘，这就很难受。
其实就是南美赛区的一个特点，他们有非常多的这种填顶战术。
我刚才看到这个哥们儿应该是拿了 BG 中聘啊，一张图片。你会发现，其实整个上半场高光时刻的部分，天路其实不少的。
是的。
而且6、7个回合，天路总会有很多的多杀的机会和画面。但为什么最后是一个6比6的比分？因为手枪局。
是。
手枪局上来直接就导致天路先是3比0开。就是手枪局的胜率上，天路在下半场真的要
设计
抓回来一个手枪局，你得把这个手枪局拿下来。
我记得有一段时间天路是手枪局胜率奇高，然后赢了之后就被翻盘，然后最近这段时间的手枪局打的又没有那么理想。压力。
是的。这张图防守确实打得好啊，这些小配合、小动作都很多。你像天路刚才这个一小
的那一枪，后面就感觉不知道怎么守了。
但第二次在给到BO3同样的位置的时候，他是打着了。你看这一回合，这一回合其实守得非常漂亮，非常好。
对。
但是后面有一分，我觉得可以拎出来好好讲的是 DGT 他在那个旋踢的位置，他没有走上旋踢。但是那一分刚好天路摆了一个3楼，
对，
信息全部听完，灵皇的位置跳下去想要去接北口，但是 DGT 明白知道他在哪，那把的 timing 被抓了之后，天路好像一下子全线崩盘了。
其实我觉得就是细节的一个问题，那一分他们2楼顶的没有那么的一个彻底，但是我没有想到他们会选择放脚步回防。要飞射，他还在放人，上来打一个2后路，昌伟这边连接上来。
好的，欢迎回来啊！刚才第一场比赛真的是非常的精彩啊，但是今天的重头戏马上就要开始了。So that first match was insane, but the main event starts now.
The main event maybe starts now, but we kind of fought that at the end of yesterday, and FaZe absolutely destroyed BB. So let's see what they can do this time around. Guangzhou, how are we doing? I hear my trumpet, I hear him going, he's still out there somewhere. We're seeing the rafters filled up more now as well. It's starting to look real good. The temperature is rising, and the Counter-Strike is about to be epic, especially considering both these teams have gone through changes, and they have points to prove, and they need points to gain when it comes to the VRS.
这两支队伍呢，最近都是有一些阵容的变化，对吧？所以两支队伍都是很急于要证明一些什么啊。
Now, I know that Paravision had more fans cheering from a bit yesterday, right? So let's try and do a temperature check before the teams come onto the stage. Have we got some Paravision fans in the house? Ooh, a little bit less, a little bit less. Well, that is your first team coming onto the stage. So please, make some noise for Paravision!
Paravision 欢迎来自俄罗斯 Paravision。
James! Sway! Hobbit! Cielo! And Slaxages. Dastan, thank you once again for joining us here. Just talk me through yesterday's game, what you're able to learn from it, the crazy Cash, because yeah, Cash was back and forth and it was hard, but after that, you guys kind of just had full control, no worries.
Cash, we played a lot of rounds, it's a lot of experience, it's good, but on Engine it was, game against Big was all decided in one round. In 9-9, I think in score it was clutch 2v2 and we managed to win and we refreshed a new day.
就是昨天叉车我们打了很多局，所以我们呢在叉车这张图也得到了宝贵的经验、宝贵的这个练习啊。但是图2其实也很焦灼，但是应该是在9比9的时候，我们赢了一个2打2，然后后面就一帆风顺了。
One thing I've noticed, right, we spoke about Hobbit, we spoke about Slaxages, but it feels like with this current version of PV that we have James playing better. Why do you think that is?
Because Zweig and Cielo become more experienced and they giving more info and they play more with confidence and I feel now they are like middle and heart of the team, Zweig and Cielo right now. And I always told them there is this old guard, medium guard and new guys like.
I like that.
是啊，就是我们这个队伍呢，感觉现在打得比之前好了，因为 Zello 和这个紫薇打的也就越来越好，他们也打得会更加的舒适。然后他们两个呢，其实已经不算新人了，他们在我们的队就算中等，所以我们队呢有一个老登，2个中登，还有2个小将啊。
Now FaZe are a fan favorite here, right? But you guys, you've shown a good performance even with the new team. What do you think your team has as one advantage over FaZe right now?
Young individual shooting.
Oh, the firepower. Okay, okay.
我觉得我们队伍现在比 FaZe 的优势就在于我们的火力啊，我们年轻人火力很强。
There's a reaction from the crowd. Well, guys, please give it up for Dastan and Paravision as he goes to take a seat. And from here, FaZe are waiting to take to the stage again. And yesterday, we saw the best version of this lineup. The confidence was flowing. The individuals were dominant. They could do no wrong.
是啊，昨天我们看到了一个非常恐怖的 FaZe 啊，就他们的这个信心、就自信简直是爆棚的，然后他们的个人能力、个人状态来到一个很恐怖的位置。
Guangzhou, it's FaZe Clan!
欢迎 FaZe Clan！
Twist, Frozen, Jacob, Jabon, and Nachu. Hello again, Twist. The rest of the guys can sit down and get themselves ready for this one. Just tell me, Russ, how good does it feel to lead this FaZe Clan when they're playing like they played yesterday?
I mean, it was dominant CT game. It was a game of defense, 10-2 halves back-to-back on the defense, and they made my life really easy as a leader.
昨天我们的 CT 打出了统治啊，然后2场都是10比2，所以呢，对于我来说，当这个指挥其实就很容易了。
Now, when you're playing with some new players on the team, what is it that you've been able to notice when the team is in the right mentality or the flow state, you know, when things are going to go your way and everyone's doing what they're supposed to do, what you're asking them to do?
I mean, they don't overthink. They listen, they follow through with their intuition. They don't think about if it goes wrong, if it goes right. They just play the game, and that's what I love about it.
就我的队员们并不会多想啊，他们会听我指挥，然后再加上自己的理解。不管是打得好还是打得不好呢，他们都不会想太多，不会多想。
Now, I know you've been telling me the whole event long, you're taking it game by game, step by step, but now you're one step away from being in the grand final. Frozen told us yesterday, Paravision's a much harder matchup, but surely when you're looking at the practice you've had, what you've had going on with this, yes, it could be a harder matchup, but your individuals right now, stronger?
Oh, for sure, we have stronger individuals. I mean, Dawson just said that they think they have the firepower over us, and I think Betboom just said the same thing yesterday, so I think the pressure's on these guys to show it against us. And the funny thing is our practice buddy has actually been Paravision, so this is going to be a fun matchup to play.
今天一会儿的比赛会很有意思啊，因为其实我们约战呢也是经常约战 Paravision， 然后他在刚才呢，他们说他们觉得火力会比我们强，哎，但是昨天 Bad Boom 也是这么说的。
So with what you just said about the practice partners, I'm gonna expect there's a lot of mind games right now.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, let's see how much they overthink the situation, and yeah, I think the map pool is pretty expected from both parties, so it should be a great series tonight.
是啊，就因为双方都很熟悉嘛，经常一起打训练赛，那么可能一会儿会有一些心理战啊，也可能没有。哎，总监说不知道啊，不知道。
Guangzhou, let's hear it for Twist and FaZe as they go to get in the game. So here we have it. Guangzhou, the stage is set. Paravision on this side, FaZe on this side. Now, I'm pretty sure I know how this is going to go. But who's cheering for FaZe?
那有没有 Paravision 的粉丝啊？ Hey, the trumpet guy's on our side. Let's go.
You know what? I see that. You got the trumpet guy in there as well. All right, well, Guangzhou, this is your last game of the day. It's going to be action-packed. We just learned that they have been practice partners going up against each other. So I need everyone's voice, everyone's energy. I want to hear them at the loudest they can be, please, Baseline J.
是啊，今天最后一场比赛了，让我们来听到观众们的热情，好不好？
Oh, you're ready. Oh, you're ready. So give it to me. Guangzhou, are you ready?
Well, there we are. We're more than ready. Let's get into the game. The second semi-final is coming up. We got Paravision up against FaZe in this. Could be quite an epic matchup, really. It's $1 million prize pool. We got the VRS implications, and we need one more team in the grand final. Vince, how are you feeling? We've got into kind of normal hours, so I'm really super excited for this one. I think it's going to be one hell of a game. Don't forget to unmute yourself, but apart from that, we're ready to go.
Yes, sir, we are so ready. I'm so ready as well, Anders. I've been looking forward to this game the whole day. I think the first, semi-finals did deliver as well, to be fair. We had a couple of very close maps, and I think this is going to be more of the same, man. The fact that they were practice partners is the icing on top as far as I'm concerned. I think the veto as well, Twist's kind of touched on this a little bit. It's going to be pretty straightforward. We know Inferno, Nuke are not going to be played, Anubis probably won't be played. The only question left for me is, do we see Cash? Because both teams have already accepted and played it so far, FaZe twice and Paravision once.
I would love that. I mean, it's been really exciting catching up with Cash again and kind of seeing how people are learning or maybe failing to learn, especially the T side. So yeah, that's why we want more of it. But I'm glad that it's already been played a couple of times here. We've been swept away by the impressive work that FaZe have done so far. They seem to have the momentum, like the vibes are amazing. Obviously for an organization as legendary as this one in Counter-Strike, you wanted to see them recover from losing their core and losing Kerrigan and like all that whole history. Seems like they put it behind them pretty quickly. And on the Paravision side, I mean, Snaxages looks like a really cool pickup. James said he is going to have a bright career ahead of him. He really trusts him. Hobbit is back playing, and he's not here to be the superstar. He's here for the experience. And honestly, he's still mechanically looking very good at least in some of the maps I've seen so far. So let's see how this one plays out. We are going to get the veto online. It's Inferno and Nuke out to begin with. I guess that's not the huge surprise, but yeah, we'll see. Oh, and they are going to be getting a Cash. Let's go.
Nice, very nice. Yeah, and I've got to say as well, FaZe have looked incredibly good on Cash. They've played it twice at this event, BetBoom and Eyeballers. By the way, they've won 26 rounds and only lost 5. They've dominated in both Cash performances, whereas Paravision lost yesterday in their own game. So you could give the argument that FaZe would be favorites to pick up Cash. Dust 2 second is also a really cool map between these two. And I honestly think this series is shaping up to be a really, really fun game.
Oh, yeah. Great maps. Everyone's going to be competitive here. And I respect in some way Paravision, again, sort of allowing Cash to get thrown into the mix here, because that's a lot of fun. They probably want to play the map too. They want to learn as well. It's a dangerous time to play a learning game when you're in the semi-final of $1 million tournament. But at the same time, it's only going to get kind of more scary from here, right? Every month we're going to move closer to the major at the end of the year. So the runway for picking up and learning Cash, you've got minimal time, and there's no better experience than playing on a stage where everything is on the line here. So I think it's going to be super fun. I look forward to it. I know you guys are as well. It's yeah, best of 3 for this one, best of 5 tomorrow. I can't wait for it to get underway. Jaboan, he's really been blowing us away. This team just looks like it's ready to go. So huge rebuild, which is not always easy to do in Counter-Strike. Very often, it just doesn't work out. And I must be honest, I was skeptical about the Jaboan pickup. Most of my experience with him comes from playing a show match actually in Romania, like a year ago. So, and we lost. So I haven't forgiven him yet.
You'll hold that against him for forever. It's now Dane on Dane. Some friendly fire. We've been talking you up in your grudge against Sweden, but you're not a fan of Danes either. You just can't please Anders, this guy.
Just don't like human beings. I picked the wrong job, but that is what it is nonetheless. Shout out to you guys in the chat. It's always been entertaining. We appreciate you guys, keeping us entertained and sticking with us throughout this whole thing. It's been a long tournament so far, and we do have more action still happening. So yeah, it's great. See some returning faces in there as well. Hobbit doing a little bit of talking before we get into this one. It's going to be the pistol round coming up, obviously, on the map of Cash. Yeah, I haven't heard anyone complain about Cash being back. I just think it's everyone's excited, and it's about time.
it's a fan favorite map. I think people have been asking for it for a very long time, and it's cool to see that a lot of the pro teams have already decided that they are going to embrace it. You know, it's not going to be one of those sideline maps, kind of like Train Wars when it came back. It's one of the reasons it also got removed again. Look, Valve move in mysterious ways. Let's be honest, when it comes to their map changes. There's Kyosuke. We had Munasi here yesterday. Curious if he is going to be sat to Kyosuke's right or not. But I think this game as well, like by itself, has a ton of really interesting story points. We saw Slaxy Jez yesterday against Big. I think it was his breakout performance for Paravision. Up until that point, I wasn't completely sold on him, but I thought he was fantastic yesterday and instrumental in them getting that win. And then on the other side, and Twists kind of touched on this in the interview when Banks asked him, you know, how does it feel to play with these guys when they're popping off? And he said, they made my job really easy. 2-10, 2 halves on the CT side. And that for me is the big one here, Anders. T sides are going to dictate whether FaZe win or lose, and the same can be said for Paravision. I think T rounds are going to be so vitally important for both teams, especially coming through into Cash, because if you also remember, when Paravision played against Big, they got smashed on their T side again. We were both sat here like, what is James doing? These calls are ridiculous. So I think that's something to really highlight and kind of focus on this series.
I think you're absolutely right. We're going to get into it now, so make some noise in the kick chat. We are going to be going into round at number 1. FaZe on the T side and Paravision on the CT side. And I like that framing. It's something that we will definitely return to a little bit later on about those T sides. We're in the checkered room, and Shui is on the one side, Slaxides on the other. So this is a bit of a mind game. You're hoping that the dualies can be activated. He's trying to be patient with it here. Great headshot, and his teammates on the other side. Shui is one of those players who's been playing very well on Paravision after the rebuild too, and a flash to set it up. Oh, it's picture perfect Counter-Strike coming out from Paravision. Only Twists left, and even though he is a great mechanical player, this is asking a lot. Don't want to see Paravision face any longer. Just leave him out here. He shouldn't be able to win this in a 1 versus 5.
The flank as well. So even if he were able to get one of these kills, there was I think it was Zwei was pushing around the back and would have had him dead to rights. So that is one of those things, you know, like because FaZe have picked Cash, they're going to be starting on that T side, and now we're going to see them get tested. As I mentioned before, they've played it twice in this event, 13-2, 13-3 wins. On both times, they started CT side. So the T side really just hasn't been tested that much, hasn't really been pressured. How do they do it against Paravision?
Yeah, I'm glad we get a chance to see that. Like, it's a good point, right? We're hoping for a strong Paravision first half here, just so we can see what FaZe have come up with. So far, Paravision, when they were on the T side, they had some cool wall bangs, but the amount of indecision was mad, and that is a problem that Paravision have kind of struggled with in the past, where they want to play late into the rounds, and that in itself is not necessarily a bad idea, but the problem is when you then, you know, you sort of have 2 plans at once and you're following both of them at 50%. That's not, I think, a good recipe for winning Counter-Strike. And yeah, we'll return to that. Hobbit in a nice position. Kind of hard to flash. Maybe hard to peek as well when he's there. No armor, of course, on anyone there. Did not have the bomb plant in the pistol round. So this round probably a little bit less exciting. There is a deagle on Twist, though.
Yes, sir, there is. And although we've been shining a lot of the credit on Frozen, who was nothing short of spectacular yesterday, I think it was Ancient, where he got like 21 kills in the first half and was just running rampant. It was Netiu, actually, who was the standout player on Cash yesterday in their matchup against BetBoom. He was dominating. So, Frozen has put that deagle to use. Going to put Paravision into an awkward position. Hobbit sent packing, and they can't take anything for granted here. Spots a second player, and suddenly this round gets a little bit uncomfortable.
You just highlighted it. Frozen was amazing last time, and yeah, Twist died with the deagle. So now Frozen, a couple of kills here, allows for a bomb plant. This is so much more than they should have been allowed to get away with. Kind of disappointing, I think, for Paravision. It's not the end of the world, but yeah, you give up 2 kills and you allow for a bomb plant. And just to highlight, the second kill that Frozen gets, because we had this conversation yesterday, but if anyone's here that missed it, when you're up against the back wall on the CT side, your shadow is going to be showing on the wall, and it is a lot easier for the T's coming in to see it. And we saw someone die exactly the same way to an AWP yesterday, I believe. So there are like small things like that that might be a little bit tricky. I mean, it's also the angle, obviously, for where the actual light in the map is. But generally speaking, it looks like it's a little bit easier when people are all the way up against the back wall. So might be something to consider.
Also going to be really curious if when Paravision are on their T side, something that we both highlighted and noticed multiple times, they kept missing that Molotov in vents.
That's true.
There was Hobbit throwing it. There was 2 or 3 players who'd whiffed it multiple times. So I want to see if they fix that as well. You'd hope they have.
Yeah, I was getting very agitated about some of those misses. It felt like that cost them, maybe one of the rounds didn't matter, but I think it did cost them about 2 rounds. So that, I think, on the other hand, that's an easy fix, right? You go back and watch the demo, you realize instantly, and then you just go and learn it. So, in fact, I would go so far as to say, if they haven't fixed it, that I actually think is unforgivable on the side of Paravision. It doesn't happen. I'm going to be very critical if that happens. Tech pause. Obviously, we started the tournament in a bit of a rough fashion, but to be honest, like during the playoffs here, things have been pretty great. So good recovery, I would say, on the part of XSE. I really appreciate that. Yeah, very minimal on the stage here, what we had any kind of tech timeouts. And, you know, you got, I always say this, like 10 monitors, 10 mice, 10 keyboards, and all the rest of it. Like there are plenty of opportunities for one or the other thing to fail. So it happens. Yeah, it does give me a chance to glance over, and I'm seeing the copy pastas have taken over. People are so excited for this FaZe squad that they can't contain themselves, Vince. They're running out of control.
Yeah, I can get it as well. I mean, the way they looked yesterday was nothing short of incredible. But I will kind of err on the side of caution and say that hype is built very fast, but it dies even quicker. So if they have a rough map here, I think there's going to be a lot of the naysayers again. A lot of the usual stuff around Jacob and Netu and, you know, X, Y, and Z. So I'm going to keep myself, like, calm in that regard. I know FaZe fans have been living on scraps. They've been in a bit of a famine for the last year or so. So I get it. I understand. You're desperate for some kind of success and to get excited about something. And why the hell not, dude? Like, the way they played yesterday, I can understand why they'd won over a lot of people. But let's see if they can get some consistency. Let's see if they can make it to the grand finals first.
That'd be a hell of an achievement, you know, right off the bat. Definitely appreciate the effort that they put into this one. Eddie down there with them again. What a great guy, by the way. He's genuinely as awesome and nice as he seems whenever you get a chance to see him in any interview or anything. Just an all-around cool guy. So that's what's my favorite ice cream? Probably Rocky Road, like some sort of pecan-based thing. Pecans are underrated in my opinion, whether in ice cream or anywhere else.
I'm going pistachio. Proper pistachio. They're not the cheap garbage stuff. The real stuff.
But still nut-based ice cream. That's probably something I shouldn't say on stream, but still, you know, yeah. Let's try and get away from this topic as fast as humanly possible before things get worse somehow. Oh, okay. So I guess if we are going to have these kind of tech timeouts, it's probably better to have them early on when, you know, like we already have like a natural reset in the game. It was going to be the first rifle round. So like it's already like you have a bit of a room to breathe here. Sucks when you have these kind of timeouts and it's like an all-time high, like some team has big momentum or we're close to like finishing off or anything like that. That would be rough. Man, some of the attire that they're wearing here, FaZe coming into it, like the sports kind of wear, I think it looks sick, and also because of Twist, the way that he has his hair now, to me he looks like a sort of 80s villain in like a kickboxing movie. I feel like he's like ready to fight people. I think it's an awesome look.
Yeah, like
I don't know if that was just me
from the Karate Kid or something.
Exactly. Yeah. Like it's super sick.
I can definitely see where you're coming from. Looks like we are live now. As Zwei puts in a whole bunch of bullets through on the wooden panels. Goes for a bit of decoration. Nades down early on. Netu is really aggressive here, bypassing the smoke, where I thought he's going to go on the right-hand side, but decides better of it. And I know it was a bit of a pet peeve for you as well, that we didn't see enough players pushing Squeaky on either CT or T side, but Twist is up there, up close. And so is Frozen. Double spray, they had no idea.
How did they get there so quickly? That is insane. There's a minute and 18 seconds, and they had already walked all the way up the highway. How did Paravision have no eyes or anything on it? That's actually, that makes me think that FaZe have been looking at the demos. I almost feel like I have to go back and do it after the game now, because there's no way you would try that unless you had seen in a demo that Paravision leave the middle open for some portion of the start of it. That's kind of wild.
I mean, it's the round done instantly as well. And it's about conditioning the team of Paravision now. They're going to have to be very aware that this is a possibility going forward. It's going to draw out early utility. It's going to draw out players trying to take mid control earlier on. And that could potentially make them weaker on the extremities of B or A. So it's such a great sort of complex round that has multi-layers, it's multifaceted. But if you are Paravision, you're scratching your head and saying, guys, we really had no idea that they were middle and highway before Frozen comes around the corner like a truck and just runs them both over.
Ooh, that's something that is going to be interesting to see if they've had more plans, if they recognize more things. I mean, they also said they were the practice partners, right? So you might have an even more sort of intimate understanding of how they like to play. You spotted something in practice, and then you can sort of bring it into the live game, which is one of the reasons why, I mean, like, practice games themselves can be kind of scary just on that front alone, because you might end up teaching your opponents about something that they're going to end up using in a real game. 2-1. Strong start for FaZe once they pick up the rifles. And Paravision, they still have the AWP alive, and they still have a pretty decent amount of weapons. Not the end of the world right now for them, but curious. As we said, T rounds seem to have been hard to come by on this particular map, so if you can get it already, that's pretty good news.
I think it factors back as well to what Twist was saying earlier on about this idea of players playing on instinct, not overthinking things, and just following through with tactics that he's calling. They're not questioning, they're not answering back, they're not kind of pausing and pontificating on it. It's just, we're going to hit mid, and you saw it there. There was nothing at all that was delayed about that push. And how often have we said, especially on Cash when Jane was leading on the T side yesterday against Big, like they just seemed like they were caught in 2 or 3 separate minds and just nothing was clean.
HE, they blow up Jame. That is perfectly timed. They've really got some ideas here, FaZe. We saw a little bit of a wallbang attempt from Twist as well. Frozen is making sure no one is sneaking through the middle, and Jacob's going to be getting Hobbit. It's in the middle. That, again, keeps the map wide open. It forces another rotation to mid, with Slaxijez now playing almost in CT spawn. Cello, you need another one, and he will deliver. Great work. Jaboan, though, will still burn him alive. 2 versus 3. And the bomb is being brought closer. Incendiary to slow it down, but there's still plenty of time on the clock. They don't have to worry about that. They're going to flash their way through and try and go for another bomb plant. There is one more smoke on Scray, which could be important for a defuse. And they do have a kit as well, but they have to get close to the bomb site. And I think Jacob's already done enough, yeah. Sway realizes that little tag down to 22. He has to escape. So it will be another round for FaZe.
I love that call as well, man. I even said it in the previous round, like, it's going to condition Paravision to put a lot more of their emphasis and players watching middle. So what does Twists do? Slow down the pace, double nade highway box, and nails Jane, who had to watch mid because they don't want that history to repeat itself, right? You don't want to have Frozen and the rest of the troops pushing up middle and catching your A site off guard. So it's just really cool sort of like mind games that Twist is playing right now onto Jane, and that's 2 rounds in a row, and the money situation for the CTs as Way went down in the dying embers is absolutely horrible. They're going to be holding on.
Yeah, tough position to be in. They brought some utility on the CT side, but realistically, probably not going to be much happening here. See if they can... Are they going to flash their way through their own smoke in main? You could do something like that where you set everyone up. You can see James got a smoke and a flashbang in the back of the bomb site. So it could be some sort of elaborate mind game. Cello's got the other smoke, and either way, it's probably a bit of a long shot. And again, FaZe are playing some disciplined default Counter-Strike in the beginning.
Probably have a very good understanding of Paravision's lack of weaponry, so anticipating some kind of a push or a stack filtering out across the map as well, so keeping all of their options available. Bomb now transitioning through onto the B side, Molotov down into checkers. This is a position that Slaxijez had a lot of success in, by the way, when he played against Big. And because he played so well, maybe that's another reason why FaZe so far in the early stages of this map haven't really tried pushing over onto the B site that much. Jacob's about to see action. One player goes down. His aim yesterday, by the way, was outrageous. I'm remembering that double kill he got while flashed on checkers. The second one where he, like, just double tapped the guy in the head coming around the corner. gross. You had people calling him a cheater off that basis.
Yeah, exactly right. Yeah, we've come full circle from him being nearly kicked because he's not good enough, and then back to this. I've maintained my support for Jacob for a while now. I think even before he joined FaZe, when he was still playing, you know, in Tier 2 sort of Polish Counter-Strike, I said I think this guy's going to be something really interesting. But the way that he joined FaZe was so disappointing. Like, he basically joined a dying team where, like, he had to replace Rain. Imagine how much pressure's on your shoulders. Everyone hates you already because you're replacing, like, one of the legends of the game. And then I think in the second tournament they had, Jacob couldn't make it, so Rain was back playing anyway. Like, it was such a mess. So I have a lot of patience for Jacob trying to recover his game. Again, not to say that he's immune to criticism. I think it's fine to point out. And sometimes he really has been letting the team down. It's totally fair. I just think it's worth considering, like, the mental roller coaster that it must have been coming into this team.
Yeah, and like everyone likes a redemption story, right? And we've had a couple recently. I think the one that struck a chord with me the most is Yakindars. He was completely and utterly kind of ravaged from the community for his performances during Liquid, and some of it was acceptable, I suppose you could say. His individual performance wasn't great. He even admitted himself. Some of it was the team was just a complete mess. And now look what he's doing with Furia. So there's no reason why Jacob couldn't. We'll have to wait and see. Jacob, speaking of the which, though, he's already out in middle. He's going to be molotoving the sandbags and the HE up and over as well. Could be doing some serious damage, but no, Jello's actually okay. They smoked it down to save him. Tons of damage, though, through the smoke. And Jacob is keeping mid under wraps for the time being.
They're going to get Jacob as well here. That is a bit of a rescue mission, you're right. Cello could have been burned, could have been sprayed, could have died 3 or 4 different ways, but ultimately still alive. Are they going to be boosting Jaboin up? We haven't had to scream his name too much, but surely just a matter of time. His reaction speed is absurd, and it's gathered him a lot of fans in the beginning. Probably one of the quickest rise to, I would say, sort of personal fandom, partly because of the memes associated with his name, but that's just, you know, an added bonus in my opinion. Cello is low on health, and I think he's using that fact to say, let me try and see if I can push him with 40 seconds, and that is insane timing. Frozen's going to be so mad. Why are the CTs attacking the T side with 40 seconds left? But they're doing it because it is exactly so unexpected that it actually works out. Slash just down to 3 bullets. I'd love a reload. He'd love a USP, and that's not the weapon for the job here. Hobbit will get Natu in return, and Jame in the back hiding. Jaboin not able to land a shot in this round. Instead, it's Hobbit with a double kill, and that will be the round for Paravision. Super well played, like very patient here, and especially that timed mid-push was pretty cool.
I think there's another element as well to that aggression from Jello. I think you're spot on. Like, he's low HP, he wants to go and find information. But additionally, there was only one player with utility on his belt, and that was Jame. No one else had anything other than a flashbang. So you're getting to a point where you're a little bit concerned, like, I have to go find information. If we end up conceding a bomb plant, we're kind of screwed. I need to go and do something proactive. And it's something they didn't do yesterday enough, and we were calling them out for it. So it's great to see that they've made a couple of adjustments, and it has forced FaZe into their first tactical timeout of the map.
Yeah. Still, 3-3 seems to be a good spot to be in, but what a disaster it would have been for Paravision if they'd lost that other round too, because I think the money would have been low enough that that in itself would have caused a problem. Double AWP. Shui secondary AWPing. Not something that we're going to be making any memes about. He's definitely done that to great success in the past. And again, part of the strength of it is the surprise factor of it. You just might not be expecting it. The best version of this, I think, will always be if Jame, who's the primary AWP in this case, is going to be the first point of contact, because then the T's might rotate around the map, never guessing that there's a second AWP in play.
I saw Big doing this as well. It was Fathom that was utilizing that second AWP over on B to very mixed success. Had a couple of off moments, to be fair to him, but also some big impact. So we'll see if Sway can emulate that. They're playing for the bait and switch, though. And Slaxy is up close. I think it would be a huge boon, a huge plus for Paravision if he can have another really good series here. Do the world of good to his confidence. Dastan was talking about, like, the old and the mid and the young guard, and said that the heart of the team now is Zway and Jello. So that's a hell of a compliment to those two.
Yeah, I like it. I mean, the Paravision rebuild has been really fun. It's been exciting to watch. 40 seconds. Slaxijez is now going to be the one that's a little bit further forward. For a long time, James was holding, well, not on this side, but on the other side of the wall with the AWP. But they've switched it around, and now Slaxijez is here alone. I don't know if I love this. I guess Hobbit is near enough by in the middle that he could run back and try and grenade him out, but Slaxijez has to slow them down. He must get at least one kill to buy time for Hobbit, and oh, it couldn't be better. Twist does go down. Almost wish he would have stayed in the corner, because now it's a wide open bomb site. I guess that he's probably dead either way, but buying another 3 seconds here could have made a huge difference, I think. James up on the high ground. We'll see Hobbit down below as well. Shui started to get there, but it's a double AWP for the retake. Are you really going to risk that?
I don't think so. I think it's too hefty of an investment, isn't it? And very unfortunate on James' behalf, by the way, because the second he looked away from the main part of the bomb, they did push into it with the bomb carrier. Could have been a very different circumstance, but they are pulling the plug and saving. Yeah. Makes a lot of sense. You don't have that run and gun. You don't have the ability to crack open the site. You only had the 2 rifles and 2 orbs. It does mean, though, that FaZe already into a 4-3 lead. A map that has been very CT-sided thus far at the pro play. So that definitely shouts a lot of confidence in the way of FaZe Clan as it stands.
Yeah, it does. Oh, it's one of those rounds where I don't know what Slaxijez is a hard position to play no matter what. They did have a Molotov, but the truth is, if he gets the kill and dives back into the corner, if they Molotov him, they're slowing themselves down too. I recognize it's easy for me to say, you know, playing the Captain Hindsight position here. But nonetheless, it did seem like he was a bit of an island alone there. And I guess also, if you're going to be having only one person to be like that, the rest of the squad, like they're 3 in A and 1 in middle or something, you should be getting more active. There's the secondary op from Sway. I guess that's the other advantage. Nobody on the FaZe side knew that that was even in play. Frozen, though, he's stolen the op away from Jaboan. Wants to see if he can actually land a shot against somebody. It's right around the corner, but he can't actually see it. He might be a significant danger here. Oh, but it doesn't matter. He's actually doing everything. There's nothing you can't throw at Frozen that he's not going to turn into some kind of a victory here. He's picked up the AK again. And Slaxijez is calling in some reinforcements. He wants some help, but the bomb is making its way to the other side.
Oh, nearly gets spotted there, Frozen. And it looks a bit foolish to go for that peek from Sway's perspective, but keep in mind, they Molotoved off checkers, and there was a chance that the T's could have just been rushing into the site. You'd have seen nothing until it was too late. Slaxijez does at least return fire and maintains that player advantage for Paravision, but it's all smoke and mirrors across as they're going to be trying to execute onto the A site. James been mollied out. He wanted to pull the trigger on that shot. He did spot the player in Squeaky, but it's too little too late.
With counter utility, they still have another couple of grenades left. Slaxijez, although he's far across the map, he's got the incendiary. This is a very winnable round here for Paravision. James, with a good timing on the shot, takes down Jacob. And Twist and Natsu, they have to fight their way out to even attempt the bomb plant at the moment. They get one, and a headshot from Twist. Oh, he's such a mechanical god. 2 kills, taking down a couple more here. And now it's all down to Slaxijez in a 1 versus 2. Bomb is planted as well, but Twist, he's one of the players that's really recovering his mechanics. And that's a scary prospect for anyone phasing FaZe. He's one of the best riflers in the world when he's playing his A game. Slaxijez going to go down. Natsu on loan to the team, and he shuts down another one. Huge comeback into a round that looked very lost at one point there for FaZe.
Yeah, I think part of the reason why we're seeing Twist's individual efforts kind of shining bright again is partially what he said. He feels like his IGLing position is being made easier because the pieces around him are performing. And this is a constant thing that we talk about, you know, like Karrigan's said this, a lot of IGLs have, like, I'm focusing so hard on the leadership, I don't get as much time to develop my aim or to go onto those servers and, you know, practice really as hard as I'd like to. Well, if the rest of your team is performing super well, that's going to take a lot of the pressure and stress off Twist's shoulders. And let's be honest, he's one of the most naturally gifted riflers the game has ever seen. So, of course, he's still going to have a ton of impact in moments like that.
And you never know, though. The thing is, when you take on the IGL mantle, it feels like sometimes some players just don't recover from that. It feels like you go down that road and you just can't make it back. I'm pleased to see that there are some signs of like the old Twists that we all kind of know and love. starting to shine through a little bit more. And you might be right, like maybe it is just that fact that he's got the extra room in the team now. Jabon. That's a timing push. He wanted to get there so quick that someone's going to misjudge it. James, my God, the timing is absurd. He's just back around the box here. 1 second longer, half a second longer to stick around that. I think it would have been shut down from Jabon. They've still got the bomb further back. They don't have to commit to this A push, but there's nobody on the A side. And that is another theme that we talked about. You can play a lot of retakes on this, but you can't let them on. Jacob, how has he done this? He's infiltrated the whole thing. Okay. Yeah, you have to get the final bullet there. Good job.
Psychological warfare, man. Just giving him a chance and snatching his life away anyway. Scumbag Jacob. But I love how free-flowing and how unafraid to die FaZe are. But you've seen this, that mid-push earlier on in the half. Jacob just waltzing out onto the forklift. Such a good read of the situation, but also full confidence in their own abilities to secure the rounds. And now Frozen is really just being a pain in the backside. Like, he's trying to deny as many weapons as possible. Already taken one, spots a second player hopping back across. And now Jacob decides, screw this, I'm going to go and take these weapons away as well.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right. Like, the freedom to be able to do these kind of things. Jacob, it is a bit of a scumbag move, isn't it? Saying, I'll give you a chance to at least turn around before I actually shoot you.
I'll give you hope to snatch it away again.
I love it. They save an AWP, I believe, and also an M4 potentially, but man, FaZe are, I mean, from what we've seen so far, again, the limited sample size taken into account, this is already a lot of rounds on the T side of this map. I don't think any other team has managed to do this from what I've seen so far. So 6-3 is going to be the scoreline, and FaZe are looking good.
Oh, they really are. Seem like they've adapted incredibly quickly to Cash. I wonder how that man's going to be playing on Cash. I think the map will definitely suit him. Very young. I can't imagine he's got any official games on Cash. That would have been when he was like, what, 10 or 11 or something?
Yeah, I doubt it as well. That's going to be true for a bunch of people in the scene, right? They've obviously they know the map from people talking about it, but probably haven't played it that much. So a new generation of players in the meantime. 6-3. But yeah, there's a reason why it was such a beloved map and why it's been kind of weirdly missing in the map pool for a while. Early smokes going down towards the outside of B, which again just means that the CTs have no idea what's happening out there. It's worth doing almost every single round. You don't want to give the CTs free information. Setting up in that boost corner, known as Shroud. Another sort of sign of how old the map really is. Oh, there's James catching Twist. This time they don't get away with the infiltration on the map.
I don't hate it though. It kind of sucks to start the round off a player down, but they've had so much success with it. And it's constantly keeping Paravision on their tiptoes. Jacob, once again successful with those entry fragging duties, and it's his way that goes down, and he was a linchpin player in their comeback yesterday against Big after losing the first map of Cash. Frozen through the smoke, just nails Hobbit.
Okay then. Yeah, they lose the entry, but making up for it, Slaxyjez again playing in this forward corner. You are very much all in this position. He does have James nearby, and actually Cello has also started the move over here, so now Slaxyjez could just play for pure damage. He doesn't have to think about trying to stay alive or get away or anything else like that. 30 seconds on the clock as well. FaZe walking into a bit of a trap. They get the first one, but the trouble's not over yet. Another two defenders on the other side. James, though, missing the first AWP shot, and the flashbang gets rid of him. Cello is certainly dead up on this high ground. Gets a couple. Oh, bullet! Oh, I take it all back! Cello! How has he done that?
Play of the tournament, surely! I can't fault you, Anders, for doubting him, because he should never be winning that round. But just as we're talking about the idea of FaZe taking over systematically of Cash, that is a huge lifeline picked up from Jello.
Oh. If I'm going to be wrong about something, let it be in a round like this one. God-tier position from Cello, and also FaZe with a pure panic. But to be honest, like, they were all there. I don't even know how that happens. Oh, James gonna get a kill on the Frozen. Paravision this has to activate the team. This should make them feel great. Early push on towards the A-bomb site here. And Jacob's going to get Saxijez. Get another headshot. Hobbit's now shut down. And Jame knows he might be in trouble. They're pushing in. But what a read from Jame. He realized they could be coming through the smoke. So instead of waiting for them, he blows it open and shuts them down. 2v2 now. Everything on the line right now. Paravision need the last couple of rounds, and they especially need it with that ridiculous 1v4 from Cello. That should never have happened, but it did anyway. Somehow reality bent to his will. And now we've got another couple of rounds left. Jaboan patiently waiting. He has the bomb, otherwise Twist will just plant and Jaboan can hold this position forever. But it's a bit of an awkward mix that they've got going on.
There is a player in the pixel angle that he was looking at to his right, that Jello. Enough time has elapsed, though, where Paravision may be a bit nervous about the bomb maybe transitioning across to B. Will they succumb to those doubts, those voices in the back of their head? Or do they fully commit to the site? Well, now they're about to find out that it is going to be the A side. Jabone goes in for the plant, and now it's down to Jello and Zwei, but Twists immediately evaporate Jello. There'll be no secondary heroics. Jabone missing his shot, needs to switch to his sidearm potentially, but keeps himself in transition, maneuvers around the back. It's only a Glock though, doesn't have the Tech 9, but it doesn't matter. Still splatters him and secures the round for FaZe.
Oh, scary stuff there. You're right. He had the sidearm out instead. I don't know if there was a helmet on that last player, but either way, good Glock connections on this one. That's Jacob coming in for the middle of the beginning here. Really cool play from Jame. Again, I got to say, like, reading the situation, but yeah, look at that. Blood splatter all over the place here. 7-4. We're moving into round number 12. The last of the half here, and they're playing it with 3 FAMAS and 2 MP9s. I think FaZe are showing us they are a scary cash team. It's early days, but they've definitely done their homework.
I think that's why we're seeing so many of these super aggressive pushes through the smoke. Well, Slaxijez with the MP9. Doesn't get checked. He's fully committing to this, but still takes down Frozen.
Okay, that could be interesting. They need all the rounds they can get. Every single one of them to be picked up here. And yeah, you even steal the AK away. FaZe have a plan for how to get back into this. Got an A2 lurking over on the other side of the map, but maybe not that long. There is that double stack in the A-bomb site, and I think they stood almost on top of each other. And that would mean that the rotation to B is real far away. So they could have an isolated sort of fight over on this side. I say that as Hobbit is starting to get closer. And again, he has an incendiary. Slaxijez has another incendiary. I'd say on utility alone, Paravision are actually in a great position.
Yeah, and that time is dangerously low. Now, the problem, though, is that Zwei is kind of by himself. There is a rotation now coming in from Slaxijez, but Zwei's also sat in the exact same position that Slaxijez killed Frozen from. So there's every reason they would check this angle again. Slaxijez does, though, take some of that pressure off by nailing the headshot. And now Jaboan with 15 seconds. And Nietu may get one, but it's so unlikely that anything else goes in his favor. He's being wrapped around on as well to make matters worse from Jello. Now needs to move in, and there is Hobbit with the FAMAS. And so Paravision will hold their ground for a somewhat serviceable first half.
Yeah, at least they get up to 5 there, but I mean, it could have been so much worse. If Cello doesn't get that absurd spray down, then they probably, they're going to be stuck at 4 instead. Well, we'll see. They did have a really tough time of it last go around on the T side, but presumably they've gone back to check the demos, they've gone back to revise the game, and they will make a couple of fewer mistakes and maybe some more interesting plays as well. But what a first half. Really cool to see FaZe coming in like this. And individually, though, lots of cool moments, I would say, from Paravision too. They're in the game in that sense. It's like they're not shooting back or anything like that. But yeah, FaZe had so many cool little tricks up their sleeve. Slaxijez still looks, I think, very good individually. Jame also hitting some good shots with the AWP. It's not over just yet. Second half is going to be very interesting, and it's only the first map as well off the semi-finals. So if you're only just joining us, a big welcome to you guys who are a little bit late to the party, but it is just getting started. We've got a second map on Dust 2, and then a final map on Ancient, I believe, so it could be a really fun day.
it very much could be. It could be a very unenjoyable second half, though, on Paravision, because their T side against Big was lackluster, to say the least, and Twist and Co. on FaZe have managed to land 2 separate CT sides on Cash, hitting 10 rounds. So we know that they are clinical when it comes to their CT side, and Paravision have had their problems. But we'll see if they've managed to fix any of those issues, though. I mean, when you've lost OT to Big yesterday and your T side was as horrendous as what we saw, I can't imagine they're going to come into this game and is at the same level of a poor standing. Like, surely there's been improvements.
I want to believe that too. Like, I think especially that Molotov and event situation is one that has to be fixed, and I think will be. Hobbit, speaking of which, he had some really cool wall bangs that actually got some kills towards that white box in the middle. So that was really cool to see. But overall, yeah, we're going to have to see a strong start, I think, for Paravision coming out here. I guess another advantage is this is one of the games, even though FaZe still played well, it wasn't Jabot and kind of, you know, just out-AWPing everybody and wrecking everyone. So you got to hope that if you're on the Paravision side here, that you can start to get back in the game before he starts to get even more warmed up, because that's a scary prospect. When the rest of the team is already playing this well, you don't want to add a strong AWPer to the mix either. We're getting into it now, almost live and ready to go. So, yeah, excitement all around. I know FaZe have a lot of fan support in China, and I'm sure they're feeling that love from the crowd as well. So we set up for it here. It's going to be now FaZe on the CT side and Paravision on the T side of this opening map.
Yeah, and it's probably one of the weakest first halves that we've seen from Jabot since he's been donning the FaZe jersey. And that's not to say he played bad by any stretch of the imagination. He's just been so unbelievably good. So the fact they do still have that lead, and Jacob has been teeing off his 12 kills, coming into the second half with well over 100 ADR, 4 multi-kill rounds as well, is just very impressive. But I do get your point. There are more threats and more dangers that FaZe may be able to unleash momentarily. Paravision making moves over onto A, though.
Where is that Molotov going to go? If they Molotov out the nature in the corner, it could be huge. But otherwise, that is a very dangerous position to be facing the dualies. Nice smoke wall being built, but I think it's all about this corner here. Molotov goes deep behind him, and now he's got a great spot to play in. Natu gets one, Jabot in another one, and now Frozen even being added to the mix here. So far, the defense is holding. They can back off. They don't have to fight to the death here. Twist's going to stick around in front of the smoke. I don't know if I love that. He's not even close to a bomb plant here, and now suddenly it's a 2v2. Frozen missing some shots, only for a while though. He can only go so many bullets without hitting a headshot, and there we are, taking down Slaxy as well. Oh, Frozen is such an enjoyable player to watch. The confidence is ridiculous.
It's kind of wild as well, isn't it? Where it's like, when you're watching Frozen in any round where aim is one of the primary sort of factors, you're more surprised at the bullets he misses than the bullets he hits.
Yeah,
because like you see him miss 3 bullets in a row, you're like, hold on a second, what's going on? The gun must be malfunctioning. And then suddenly just 2 insta-headshots. Like, there we go, there he is.
It's a great recovery. Slight bit of criticism, I think, for Twist playing in front of the smoke, but in the end of the day, they win the round, so I can't dive too deep into it. But it is just a moment where, you know, I would say if you're playing in the future, like a Vitality or a Falcons or something like that, these are the kind of moments that can really punish you, where you give them an opportunity to bring it back in a 2v2. Natu up here, gotta be careful the gun model isn't actually blocking you down there. Don't want to see him die like that. Oh, down to 3 bullets. Okay, he's got Twists with him. Jabot has gone down early. Slaxy once again connecting, and actually he'll get Natu. What's he doing with this? Deagle. Hobbit is a Glock instead, but he will get Twist, and certainly it's a 2v2. Should still be a very winnable round here for FaZe, but why are you losing 3 players and giving up the bomb plant is not necessary.
I think, unfortunately, a lot of that comes down to Natu up on the Heaven side. Like, he's made a bit of a meal out of that one. I get that he's getting shoulder peeked, and he's kind of being harassed, death by 1,000 paper cut type of mentality. But you at least need to get on the same page, because Twist was down on Forklift and didn't go in for the peak, but Natu actually kind of needed a little bit of help there. You can't just leave him dangling against 5 players, because eventually he will get whittled down by those Glocks. And a couple of beautiful shots by Twists, by the way. Like, one of the reasons they were able to get Frozen activated at the end and not being like a 2v4, where you're really scared about every single angle, is because Twists landed 2 beautiful shots with the MP9, especially that second one. Had like 2 bullets left in the magazine and just flicks to the head of the second player, pushing him on forklift. Really important kill.
Big moment coming up right here. First real rifle round that is coming in. 9-5. And FaZe, I mean, we're criticizing a bit for some of these things. They are winning these early rounds. It's just that it's also costing them a fair bit on the rifle side. So they're not going to have a lot in the bank if they end up losing this one. But the pressure is on Paravision to build something. And this is where we can sort of draw from the early experience. They were playing very slowly. And that didn't seem to work out. They weren't taking almost any mid-control ever. And if they were, it was only getting to the vent. Like, they weren't ever pushing towards CT spawn or towards that highway position. This time they are boosted up, so let's see if they can figure out a way to put some pressure on here. Smoke towards one side. They actually smoke off the top of highway as well, and they do throw Molotov. I think this one goes straight into the vent, so that problem's been solved. I'm pretty sure that burned out. Oh no, they might have counter-boosted instead. Either that or they didn't burn out Frozen at all. I'm not sure anymore.
They got the first pick onto Jacob. And that is going to try and spring Frozen into a little bit of action. He's not sure as to whether the T's going to be taking mid-control off the back of that entry or rummaging their way back over onto the sunroom and then trying to hit B. Obviously, we can hear from Zave's perspective, he's putting a whole bunch of bullets down, so there's nothing stealthy about that. But what they're questioning now is that a fake? Or is this the real deal? And it's very much the latter rather than the former, as Jabone's about to find out firsthand. Frozen now needs to go in huge and get multiple frags, but they've already bypassed him. They've already pushed the site.
I think he's doing a fine job at kind of, going out in the middle. He's expecting that Hobbit would have been lurking, because that was his spin and roll for a while there. But it's not the case. Funny moment when Shui got shot in the back of the head by a teammate, but it doesn't matter. They get 2 kills, they enter the bomb site, and FaZe know their money is low because of that earlier round. So they're going to be giving up on this one. I don't hate the idea here. FaZe, again, they're quite far ahead. So I think keeping the rifles alive is probably a good idea. Now, I do want to recall your attention, Vince, if you were earlier in the broadcast. Somebody was accusing you of scamming somebody for €5. I still don't know how that scam worked. And also of trying to kiss people at LAN. But I was just accusing on LAN of somebody said they heard a fart, and it must have been me. Did you want to say I have a mute button? So I deny the accusations. If you want to hear that kind of thing, you've got to pay. You've got to subscribe somehow. Don't give that away for free. So yeah. Otherwise, stay cool in the chat. You guys are still doing phenomenal work.
I just love this idea that you're midway through a cast, you decide, you know what, screw it. I'm gonna completely impose my will. I'm gonna be dominant and just fart down the microphone.
It is a Giga Chad moment.
A full Chad moment, yeah.
Yeah, there's no coming back from that. So yeah, I mean, you have to own it if you do it. Anyway, we're back in the Counter-Strike. We are running Rogue over here. We are officially sort of the secondary stream to the Chinese one. So we're unsupervised, and, you can feel that maybe. It's round number 16. 3 rifles are saved. They get a scout on Jaboan. That's interesting.
Oh, we went for this counter boost as well. They got caught by it against JDC, against Big. The Paravision have again succumbed to this, and it's a hit and run. And now they're going to be double stacking mid. Oh, I love this re-aggression.
It's very interesting, isn't it? Cello goes down. Frozen. You're right. They did do this earlier. Now they're boosting up. Oh, all right. He did get spotted, so I think recommitting to the boost there is not going to be worth it. It might not be worth it anyway, because they are in a 5-on-3. So realistically, again, if you're FaZe, this is where you want to calm everybody down, like get the troops under control. If you just keep trading out from here, then it's no problem. God, Frozen. He can't even step onto his screen here. They're just dead immediately. He's up to 16 kills. His tournament run so far has been so impressive. Good flashbang, but Jabone with the headshot on the scout. Just to really cement the victory here is James. At least he's got the bomb. It's a funny world where he can get the kill on Jabone and get the bomb plant, but I think they're already starting to relocate towards the bomb site.
I really do think that these kind of momentarily aggressive, or almost like automated instinctual plays that we're seeing from FaZe can really make them a difficult team to play against on any map. I know Cash is still kind of growing pains for a lot of teams. It's still very new and very fresh, but the way in which, like, when you got players like Twist, when you got players like Frozen, being able to just unleash them and kind of let them do their own thing if they're feeling like going for an aggressive play, it's such a positive embarrassment of riches kind of mentality to be in. And when you look at some of the other teams that we've witnessed at this event be very, very passive, very deep on their cash especially, but on their CT sides, and it's almost been constricting themselves. At no point can you feel like you can try and turn the tides if the other team has a good read of you. I guess what brings FaZe that kind of next level from what we've seen on these cash performances on their CT sides.
True. It's been such a delight. You're right, they do have a very deep kind of roster in that sense right now, where it feels like at any moment anybody could sort of step it up and really contribute. Frozen hanging around in the middle. They have 2 AKs stolen, so they're not going to have the AWP on Jiboen, but I mean, the scouts might still be an upgrade on the AK there, so not too sad about that. What's the plan for Paravision? What are we doing here? Waiting at the moment for anyone to push, but again, the FaZe, they're pretty far back on the map here. It looks like very tentative mid control for Paravision, so I'm going to be throwing in a bit of a utility to try and send Hobbit over the wall, and he will burn out the back of the hut back here, so maybe there is finally something brewing. Looks like it could be some sort of a B-split.
I kind of let a laugh out there because I remember we asked ourselves the same question multiple times yesterday when they were playing against Big. What is the plan for Paravision on their T sides? It was slow and steady, but there was just nothing at the end. There was no results. It was all for naught. They're going to be picking up the pace now, 30 seconds strong. After a bit of mid-control, they're transitioning into the B side. And Slaxyjez has got the entry he's looking for. All falls upon Jacob. He just needs to do as much damage on his way out as possible. His death is inevitable, and it comes swiftly from the hands of Sway.
What a shot from Sway. He's still halfway moving, it looks like. He's just so accurate with that. What is going on, Hobbits? I know there's only 10 seconds left, but you're jumping across, giving Twisted double kill. That is so risky. That smoke was never going to cover everything, and how James gets actually calm in the round, though. Time is up. There's nothing that he could do. Nade 2, not a kill, just living out the round. The bomb is back there. Oh, a moment of sheer panic there on the T side as they decide to just throw themselves onto the bomb site, and unfortunately for them, Twister's right there.
It's what I'm talking about, though, man. Like, you had 30 seconds and you start to engage, and you still haven't got to the site. Like, I understand that Jacob got a kill and he wasted a little bit of time, but you still had 20-odd seconds there.
Yeah.
There's no excuse for this if you're Paravision. There's none at all, and it's one of the reasons I said on the T side for FaZe, it was so nice to see them just have this idea of, right, we're hitting B, let's go. Let's go get it.
Yeah, the speed in some of the rounds for FaZe, you're right. It's really enjoyable. It's a good, interesting counter grenade there from Sunroom. Or towards Sunroom, I guess. I'm sure we'll be seeing a lot more utility being built in the coming months as people figure out how to get all these tricks in. A lot of people have been kind of looking for stuff already, but once the pros get activated, very curious to see what someone like Rops is going to be able to find. He's really a nerd for this kind of a thing. We'll have to wait for that. Jacob in a position way deep in the sunroom is frozen. I wonder if that catches you off guard, because I feel like no one's really been playing this position so far. So if they don't Molotov him out, maybe he could help out Jacob and no one's going to be looking at him.
They're picking up the pace, but again, I mean, you're looking at the overall utility. They have no smokes left. No Molotovs, you've got a HE and that's it. Okay, they do have a smoke now for Slaxyjez.
Look at the push on the A side as well.
Yeah.
Are they going to be going in? It looked like they wanted to take a look into main, but all they're doing right now is boosting up on the Shroud. I thought maybe they'd take a look around the corner, because there's only 25 seconds. This is kind of mad. Paravision, you need to do something right now, otherwise you're simply going to run out of time. Again, they did in the last round. They find Frozen. That's a strong start, and Slaxyjez, my god, what an entry. Jiboen. It's a running no-scope. It's not going to help them in the round, but what is this guy doing?
He has to be one of the most outrageously aggressive AWPers I've seen in a long time, and I love every second of watching him play. He hasn't had the most amount of impact in the map, but even then, like, look, Paravision, you got the bomb plant, you're going to win the round. Fair enough, congratulations. both players on the site didn't get a single kill. That's not something you can rely on. And again, they took so long to get onto the site in the first place. Like, you are rolling the dice at that stage, and you are hoping and praying that Jacob doesn't get a kill or two, or the player of Frozen doesn't get a kill or two. And how often is it that Frozen misses out on those 1v1 trades?
Not very often. Yeah, it's a rarity indeed. But it's a very, very strong couple of kills there. But you're right, it's probably not a great template for actually winning more and more rounds. But I guess as long as it works here, then we're all going to be happy with it. Jiboen, again, it's just a flashy kill. But tell me that you grew up watching Simple without telling me you grew up watching Simple. You know, that's the sort of stuff that I would expect out of Prime Simple. Just no care in the world. That no scope fails. Right? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, true.
Yeah. Those two no-scopes, the classic. It'll be good to see Simple play this map as well, man. I think BC Game... has it been confirmed now they signed Mazzinho? I think they did. It's going to be a very interesting team. Oh, the big kill, though, from Nietsu. Not far off, giving Jello a haircut, too. But he will withstand and stand his ground into main. And trade to the M4 as well.
Yeah, pushing those smokes, always a lot of fun. I think an underutilized feature of a bunch of maps on the CT side. And this time it is at least going to catch one of them off guard there, but they do get the kill in return, so still a minute on the clock. The bomb leaned heavily towards the B side of the map, and inside is Jacob again. He's been playing very well, Jacob, right? He's got 14 kills, but he's had a couple of rounds here where he's been out-dueled in the bomb side. Oh, and Frozen caught. Rare catch again without him getting a chance to reply. All the pressure now on Jacob. Fire everywhere around him. It would have been kind of cool if he could have got even one kill, but it's unlikely. They know that he's back there at that moment, and ultimately it'll be the last two players on the FaZe side to save. So Paravision, I could already say this is a much improved T side from what we saw last time. So that's really nice, and it speaks to the thing that the question that we had at the start of the game, right? Did they learn from some of those losses on Cash? And turns out they kind of have.
They kind of have. I can't believe I'm about to say this, but Frozen is having a real rough CT side. And I know Jacob is going to get a lot of flack because it's just the classic memes, right? But you can't blame him for that last round. Frozen dies just practically for no reason, and then Jacob is just stuck alone against 4 players pushing him, with Molotovs, flashes, smokes, everything. So I don't know if there's a bit of lapse of communication there over on the B side of the map, but yeah, something needs to change, because I think Paravision now have their sights on it. They realize this is a real vulnerability and an exploiting way to win rounds fairly convincingly. They've done it now multiple times. I don't know if Frozen's uncomfortable in the position or what, but like, it's a couple times now we've seen him get caught with nothing in return.
Yeah, I mean, that again could be a feature of the idea that it's a returned or a new map. So maybe Frozen just isn't enjoying his positions over at that B bomb site. Maybe he doesn't know exactly where to put himself. That's definitely possible, and maybe they can tinker around with that a little bit. They still have the lead because they've had such a great cash map so far. But that lead is shrinking down to about 3 rounds. So they don't have an endless amount of time. Now they're pushing up Jiboen. Oh, he should have been ready for that. That's the whole reason you're doing it. But Shui, very active. And he's going to get the shot. Takes down the AWP. Jacob has picked it up in the meantime. So I do like the idea of FaZe doing that. But Paravision well prepared.
Not too much to really speak of in this round unless Jacob or Twist can get activated with those 2 weapons. They are moving into the very stacked site though of A. And so maybe there are some banana peels yet they can slip over. Bomb though is dropped towards T. And considering that Zwei is already making a move over onto the B side, maybe they're going to try and clear this one out. They've sent 2 players through, and a third as well in the form of Hobbits coming up on the highway, but he's already been picked off. A free kill with the USP, but Frozen misses out. Netsu will finish off. 3-play-3, and now Paravision realize, hold on a second, let's get the hell out of here.
James, smart to open the door, because it must keep at least 1 player here while the rest are rotating over to the B bomb site. So just a little bit of noise wiggling the handle there is enough to make NATO stick around. They have picked up rifles though, so already this is a more complicated round. Footsteps towards Checkered, and Twist is going to be walking in. The timing is absolutely perfect. Shui goes down, and now they know that there's a player on the other side. They know that Jay must be somewhere outside of the bomb site. And you can see Twist already looking for him. Faking the bomb once. Slaxijez, you're going to have to commit to it now. You're alone on the site. We're going to need to see a lot of sick Paravision clutch on this one. It's not going to happen. Jacob with the stolen AWP. He will take it down Slaxijez. And that puts FaZe at 12 rounds. 1 away from winning this opening map.
Oh, that is a heartbreaking round to lose for Paravision just when you're on the fast track to a comeback. Yeah, I've gone over to the A site, which is stacked. You don't throw mollies into those close angles. You don't really do your due diligence in trying to probe and poke through on the other side of the map, and you get punished in the worst way possible. It's a great call, though, from FaZe and Twist in particular. But you've got to have question marks here, Paravision. If you're Dastan, I mean, you are absolutely devastated at that last round. You can't really excuse it.
Yeah, you don't even have Nota to shout at anymore. So what's the... Where do you let that frustration go? Maybe you keep him on the bench just for that purpose, you know?
Just
for the outlet.
Stares.
Yeah.
Just got a picture of him on his phone, just stares at him.
Exactly. Oh, they should bring a picture of Nota in like a frame. That's a good idea. Like, just have him on the corner just for that. It'd be great memes if they did it. Frozen and James. Oh, and James is going to be quick enough here. I did like the idea. Secondary ult, but maybe more evidence again that Frozen's position here just doesn't... He's not really fully at home in it yet. Another failed incendiary in the middle, or a Molotov there from Hobbit. They wanted to burn out the vent, and they did not. Started to become too much of a theme for me. I don't know why Paravision haven't learned this. I'm sure it's not that difficult. They pick up the bomb back in T-spawn, though. Somebody left it there all along. And with the man advantage in 50 seconds, let's see what they come up with.
Well, they're getting the information, but again, it's pretty slow. They are picking up the pace, though, over on B. Jacob there alone, again, with the M4. And no utility to repel them. It's why he's playing way more passive and deeper. A Twist is going to take some of that pressure and apply it directly now. Oh, the fight goes against Jacob. He needed at least one, you have to feel. That probably will be a save call.
It looked like he was moving while he was crouching, and he was repositioning like right when that peek happened and made it super awkward. Good little flick for James. And I don't disagree. I mean, a save call probably would have been a better... You got to think about the lead that they have. And as has been said many times, the way that you lose this kind of a lead is if you run out of money. So that's the only thing that FaZe have to really consider is just don't end up in a position where you just have no cash for the last couple of rounds. AWP, yeah, they're checking to make sure that no one is trying to steal that. Nobody could have snuck through, but that's not going to be the case. No one's near enough by. Paravision up to 9. They are still alive. Slaxijez top fragging on his side of the map with 18, or in the server, in fact. You mentioned it yesterday, and I think James said it in the post-game interview yesterday. He just looks like a really impressive player, and yeah, it's hard to disagree with.
Yeah, I think the word James used was he's going to be a superstar. And we were both kind of blown away by that because James is typically very kind of stoic and keeps his emotions to himself, like really giving a huge amount of praise to Slaxijez after that performance against Big. And we've seen glimpses of it here today as well. And I know it's not the most exciting T-half to call, but I mean, to give the benefit of the doubt as well to James, the way in which FaZe have been so aggressive, you think of that Frozen boost into the warehouse push with 2 of them. One of the ways of denying that and countering it is to just sit back and say, all right, come on then. If you want to get aggressive and you want to try and, you know, wrap around the back of us, we'll sit back and we'll wait for you. You can play yourselves right into our traps.
Pretty quick boost here on this side. It has to be one of the most well-known boosts in all of the game. But that doesn't make it necessarily easy to clear out. Problem is, if you go in and you look up to that like far right corner, then you've got your back exposed to forklift, that balcony, just everywhere else. It's an uncomfortable feeling. Still got the bomb dropped further back. Shui is really far forward. This seems like a strong position to be in, assuming that they can set him up nicely. But yeah, he might be able to catch either rotations or just maybe pop flashed in somewhere. I do like this.
Yeah, and it's been afforded to him because Frozen's been caught so many times in these awkward like checkers pushes. They're now playing way more deep and passive together. Both Jacob and Frozen are on the back boxes. So that's opening up a lot of real estate the Paravision can push into. And with 30 seconds, they're starting to find their way over on B. They still have nades at their disposal as well. That utility to get the cross. So Ray's now going to move in. This next kill is so important.
It's a team flash, by the way. Not what you want to see. Now running through the fire. What on earth is happening? Paravision, what? They're doing this! Jacob coming in. There's only 10 seconds left now. Cello and Hoppit trying to recover what looked like a lost round. They ran through their own fire and they flashed themselves getting into it. It's FaZe to pick up the map on Cash. 13 rounds to the 9 of Paravision. And again, some remnants of, I think, some of the criticism that we had for them last time we saw them on this map. There's a lot of confusion on the T side for Paravision. It was improved. It was definitely better, but there's still a lot to be decided, in my opinion.
Yes, I agree with you. I think there's still a lot of growing pains there for Paravision. There have been improvements, so you can focus on some of the positives. I also have to say, I don't think FaZe played their best CT side there at all. I think there were a lot of things also that were going a little bit wrong. Frozen and Jacob in particular. I think it can be a really strong duo over on B, but it definitely had issues. And I suppose another bit of positivity is that Slaxy again had a pretty solid map. So the identical thing happened yesterday for Paravision. Map 1 was Cash, they lost, they then bounced back and won the 2 subsequent maps. They can still potentially do it.
They definitely can. It's not too late. Cash is always going to be, I think, a bit of a question mark at the beginning here, but yeah, we even got a little bit of a Jabowing action towards the end with some shots through the smoke. I mean, it's absolutely wild. What a game. We promised it was going to be entertaining, and it certainly has been, and I bet that will continue for a while longer here. Second map is going to be Dust 2, and it was picked by Paravision, so do not despair if you're a Paravision fan. There's still a chance for a recovery, especially when Slaxy is playing this well, so I look forward to it. I bet you guys are as well. Take something to drink and get a snack or two, and we'll be back with the second map after the break.
Mr. Banks is in his signing session right now, so it's just me this time around. But we're going to give out some mouth pass as usual. 这个 Banks 去签售会了，所以现在给大家签名呢，所以这个场间只有我啊。但是哎，咱们还是来送出几张鼠标垫，这个是6毫米的版本啊，这要更厚一点。来。啊，你这个画的不错，这是你自己画的吗？ Did you draw this yourself?
No, 这是我朋友在看台上，他今天是看台票，然后呢，他说让我希望我能够来这里举一下。对。
So this was actually made by his friend, but his friend is in the stands right now, so he just gave it to him. Hopefully, it brings some good luck. 来，这样我问你一个开放性的问题吧，就目前你觉得你最爱的赛事是哪届赛事？不能说科隆 Major. So what was your favorite event ever? You cannot say Cologne Major.
Maybe I will say I am Morben.
I am Morben, but why? 为什么？
我其实我是蜜蜂的粉丝。
Well, he's a Team Vitality fan, so there you go. 来，祝贺这个哥们儿！来，我们再送3张来 ，3 more. Okay, let's do one more from this section. 哇，我只看 FF 大聪明，来 shout out to 大聪明，来，哦，这是什么 ？Alright, let's get a zoom in on this. 这是什么东西？这个是屁股还是没屁股啊？这个是屁股还是没屁股啊？
没有。
啊，真的吗？怎么感觉总监有点发腮啊？来，那问一下，那你既然是总监的粉丝，那么你最喜欢总监的哪一场比赛或者哪一项赛事 ？So you're a Twist fan. So what was your favorite Twist tournament or Twist performance?
我忘了，但是我就是那个费德打小蜜蜂那个22比20有一场那个比赛，我忘了叫什么，但是我觉得那场总监发挥特别好。
那是哪一场呢？有没有记得的？PGL, all right. So this is one map where FaZe played Vitality and they win like 22-20. So there you go. 来给一张，恭喜这位 FaZe 粉丝。哎，这是什么情况？这怎么有个大明星在这儿啊？这是什么情况？这怎么走错片场了是吧？来，给这样吧，给所有 CS 粉丝介绍一下这位是谁。All right, so in your words, introduce who this guy is to all the Counter-Strike fans.
这个是我们 VCTCN 的大明星 ZMJJKK。
All right, so this is a superstar, a Valorant superstar playing for EDG. It's Kong Kong. All right. Let's do one more. All right, wait. Let's see. 来，这是什么？这最后的晚餐吗？这是什么 ？What is this? 过来 ，show it to the camera real quick. What is this? 来展示一下。拿着。哇，这是什么细节呀 ？Well, you know, James is going to be Jesus, but yeah, this is actually wow. This is insane. Just look at the details, man. 哎，这里有来解释一下，这里有什么小套路吗？哎，这是什么？这是 Banks 吗？哦，这有一位消失，这个 Danking 在外面看着，什么情况啊？啊，也不来打表演赛，什么情况 ？Danking 这个是西兰花是吗 ？So this is broccoli guy right here, which is Brokey. Well, 也是查无此人了。Well, he's not here this time around. 来，这个图非常好，所以直接送你一张吧。来，在找什么 ？All right, so he got more for us. 哎呦，这是玩机器吗？这么帅的吗？ So that was Machine, the GOAT commentator in China. Here we go. All right, one more. Let's go over that side. 哇，这个就都很帅啊。这个奖杯是什么 ？What's this trophy right here?
这个是那个2026科隆的奖杯，然后我定做了一个，然后已经有 Monacy 的签名了。
he actually got this custom made and it's already signed by Monacy. Wow. All right, let's do one more. 来，这个韩王接电话的这个过来。Come on, Kerrigan, pick up the phone, man. 好的，那你觉得韩王现在在 FaZe 好像打得很开心啊？是不是也不用去别的队了 ？So Frozen seems to be having a pretty good time in FaZe right now. So maybe he's not going to make any calls anymore.
Yes.
哦，这个是什么？哦哟，看看这个，这个都签满了。这个是从哪里签的？
这个刚好是他们说的那个墨尔本。
So this was actually in IEM Melbourne. Look at this. Look at all these signatures. Insane. Wow. Wow. 来，这样你们两个商量一下，谁来回答一个我的问题来。来 ，Rock paper scissors. Let's go. 哦。来呢，IEM 墨尔本哪一场比赛给你印象最深 ？So IEM Melbourne, which was your favorite match?
那当然是决赛那一场。本来是订了晚上的机票直接回悉尼，但是发现打不完，就直接改签，第二天再回去。
Wow. So his favorite match was the grand finals. He actually booked the flight back to Sydney, but since the match took so long, he just canceled the flight. Fuck it, just watch the game. All right. 这才是 CS 的真粉。This is a dedicated Counter-Strike fan right here. So here you go. 好，最后一张 ，Make some noise， 广州 ！Woo!
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready to go. It is the second map in the second semi-finals of the day. We've got Paravision up against FaZe here at the XSE Pro League. And my name is Anders. With me is Vince. And you said, Vince, there's a chance here for a third map if Paravision can pull it together on Dust 2. You believe that they can? Have you seen enough from them? Is there enough firepower in the squad to take down FaZe?
Yeah, I think there is. I also think Paravision are a very comfortable team on Dust 2. It's actually the highest win percentage, albeit 62%, but they have got wins against 9Z, they got wins against G2, Liquid, narrow loss against Aurora as well back at Astana. So I think Dust 2 is a good map for them. Additionally, on top of that, Anders, interesting little factoid here, this is the first time FaZe are going to be playing Dust 2 with Jabot in an official game. So there are actually a lot of things that we don't know about how they're going to be occupying this map with their new star AWPer.
What an exciting prospect. Jabot unleashed on Dust 2. I mean, we saw a glimpse of what he could do really on that cash map, but it was nothing like what we've seen earlier in the tournament. So I think this is going to be a lot of fun. Just to give you the context of what we're doing here, the winner of this match is going to be headed off into the grand finals against 9C, who did defeat Alliance earlier in the day. It was a tough game, that one. Yeah, they're waiting for them there. Vince and I will be covering it tomorrow, starting at the same time as today, so around 10 o'clock Central European time. and it's going to be a best of 5 as well. So a lot on the line. I think either way, it's going to be a really, really fun match. 9C look very strong, and they've been ramping up into the tournament. They play better and better all the time. But FaZe are coming in right now with a lot of momentum, and if they can take down Paravision here, then FaZe might be the favorites coming into it in spite of the new team and everything else. They just look so strong. But I want to see Paravision make a comeback. I think Cello's been playing much better in this new version of Paravision. Snatcher just seems like a great pickup. I really enjoy this team, and I've been saying it for a while, and I'll keep saying it in the future. I think James is one of the smartest Counter-Strike minds out there, both when it comes to the overall sort of team, but also in terms of individual sort of clutching ability and all the rest of it. So it's never really boring to watch Paravision. Some mistakes on the T sides, we've talked about this. Be fun to see how they played on Dust 2, if they look more well drilled, if we're seeing fewer of these kind of mistakes. Because they did run out of time a couple of times there on Cash, where they didn't have enough time to really make the rounds work.
Yeah, that is true. And again, I think it's growing pains. I said the same thing yesterday when they played against Big, when we went to Mirages, the second map. And I said it's going to be a much better looking from them. Like on the T side especially, it's a map they're way more comfortable on. They have way more practice on it as well. And I expect the same for Dust 2, straight up. I will say though, even though Jabone hasn't played an official yet with FaZe on Dust 2, it's probably his best map statistically. Played 11 maps over the last 3 months, averages a 1.3 rating. Very, very high. Yes, it's a lower caliber of opposition, but when you look into the stats a little bit more on his HLTV ratings and all that good stuff, he has a 96 out of 100 when it comes to Dust 2, and he averages 0.5 kills per round with the AWP, which might not sound like much. Okay. That is in the top like 98 percentile of pro level AWPing. He is incredibly high. He very often is getting kills with the AWP.
Well, I'm excited to hear that. That's going to be a dream for FaZe if they can have him unleashed and sort of be one of those really powerful AWPers on the map. It's a popular map, Dust 2 after all. A lot of high-level teams end up playing it, so you have to find a way to be good at it here. Headsets have come off for Frozens. That's a bit of an issue. I guess maybe we could just kind of quickly go through Paravision. I guess they're going to be starting on the CT side for this one. Yeah, I think, just looking at some of their positions here, Shui going to be playing out A long. I think CT mid is going to be Snaxijaz, and then B anchor is Cello, with Hobbit also sort of playing some of that mid position and sort of flexing between the bomb sites. James obviously is playing the AWP, so he could be found in any number of locations. But looking at it like this, I am glad to see Cello as that B anchor the way that he's been playing. I feel like it's one of the parts of the map that you do need a strong player over there, because they typically have less backup. And honestly, the way that Cello, I mean, you saw that ridiculous 1v4 that he had on Cash. I mean, you get more stuff like that, that's the sort of stuff you're going to need to really cement the B bomb side defense.
Which is maybe a bit of a concern as well, because even when you have players popping off and having sort of it'll end up being one of the best plays of the entire event, if not the best one, and you still lose, yeah, something's gone pretty badly wrong, right? So I don't want to be a naysayer, and I'm not going to write, Paravision off. I think there's every chance they can come through and have a really strong Dust 2 performance, but the eye test and the kind of barometer right now is not necessarily looking great for them. Whereas FaZe are going to be coming into this with just oozing confidence and full self-belief. We'll say Frozen, he started incredibly well. He still ended with, I think, like 16 kills or 17 kills, sure, joint top with Jacob. But his CT side in particular, towards the end of it, was kind of rough. He had a lot of rough rounds where he was getting picked off. I don't know if it was comms or whatever between him and Jacob. It's hard to say from our perspective, but yeah, he didn't quite have the ending to that half we're expecting, because his T half was insane. Like, you're thinking of that push-up middle through highway, he gets 2 kills. He was getting entries, he was getting deagle headshots, he was doing everything you could possibly ask on that T half at least.
That is true, and I think it's something that probably we'll try and remember into the future when it comes to watching Frozen on that map. We're going to sort of... I expect that they will carve up a better position. They'll find better protocols for how to sort of set up Frozen in a different way, but it's definitely worth highlighting, because that was... it's going to be annoying for him just to kind of feel like every round you have no idea how to contribute to the game. No doubt that'll be different when we get into Dust 2. One of the most stable and just performance-based players that we have in Frozen there. Someone that I think could have found a home in almost any Counter-Strike team, or at least it would have been up for discussion. Such a prospect, even though he's been playing for a long time, like, I feel like his career is nowhere near even peaked at this stage. So lot of credit to him. We're still delayed on this one. Not entirely sure what is keeping us waiting. It did seem like there was an audio issue with Frozen because he did take off the headset and kind of, I think, was telling an admin to come help out. So that will happen every once in a while. I promise you, it's not Vince and I that are keeping the broadcast delayed, even though we do love to talk. We get a lot of opportunities to do that. If we could start it, we definitely would.
Listen, Anders, I know you sat there delaying the game so you can make more Smurf and alt accounts on Kick to say ridiculous, wild stuff about how I scammed you of €5 and kissed you at a LAN. You mess. It's all your fault, Anders. It's all you.
I do need a Kick alt account. That's a banging idea. It's a special place on the internet at the moment to participate in, but I don't hate it. A lot of exciting memes that have come out and copy pastas at the moment. Just play without audio is what Scrum is saying. That's an exciting idea. I guess that would cement him as an actual god if he just said, you know what, let's just get on with the tournament and still dropped 20 kills.
Yeah.
Don't know how doable it is. Here we go. We're back on
casted
cam.
without audio for the first 2 days. So if we have to cast without audio, we have to play without audio. That's fair's fair. We've got to keep it even. I mean, we have discussed a lot about FaZe. Understandably, I think that's probably the fan base here is more FaZe focused, but also Paravision, I have to say, like when it comes to Dust 2, Zwei and Hobbit, when they played against Linvision in the group stage, they won 13-3. They absolutely massacred them, and both Zwei and Hobbit performed incredibly well over a 1.6 rating. So we have already seen what they have up their sleeve in terms of Dust 2, and it was very impressive, albeit against a pretty weak Linvision team. Like, I don't know where they go from here, man. Like, I thought we were going to have changes after the major. It didn't happen. They come here on home soil, don't do it again. I don't know what the future holds for that team.
I think the thing that really annoys me about the Linvision situation is just that they did play better last year, and then they kind of went away from doing it. But unfortunately, we won't have to talk about it any longer. We are going to head into the game. So once again, big welcome, ladies and gentlemen, here. Second map of the semifinals, and straight into a B-rush. Nade to all hands on deck right now. They are trying to wrap around, though. Frozen is already coming up from lower dark. The bomb is going to be planted this time. It's a really tough retake that they're looking for. Twist trying to be in a bit early. Jacob goes down. I feel like they're trickling onto the bomb site one at a time, and maybe that's because Hobbit is keeping the other half of the push from actually entering. So a massively confusing round, unfortunately, here for the side of FaZe. I don't think they were ever in a position to actually mount a real retake here, but yeah, a lot of speed, and I guess coming out of a tech timeout as well for Paravision, that is a cheeky way to play it.
Really good hold, though, from Paravision overall, and just what the doctor ordered. Just what they were looking to achieve to come straight into this one. It's also going to deny and delay the AWP from getting into Jaboin's hands just a little bit longer. Be curious if he does force in a scout into the next round. He does have Julies that I think he's going to save. We did hop away from the player cams, but I don't think any of the T's were close enough to deny him of his life. So at least he'll have something to play with. But yeah, I agree. It was a bit of a chaotic one. It was a bit of an oddball round. CT side start for FaZe, and already on the back foot. And they don't force. Interesting.
Second round. I guess if you want to be early to the AWPs, then going for too much early on here, FaZe could be a bit of an issue. Single flashbang on Twists. He is in the middle, so just in case. I do like that. $200 investment. Just make it. Almost never a reason not to at least give it a shot here. Mac 10 on Cello, which means he can be the first man in, the scout to check out what's going on. We've got a close Molotov. Does it actually burn the entire corner? I think there is a way to throw that so that there's like a pixel to stand in there on the CT side. But regardless, nobody's there. Probably doesn't matter. They're going to be moving towards the catwalk position. So very, very carefully at Paravision. But Hobbit has now been thrown over the Mac 10 instead. And he is going to be looking at the A-bomb site and find that it is empty. So yeah, good work. Good fundamentals for Paravision.
Yeah, we know they're not a team that's ever going to be rushed into anything. They're going to play the game at their own pace. Sometimes that is a huge detriment. Sometimes not so much. Jello, double spray, triple spray actually, and that is the round pretty much over. Julie's going to see no action. Zwei puts him down at range. And a quick fire 2-0 to kick off Dust 2. Now, as a result of that last save, I'm not sure. It's going to be very close if Jabone can actually afford, because I think he bought armor in this round. If he's going to be able to afford the... no, he isn't. I was wondering if he was right on the brink of a glass cannon AWP, but he picked up armor, so he's not able to.
I feel like you got a player like this, you'd love to see them with the AWP early on. But, I mean, they win the round, they can still get there. But sometimes there are teams like this where you have, you know, a really good AWPer, but you end up making a bunch of economic decisions that stop you from actually getting the AWP. And I feel like it's always a bit disappointing when you see that. Early push out long for FaZe, because they wanted to make sure that if there was going to be a spawn for long there for Paravision, they would have been ready for it. Not the case. And Paravision, not a team that typically rush all that much, which is also why it was fun that they did it in the pistol round. They're setting up an upper dark. Natu, if he throws down this smoke, I'm so curious if Paravision will try to bust through it. I feel like the way that he's playing it here, if it's just about the pixel, I really don't like this. I think there's a chance that you just never stand a chance here. Look at them pushing through. They actually make it just a straight contact play. So it's a smart play from Paravision. It almost directly counters what Natu was trying to do, and he will go down to James. He couldn't have known that. It wasn't necessarily his fault, but yeah, Paravision, I think they pulled out the ultimate counter to that kind of play.
I'm actually a bit surprised that Natu was able to get the one kill, because that flashbang did a lot more harm than good from the T side. I think if it didn't connect in the first play, Natu may have gone down as he was transitioning after throwing the smoke in. Either way, though, looks like Paravision will be getting a 3-0 start. FaZe simply don't have the funds to throw any of these guns, and with no kit, there's not really much of a hope of a retake. Going to be posting up for some exit frags, hoping that Paravision come out, and if they do, to be fair, like, James needs to be careful because he is pretty low HP. He has traded with Zwei, but if they walk into the CTs here, maybe Jabone can get an upgrade yet. If he can take it off the corpse of James, but they've kind of bypassed. Third player's going to be coming through, gets spotted, bit of damage, but also gets nailed by that AWP, and Jabone dies to the bomb.
You're right. Oh, 97 damage on that AWP shot. It's enough for the blast to reach him. Super disappointing for him. But just to reiterate, what Natu wants to do in that moment is he's hoping that it will be more of a set strategy coming out from Paravision. He wants for them to smoke off the mid door. He wants for them to throw some deep utility, like some incendiaries or molotovs or whatever on the bomb site. And then he has plenty of time to throw out his own smoke and buy more time for the team to rotate in. But because Paravision goes straight contact, so they don't do anything until they're on the site, my God, okay then. That's a headshot.
I just love that Jabone has the just raw audacity to say, do you know what, I'm going to take a scout, boys. I'm just going to rush mid with it on the CT side. It's not worked out for him, but I love the idea of it anyway. The ball's on the lad.
Maybe it was never... Maybe BO3 isn't a wild, you know, crazy player. Maybe it's just... That's what it takes to be an AWPer in FaZe. Like, somehow it's like he's inherited the spirit of BO3. Like, you could get the most boring AWPer ever, but if you put him in FaZe, somehow they just have to behave in that way. There's something weird happening, but it is a lot of fun, I agree.
Entertaining to watch. Never really know what's going to happen next with him. It has put his team in a bit of a dicey position, to be fair, and with a scout and 2 M4s, it's not as if this was a throwaway round. Like, you can still do damage. You could even feasibly win a round like this. Paravision, though, now making a move through on Catwalk, and again, it is contact. Still tons of utility, but they decide to just walk straight onto the site, and it's going to catch them off guard completely here.
Yeah, Frozen. He's got no utility. A little bit of a spray down, though. He does get 2, and there comes the flashbang from Long instead. Frozen gets taken down, but I thought they were going to be able to completely jump on them there. It didn't seem like FaZe had any idea what was coming. Frozen still had his eyes absolutely sharp and ready. Natu with the P250 is going to get the kill, and now being hunted down. Slaxy just wants him. He's got him trapped in the corner, and he's going to be able to get the headshot too. Jacob now, he shot James in the back, and now it's a 1v1. 10 seconds. Honestly, if you can just slow this down, Slaxy just can't run. I think Slaxy just almost has to fight. Surely he's not going to allow that. Jacob runs back. I think that's a big mistake.
He second-guessed himself, and as he had that round in the palm of his hand, but he wasn't sure. And that indecision's cost him everything. It's cost him his entire position.
Did he think he could run back to catwalk? There's no way that could happen. That is scary. If Jacob can clutch it now, all is forgiven. But if not, that might be a huge screw-up. Oh, he gets the headshot. Oh, what a scary moment. He almost threw away that round. And instead, he comes in, takes 88 damage, and will win the first one for FaZe here on Dust 2.
Big clutch. Maybe he was just concerned that Slaxy Jeds would assume he didn't have time and would try some shenanigans up on mid and try and take the fight. I'm not entirely sure what was going on in Jacob's mind, but either way, they win the round. Also, AWP has been picked up for Jaboen. It's his first one of the map so far, as he's been playing on scraps, bits and pieces in a scout. Also, perfect spawn for mid if he wants to go for it. So we'll see what he's got up his sleeve.
Timeout being called there. It's very interesting. Some people in the chat pointing out that he didn't realize that he might have thought that there was no time to plant, so he's just running away to not get killed. And I suppose that makes sense. Like I'll take the L on that if that was the case. I just think it's a massive risk. It could be a little bit easier. I guess we have the minimap, so it's easier for us to judge whether or not he actually could have made the bomb site. But yeah. Definitely good on Jacob for not throwing away the round, even though there was a moment there where it looked like he could have stuck around and just caught him while he was planting. But 3-1. It's all in the past. Jaboen with the AWP. And so on the other side of things, 3 AKs, a single kill on Hobbit. Money already very low on the Paravision side.
See from James, third person perspective peering into the long doors. Jacob on the other side. Yeah, I mean, it's also impossible to know what the call was from his teammates, right? We're assuming it's Jacob's call there, but maybe Twist or someone else has got in his ear and said, just run. We'll never truly know. It doesn't really matter at the end of the day because he won the round. When a win's a win, you take him.
Really snipe on this map, not yet.
Which is really sad because, again, in previous teams, albeit at like a lower stature of Counter-Strike, he was dominant. So I was expecting to see fireworks and all manner of crazy shenanigans. He did try, to be fair. I think it was round 3 where he had a scout and he pushed up middle through the smoke, and James just landed a really slick headshot and just put him back down to size. Other than that, though, we've not seen too much. Timeout has been called, though. going to be figuring out where to go next, and I hope that they are at least addressing this whole B-site situation at this stage. At least having a conversation of where they can maybe throw a couple of changes to just bulk up their CT.
Yeah, I mean, I just surely find a way for Natu and whoever else is over there to play off each other in a different kind of way. Right now, Natu's impact on the defense has been very, very negligible because all he really is doing is throwing down some panicked smokes, and that's about it. So surely that's an easy fix to just stop doing that. And like, you can even go close to the box there at the entrance to B. So annoying to deal with when you're on the T side because you can't really Molotov people. I mean, you sort of kind of can, but it's hard to Molotov people off that box. A lot of teams just won't do it at all. Let's see how this plays out. We got a minute and 20 seconds. Nice grenade. Molotov is going to push Twist onto the other side. He's actually committed to sticking around. That's an unusual way to play, but I like it. It means he's going to have information about what's happening here, and that's really valuable.
Oh, they're going for B again, though. This time Frozen's alongside Netu, so he's going to try and help him out with some firepower. Headshot has connected, but it's not going to be enough for the outright kill. Now Netu stuck in the middle of nowhere. One kill goes in his favor, but he's being tagged down from multiple angles. Twist does find the perfect timing, though, to deal with Jane, and gives them a way back in for a 3v3, 2 players of which are very low on power vision.
Yeah, I think that's the essential point that you brought up there. The low health makes this a more doable round, and FaZe kind of have to go for it. We know that B-takes or retakes are really, really hard to do, but they're so far behind in rounds. If they want any chance of getting back into this, Twist might have got a slight assistance there, taking down Cello. Unfortunate, but because he was low, he's almost instantly dead. Slakshajes is also low on health. Shui trying to get through the window. He gets one and makes it a double. Takes down Jabo, and now Jacob on the other side. He's got the kit, sure, but that bomb is so far ticked already, and Shui's not going to have any trouble getting this round on their side. A triple for him, and Paravision, they really want to play that third map. They are making a very strong case for themselves.
It's hard to see how they don't at this stage with the 7-2 lead. Even with some kills early on. This is not the FaZe that we saw on Cash, that's for sure. Impressive from Jello. And yeah, even with the assist from the 7-man in the crowd.
Yeah.
Still wasn't good enough.
It happens. Hard to avoid. And the fact is as well, like sometimes when the crowd goes, ooh, like it can also kind of mess up rounds, even though it's unintentional, because suddenly you think, oh, wait a minute, maybe something is happening, and you give away your position by shooting somewhere. So, it's not like a surefire thing that you can always trust on like crowd reactions. You can absolutely, like, I would even say if you're a player and you end up thinking way too much about it, there are a lot of moments where you can kind of screw up the game for yourself because suddenly you're trying to listen for that instead. So we'll see, though. Smoke up in the middle. This could be a little bit of a faster take of middle. They only just peek in. Cello didn't want to commit to it, but we'll see. Retake smoke coming in from FaZe. Wanted to get control of Catwalk again. Twist is playing it here with Jacob right behind. A very low utility, by the way, on the CT side.
Not far off. Twist does spin around. Also negates the flashbang. Really well played by Twist, and throws the grenade as a parting gift. Kind of stuck in an awkward spot. The Molotov is now cleared away, so he is able to just back off to the site. And he's also wasted a lot of time off the clock as well.
That's wild. He also picked up the AK in the middle of it. Like, he got done shooting his own M4, immediately picked up the AK, and like you said, did everything else around it. Huge contribution. Back at the B-bomb site. You want to see Natu make this work, and along with Frozen too. 18 seconds on the clock. It's a classic Paravision round here. Counter smoke through the door, so making it very hard. They're being funneled through the window instead. Frozen! He goes down to Slakshajes! Oh, but Natu, that's a strong double. The bomb is still implanted down there, and maybe there's a way back in here for Paravision. They get the kill onto Natu. This is not done yet. Jame and Hobbit are alive, and they want to steal this round away. They really want to cement their victory here on this map. And Jame in the window, ready to go for it. Doesn't see anyone. They're already through the smoke inside of the site. Hobbit can't get a double spray down, and they get the headshot on Jame. Good recovery for FaZe. They desperately needed a round like this one.
Third round dialed in. I was worried that how slow those three CTs were rotating from A and CT spawn respectively. because they gave every chance for Power Vision to dial themselves in and have another solid 3v3 retake, had it not been for that final kill on the side, which would have been a real crying shame considering what Twists did at the start of this round. But a bit of a chuckle to themselves you saw there from Twist's perspective on the player cam. Still laughing, still having a good time. That's good signs for the general vibe check on FaZe. And I suppose it should be, really. I mean, even if you are losing Dust 2, you at least know you have the first map. It's yours.
Sure.
Can't take that away from you.
Yeah, the pressure is definitely, I agree. Like, the pressure is less on FaZe in some sense. And I think they said right at the start, these two teams have been practicing a little bit together. So maybe you also have a sense that some of these maps would be more difficult than others. Ancient to the side. And it does look like we're going to be needing that at some point here. We also, I guess at the start of it, we said we were worried about Paravision's T sides, and this one looks much, much stronger. I mean, the level of prep in attacking the B bomb site is definitely visible. And even though they leave it late, that's not a problem. Like, this time they actually are making it work for the most part. So I really appreciate this. I think it's a nice improvement.
They have really, though, hammered this B side, haven't they? Like, whether it be full-on executes outside of tunnels, or whether it be B wraps. They have played it over and over again. Very few A hits. And even if it has been an A hit, it's been through catwalk. I can't recollect a time they've actually pushed long, and we've had long fights. It's been more skirmishes there at most, or flirtation.
Yeah, it's one of the weird things about Dust 2, isn't it? Sometimes you just don't go there because you don't feel like you're getting the spawns. Or maybe when you do get the spawn, you don't have the weapons for it. So it can be a little bit more barren on that side of the map. Maybe they're waiting to do in the 12th round, and they just want to see if they can, you know, hit them with a surprise long rush. More of a default setup here.
That's fair, and sometimes it also is just based off spawns, Anders, as well. You know, if like you just get unfortunate, you don't really get many good long spawns. There's even less reason for you to try and pivot in there and, you know, get the flashes over and get aggressive. So Dust 2 is one of those maps that I think is most spawn based, whether it be on the T or the CT side.
Yeah. We're going to go test it again. This is very interesting. They really sense that there's a weakness over on this side. Frozen and Natu, they have been having a tough time, and now they lose Twist in the middle. This is not going to make it any easier. That lurk smoke is up. They know someone's coming through. Natu, has got it back covered. Doesn't seem like it. Frozen, he does get a kill, but it was after Natu had already died there. Good work from Hobbit getting onto the site with the double kill, and this B defense... I think we criticized it right away. We said that something is not working out for them. But on the Paravision side, like, we should start crediting them instead. They've definitely identified something that they are exploiting in a big way. And even though FaZe are playing it differently now with the back plateau setup, you can still see that Natu and Frozen are not helping each other out all that much. If you're in the window with your back turned to the main entrance of B, you need your other teammates somehow to help you out. It can't be the case that you're just getting shot in the back.
But what's confusing to me here, though, Anders, is as Jabon's going to try and hold on to his AWP, it looks like he'll be successful. What's confusing to me, though, is that they had so much proactivity when it came to Cash, and almost nothing when it comes to Dust 2. Like, another way to alleviate some of the pressure off B site is that you start to play aggressively, whether it be going into tunnels from the CT perspective, whether it be trying to utilize through that mid spawn and get into lower tunnels early on, take early catwalk control, put pressure on it that way, or have a player that's just playing mid that is constantly rotating to B the second that everything kind of seems a little bit too quiet on the A front. But we haven't seen that. They're just constantly playing default, like 2 players B, no one really locking down mid. And they're just dealing with the consequences of those actions.
Yeah, I think that is very fair. Because if you can't hold the site alone, like, you have to try and tip the balance of what's going on there. So I would actually appreciate if they followed your line of thinking there. Shello making sure that nobody is in that lower dark position. Jabon again with the AWP, but... again, it's not really been taken over the map. Say that as he does take down Hobbit. So at least there is that. Up to 8 kills, along with Twist on that side. Round number 12 here. So FaZe, the best they could get 4. I still think it's competitive if they get 4. It's not great, but you can still turn that around. So I don't want to get too carried away either. Frozen in the middle, finally having a bit of success. It's been kind of a tough half for him in many ways. along with Natu, they've been attacked a lot and they haven't necessarily come out on top. James nearly killed in this one. It's a decent Molotov, but he can't capitalize on it.
Nicely done by Frozen. They have made a bit of an adjustment now. Frozen, who's been playing typically on B, now in mid, and he's getting the success. And it surprises me it's taking this long to fully unlock him. Because what Frozen wants to be is just a pain in the ass. He wants to be aggressive. He wants to be able to take duels and just win on his reaction and his superior aim. And playing like passively, almost like very, very reactively and patiently on the B side, I just don't think suits his style of play at all. And it's not a coincidence to me, Anders, that he plays mid, he gets 2 kills, they win the round.
Yeah, it does make a lot of sense. And yeah, I agree. Like, it looked like it was it's sort of timid kind of Counter-Strike that is not at all what you're associating with that kind of a player. Here we are. Second half is going to be coming up, and ultimately Paravision making a very, very strong case for themselves. If they can follow through and play, you know, even 70% of what they showed here in the first half into the second half, then I think we're locked in for Ancient. But you've got to be careful. There are some teams that really collapse on the CT side of this map, and part of the collapse happens, I think basically what FaZe showed here, apart from not being able to hold the B bomb site, it's also that you have very little information. Because once you lose Catwalk, it's probably the most essential part of the map, suddenly you have no idea what the T side is doing at all. You've got no warning, you can't rotate anyone into rational positions because, yeah, you don't know what's happening until it's already too late. And yeah, for that reason alone, I think some of the better CT sides that I see on this map have to do with the CTs finding some of that aggression. In the old version of FaZe, if people can recall, one of the cool features is that they would have Rain on long, and he would push out the long house and, like, you know, flank the T's in the middle. So just as an example of, like, how, you know, how they might have played that in the past.
Yeah, and I think it's a consistent factor as well when you look at some of the best teams on Dust 2, like you said. They're being proactive on the CT side. I didn't even mention one of them that a lot of teams will go for, which is these wraparounds. It's actually what Falcons did a couple of times at the major, is having like Karrigan wrap around long. And even if you get stuffed a couple of times doing that, you're at least putting the other team on the back foot, wondering and worrying, like, is this another round where we're going to get flanked on really quickly? That makes going for those B splits, which is all centered around the idea of taking mid control and smoking off CT side, way harder to do when you're thinking, is someone about to push behind us and line up 2 or 3 free kills? But again, if you don't do that, then you don't give any reason for the T's to worry or second guess themselves. And that's kind of what we just saw. Like, that's going to be one of the most comfortable T rounds, T halves, I'll say, for James Calling he's probably had in a long time. At no point was he under pressure or duress. Everything was under his control. He was dictating the pace of every single round.
Yeah, I think that's really important context. Not a lot of stress happening in there. So as a result, the scoreline will be 8-4. And we go into the second half in about 20 seconds from now here. Again, Ancient is the deciding battleground, assuming that Paravision are not going to let all of us down and somehow screw this one up. Pistol round's going to be first, and I feel like, especially on a map like Dust 2, I don't want to say that they're random, you know, in the way that they play out, but it can be very hard to decide. Like, you can have the best plan of all time, but if you run into an early USP headshot, then the whole plan is kind of gone to waste. So yeah, let's see how this one goes. It was a really quick rush coming out from Paravision with their T-side pistol. FaZe, they do have more of a spawn towards long, but I don't know if that'll influence them. They've got already quite a bit of utility, so we'll see how they go.
It feels like do or die here for FaZe in this one, but we'll see. They're moving towards the B site, and there are 2 players here. It's got Jello up close with the Julies, and could be facilitated and baited in by Slaxy at range with that USP. There is utility. They're going to be tossing it in right now.
Yeah, they're ready to go. I think you're exactly right. A little bit of a bait here from Slaxy, and now Cello just perfectly peeked the corner there. Look at how they're playing off each other. We never saw even a glimpse. I hate to bring it back to Frozen and Natu, but this is the kind of teamwork. It's so basic, but you've got one player that's distracting them and someone else peeking. They are running into the Glocks, though. In Paravision, there's no way. Low on health for Jabot and Natu, but there's still plenty of time in the round, and it is a 3-on-3. The bomb, unfortunately, is committed to the site. That's a bit awkward, to be honest.
Yeah, it's very awkward, and it feels like at this stage, FaZe would do well to send a player mid. I think the reason they're not, though, is that 2 players are so low. But if anything, that puts him under more duress and pressure going through into tunnels, because a stray bullet down a choke point like this is going to kill multiple people. In actual fact, it's Netu, the traitor. Shoots Jabone in the back of the head. And it's about to go from bad to a whole lot worse. There's now Twist has also been dinked down, and there's no way they can get onto the site at this point.
That actually is so funny. There was always, I think, going to be very, very tricky to get through. They did have another smoke, so part of me was wondering if they just wanted to smoke the bomb and try to, you know, lose themselves in the chaos of the smoke, and maybe that's a victory, but unfortunate team kill. At least they made me laugh. And that means Paravision will pick up the pistol. Very good news for them, of course. No bomb plant either on the T side. Now my only real concern here is I want to see FaZe. I want to see some more rounds out of them on this map. Again, we're just learning about this new version of FaZe, so I don't want to say goodbye to Dust 2 just yet. They will have a chance for a buy, obviously, before it's too late. But that first rifle round that's coming up for FaZe will probably dictate whether or not this is going to be a very short map, or at least we'll have some, you know, some bang for a buck here on the second map.
We tend to agree with that. Problem for me, though, is that, again, those T-side problems, will they consistently be an issue that they have to contend with here on Dust 2? It seems like it so far. Hobbit, though, stray bullet does connect to the head of Jacob, and Jabone, hold on a second, they got 2 Glock kills. Where's that come from? How's that happened?
I really, truly don't know. Bomb getting planted now on top of it. They got the FAMAS. Okay. Netu. That's action-packed, if nothing else. Pretty bold move. Jabone here, and he gets jumped upon by probably 3 different players at once. Slack's just the one to get the kill. And they'll recover the round. So just a couple of casualties. A little bit more money on the side of FaZe for planting the bomb. And now we get to the interesting part. The rifles are going to be coming out here. Wonder if they want to go for like a no helmet AWP on Jabone. I think he had enough for that, but otherwise he's like 150 short of buying the full Kevlar AWP.
Saw Hobbit there leap into action and call the timeout, because he knows exactly what you just said beforehand, is this round is pivotal. First rifle round. If Jabone has an AWP, even more firepower on it, but they're running out of time. They're running out of runway. And if Paravision can put them down here, it pretty much guarantees a third map. So make sure they all get on the same page.
Yeah.
I'm fascinated to see if they get aggressive in this round as well, you know.
Oh, on the CT side, you mean?
Yeah, if he's calling something like that.
You could. You have quite a bit of runway, so if you try it and it doesn't work out, it's not like you're throwing away the whole game here, but let's see what Paravision come up with. They do have FAMAS on Hobbit. And we're not going to see the AWP on Jabone, so favoring some of the utility in the AK instead. Or maybe just not feeling the confidence AWPing on Dust 2 for the minutes. Decent flash on over, just to make sure that the people in lower dark can peek out in case there was a boost up there with some sort of a weapon. Gotta throw those flashbangs to get rid of it. 3 people on the B-bomb side for the Paravision side, 2 out long, which leaves, for the minute at least, mid and catwalk wide open.
Already seeing stark differences and contrasts to how the 2 teams occupy their CT side. Very rarely will FaZe on 3 players on B, even though the bomb was getting peppered round after round. Having tons of confidence in himself is James to hold the line by himself with this AWP. Does have Sway up close, but if they were to execute, there's not much that Sway could do about this. Although James nailed the first shot, and that's going to force this aggressive play from Frozen. The bomb's been dropped down. It's next to CT spawn.
It's one of the cardinal sins of getting too close to that railing so that the bomb tips on over, and Frozen wasn't even close. He jumped up on the railing. That is a bit of a disaster. And you're right, James with that early shot. He finishes the one kill before he dies. What is going on? He's been defeated by gravity?
Bruh. Oh no. When it rains, it pours. I mean, this is about a depressing as round you could ask for FaZe, and this is their rifle. This is what they've been playing towards. Natu gets a awkward Zello as he's trading weapons. But there's 10 seconds. Have to fully commit to this bomb plant. I mean, Netu's got another one. Stop giving him 1v1s, Paravision. This is madness. You had a 4v2.
If they allow them to get back in, that would truly be absurd. Slackshajaz walking into the one side. Natu is here. He's already picked up the double, and a slow peek might get you killed. Indeed, good spray for Natu. For all the criticism we've had his way, he recovers the round, and Jacob gets the last one. Maybe it's psychological warfare, Vince. He gets himself killed, and Paravision forget what they're even doing. Briefly locked out of the game mentally, have no clue what's happening. They've never seen anything like it. Oh, man. I want to see what happened. Can we get like a replay of the Jaboan moment? Finally, he's living up to the Joe Biden memes. Just stumbling all over the place.
Sleepy Joe, but it was gravity that did him in.
Oh,
Feels
man.
bad, man. I don't know how you lose that round. I mean, that's... Why is Jello running on Catwalk and changing weapons when they know a player's up on Cat? I don't understand. Then Hobbit stuck on Xbox, gets killed by himself. It's nice shots from Netu, don't get me wrong. Like, there's only so much you can... And you do wonder. I mean, we maybe overplay the whole Dastan raging kind of like meme and card and all that kind of stuff, but there is a certain level of expectancy, and a very sort of blunt approach from Dastan, which I think can definitely be a good thing for some players, but not so good for others. Obviously, all players are different. They react to different stimuli and different treatments. But when you know you're failing, like in that previous one, it is going to have some kind of baggage that I think carries over into further rounds, I should say. And 1 or 2 of those rounds and a half, and that could be the mental boom that starts to come into play. So, yeah, I'm alongside with you. I hope they can get the focus back in, concentration levels back up to snuff, and here we go. And they're going to be into this round with an AWP and a healthy dosage of rifles alongside it.
10-6. 4-round gap. And it'll be fun to figure out if Paravision have anything more than this. James, he's pushed down towards the bottom of that catwalk position, but not necessarily sticking around long enough to really have an impact. I think Paravision in the past, I've seen them go for these catwalk boosts where they try to shoot down into lower dark. So even that amount of aggression, I feel like would be interesting. We were really lacking FaZe doing anything proactive on the CT side, and it would be fun to see Paravision at least try to throw it in there. Could be a little bit of mid-aggression coming out. They're pulling everyone back. As soon as you see that long player kind of escaping, there's always a sign that at least we're moving forward in the round. 2 people playing outside of the B-bomb side as well, Vince. They're actually ready for a B-split. Really ready. Not going to find anything yet here. Cello does go down. Oh, that's good. The kill on Jacob. And now there's grenades everywhere, but they're counter-smoked off. What a great smoke from the CT side that slowed them down. Is that enough? A smoke in the middle and a kill on Jacob, and now we're down sub 30 seconds. Surely it'll take more to slow down FaZe. But they're walking in towards the B-bomb side. This feels so telegraphed right now. Jaboan almost has to get a kill, but he can't on the catwalk. Sway takes him down instead. 3 versus 4, and with 15 seconds on the clock, they're walking onto the B-bomb side. I can't imagine they can really break through. Hobbit takes twists. He does burn alive. But yeah, the crossfire here is way too strong. That felt like a very strange round coming out of the FaZe camp.
Yeah, I would tend to agree with you, man. Like, a molly in the smoke basically just locked it down. I was expecting that FaZe were either going to fully commit behind that and just flash and push all together as a united force, or if they were going to play it a bit more slowly, Jacob would go out and they'd then wrap around instantly to catwalk and hit A. But B never felt like it was on the cards. Like, you have no intel whatsoever as to where the CTs are. And you see the consequences of that at the end. They just walk out and they get mullered by 3 different angles. So FaZe now call the timeout. FaZe try and get on the same page, but this T side it's been pretty lackluster, Anders. Like, I've got to be honest, man.
Yeah.
Like, I've not seen much from it, and this has been a consistent theme with Twist's IGLing.
Yeah, I mean, you said it before we even really got started with the game that's been one of the questions, and I'm not giving it a very positive review either. I feel like they had people in the middle. If they were gonna do that split, then just commit to it. Who cares? Like, even if they throw up a smoke, I feel like once you start to fall back and then you're sort of second guessing it and it becomes like this very, very slow mid split, I'm not a big fan of it. Here's the boost I was talking about in the previous round, which they do love to do, and my god, that looked like it was close. Frozen might be lucky to be alive here. Takes a little bit of grenade shrapnel, but nothing too crazy. It's now or never for FaZe. If they want to make a comeback, then they need to build something immediately.
Molly to force off the close angle. Typically the box, pardon me, is where you're going to have AWPers like Jane. It's actually a position he really likes playing when they go for forward angles, but instead he is locking down long. And Jaboan, again, not really able to have too much success. And it does feel like a lot of the entrying does fall on his shoulders. So him going down is going to put a lot more pressure on the Jacob and Frozen kind of combination. And keep in mind that Frozen's 8 and 14. We have not seen a performance like this from him at the entire event so far. Coming unraveled as time goes on. 40 seconds, smoke down now, and FaZe trying to get aggressive out on long.
Yeah, they got the bomb back down there as well. They've got twists on the AWP. He's looking to see if he could find anyone on top of the smoke, but that's not been the case. Sway here Dangerous position. You're very committed. You're not going to get out of this fight. He can't find the shot that was right between their heads. And A2 is the one to take him down. And honestly, for Paravision, a question here about how much you want to go for this. You could lose a lot of rifles here. The one way back for FaZe is if the money is disappeared completely from the CT side. Oh, what a jump. That is James showing some tricks out long. Slaxy just with the headshot. Jacob and Frozen, they're the last ones left. And that bomb is only just planted. There's still time for the retake. James wheeling in that AWP on long, hoping to catch somebody, but they're both hiding on the bomb site behind the boxes. Now he's just pulled out the USP and is running in. Oh my god! He jumps for a headshot. Frozen. That's a nice click away. And FaZe make it out of the round, but again, it's a scary round.
So scary, yeah. And it's another one of those rounds where if you're Paravision, you're pretty annoyed, devastated that you've let that one slip. James at the end, a desperation jump, an uncharacteristically aggressive play by him. And it was a bit off timing because his player on long wasn't there to try and deal the fatal damage on the crossfire. He was trying to draw away that shot, and it was a great shot from Frozen, don't get me wrong. But Paravision back to square one. The issue I have again, though, Anders, is that yes, FaZe have got themselves another T-sided round, but I don't have much confidence that they can consistently wheel these out round in, round out, and get consistently back into this game. It's been one and dones. It's been glimpses. It's been moments, which you could even argue have kind of been helped by Paravision's lacking in a lot of these situations.
Yeah, I think it's very reasonable. I have the same kind of vibe when I'm looking at this. A lot of it does not seem to be easily reproducible for the FaZe side. Small moments where any one mistake could have cost them the round. Jabo started to climb the scoreboard a little bit. Nate too as well. I mean, you got to give him credit. He was under a lot of scrutiny in the first half, and maybe for good reason. But I mean, he's up to 15 kills. Top fragging on his side, only outdone by Cello on the other side with 16 kills. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It's 11-7 the scoreline. Paravision, they're right on the brink of winning the map, which would give them a third map on Ancient. It's almost all wrapped up for them. But if they start to stutter now, you never really know what's going to happen. I mean, FaZe, again, they've had such strong momentum in this tournament. Once they're enjoying the game, they seem to be very hard to stop, and every single round from here on out will slow down Paravision more, and I think FaZe will start to wake up. And I mean, if they keep playing and Frozen becomes alive, then it could be all over.
I saw a lightning fast shot from Frozen that last round, so we know he's still got it in him. Still plenty of sting in that tail. Molly out. Interesting as well to see the different ways in which these T sides have been occupying the map. Paravision, so B-centered. Over and over again, it's B splits, B executes. FaZe certainly preferring this long take. Going for it again. 4 players strong, leaving Frozen in the middle to watch for any wraparound for CTs up on Catwalk. And although the nade comes in and is decent damage to Jabo and overall, it's not going to stop FaZe from going for this. Molly on the car, drawing out these positions, and now the smoke for the cross.
Thing is, sometimes you just can let the T side have long, and as long as you feel like you can defend the bomb side itself, it could be okay. The only worry that I have is there's so little utility on the Paravision side. They've got one smoke, one incendiary, and okay, there's Frozen. Top mid position will take Hobbit's head clean off. And again, they just don't have the utility here to really slow this down. Otherwise, I think they would have been on Catwalk to try and do something more. But yeah, Paravision, I actually don't hate this call. Fall back, you've lost Hobbit, you don't have the utility, you don't have the kit either. Probably better to play it safe and keep the economy going. FaZe up to 8 rounds. They are starting to run it back here. And this is a round where it's just a single kill, but I don't know, something is working all of a sudden.
I think it's long. I think long is working, and they've now realized and fixated on this, knowing that there is a consistent weakness early on. Paravision do not want to fight for the long control. They're not throwing in their flashes, the nades and mollies are low and slow, and again, you can base it off spawns if you want to take that look, but at some point, Paravision need to plug that gap. Because FaZe will continue to exploit this, or at least fake the idea of exploiting this, the longer it goes on. It's kind of the complete opposite, but the same idea as what Paravision were doing on their T side. And it forced Frozen eventually to play mid, and he did have that success, but they did it way too late in the half.
Yeah, and I guess the only other side of it is if you're that reliant on long, can you find the right moment to kind of switch it up so that it doesn't become way too readable? Because surely eventually Paravision will start to really fight for long, and if put 3 people over there, or maybe even 4 if you're really feeling crazy about it, you can do it. Jabo in here, HE, so that they can get the cross, and he's expecting that there could have been a peek on the other side for James. They did save the rifles, so it's not completely unrealistic. But again, it's just a one-man show over at long. Paravision, very similar kind of setup, but again, no real aggression. We've been starved of CT action. So many ways to do it on Dust too. We talked about Catwalk, but I mean, you could go for a double push into Upper Dark as well from the B-bomb side. That's a nice blowing open of the smoke. James will pick up the kill. Frozen gone from the round.
It's all set up for a delayed long hit, though. All of this is just a misdirection. It's all a ruse. And Paravision know it. Now rotating 4 players onto long side on A. Oh, FaZe may have just overthought this entirely. They're about to walk into a stack.
Yeah, I think you're onto something here. This is going to be a very, very hard round to get out of 3 people on long. Hobbit, he's inside of the smoke, and that's because he has the MP9. Otherwise, he would be playing with the team right now, but he's ready to sacrifice himself. And honestly, 1 kill should pretty much cement this. It's a risky play, but the reward could be huge. 30 seconds on the clock. They're still waiting for that smoke to disappear, and Jaboan, running and shooting. It's a wild kill. Sway goes down. Couldn't find cover behind the car. It's Jacob with the headshot. Now 20 seconds on the clock, and it's a 3 versus 4 here. They're getting onto the site itself. Jacob does die trying to cross, and it's not because the smoke was blown open. I think it was just a random burst coming through, and Natu this whole time has been covering Catwalk. So once the bomb is down, they're in a very strong afterbound position. FaZe, a man down early and still looking very good to win this round.
I'm surprised they're even thinking of going for this. James is 10 HP. Yes, he's got to kill Netu, but it would be so hard to force your way back onto the site with no grenades between the 2 of them and no kits. Looking like, again, they were kind of dipping their toe in the pool and seeing what the temperature was looking like. If James could have got a pick on Catwalk, it would be a 3-on-2. Maybe then you'd just go all systems ahead, but they do lose that extra play as a result. Slaxy, Jez, and Jane will shake hands on the B side, but they know now that they are in a little bit of trouble. They had a vast lead not too long ago, but that is now a considerable amount of rounds. 5 of the last 6 have gone the way of FaZe.
Yeah, this is immediately such a scary game for them here. Even when it seems like they have the positions, they know where the T's are, so it's not even guesswork. You know that they're going to be coming up long this way. You had the MP9 inside of the smoke, and the patience, I guess, for FaZe as well, waiting for the smoke to fade. Even though the clock was running low, ultimately gave them an advantage. Here we are, 11-9, pressure on the B-bomb side early, but I think it's just to force out if there's any utility, and my God, crouched into the middle is Jacob. He's taking the head straight off James. So that early AWP boosted up. It's a nice idea, doesn't work out.
I really do feel as well that this FaZe team is such a momentum-based squad. Once that snowball gets rolling down the hill, they're going to be very hard to deal with. And because Paravision's immediate reaction and almost all their rounds has been to save, you've given them every chance now to pick up enough steam, enough confidence. It's going to be so hard to silence and suppress them once again. The timing on that from Hobbit is so good, but he misses everybody. And in doing so, he's put way more pressure on Slaxy Jez, trying to play on the outside of the smoke, gets sprayed down, and there is Frozen with 3. FaZe are back.
Yeah, I think you nailed it in this one. The momentum that this team can build once things are working out very well, it's amazing to see. And it is one of the things that people kind of, remember about the FaZe squads, the past ones, right? They might be having slow starts, but once they get going, they can be very, very hard to put away. And obviously, this is a completely different lineup, but maybe they've retained some of the same quality here. 11-10, moving into round number 22. And we're seeing more of a rush towards the B-bomb side. Are they going to keep going? Incendiary down. They'll run right through it. On to B we go. No delay on this one. Hobbit is dead, but they're still on the site. Double kill for Cello. Might be enough until Jacob gets there. He's ready to take the fight down middle. That's scary. You know the AWP is there somewhere. You probably don't want to be facing that.
That's a wild peek, I've got to say. Especially when you know James alive. Like, you're peeking into an AWPer. There's no need to do that at all. Now, they have a molly and a couple of flashes on Jacob. Jabone has an incendiary and a flash of his own. And there's another molly on the ground. Got to start throwing those ones in. Jacob has spotted a player in tunnels. Now going to be focusing on there with Jabone. And there's a molly behind it. And this may be just the call for James to save. FaZe. We're down at like 11-5, 11-6. And now they're tied back even.
Very hard to deal with, isn't it? We were already having the conversation. We're saying, well, Ancient's probably going to be coming up here. That was such an impressive first half, and they go on to win the pistol in the second half, and everything is shaped up for pretty much a perfect run on Dust 2 for Paravision, and instead, we've ended up at 11-11. The game is tied now, and FaZe a couple of rounds now for making the grand final here at the XSE Pro League. That would be tremendous. 9C already and waiting for them. That would be one hell of a matchup if it goes that way. We'll see if they can keep the momentum going, if they can keep this running. Right now, Paravision have got to be so confused. What has happened? Where's the victory that we thought we were already going to have?
And as I said it before, if they lose this map, they're going to go back and fixate on that 4v2 they lost by peeking Netu one by one on Catwalk. We have reached that destination.
It's in a round where Jabone, craters onto the ground and dies, and somehow still able to pick it up. It's not over yet, but the funds are in a weird place. MP9, a FAMAS, less utility than maybe you would want here. Not so for FaZe. They're going to be just fine no matter what. Infinite amount of cash on their side. They are once again going to be testing long, and we know that because there's 3 people and the bomb out there. So I think they're probably saying, let's fake out a little bit. Let's push Catwalk. Let's see if we can throw the smokes into the middle. Not the full sort of crisscross smoke, but they have one of them on the B side of the mid. And they're testing long and finding nobody here. So FaZe just returned to what's working. Who can blame them?
Why the hell not? Paravision have done nothing to gain their respect. Molotov will not extend to Frozen, and that's going to maybe bait them into a false sense of security. Slaxy just checks it, but half so. Hobbit's there to at least deal fatal damage, but this is going to take all of their initiative off long, and it allows FaZe to get close.
And there's still a player in middle as well, lurking around. Jabone, he goes down. He was that mid player lurking, so he's not going to be there any longer. Jacob with a long spray. It's close. And it will be Netu nailing James there in CT spawn. Jacob gets the reload in and gets another headshot. Somehow, FaZe have come all the way back to 12 rounds now. And this is a round where, again, they run into significant opposition. They failed the mid portion of that split, but the long part absolutely worked out. Oh my god, I cannot believe it, but yeah, they've maintained some of this quality. And you're absolutely right. If that was a T Molotov, then I think Frozen just dies, but it's an incendiary instead, and it doesn't spread far enough.
Allows them to get the kill on Slaxy Jez, forces 2 sets of eyes across the catwalk, and Long comes in. That's a tag. Slaxy Jez on 8 HP. Jabone impact again, even if it's not the outright frag. Paravision on the brink of elimination.
Oh, what a devastating way to go out if it turns out in this fashion. FaZe 1 round away. And Slaxy Jez has already taken a fair bit of damage. The utility is at an all-time low for the Paravision side, which again makes retakes very, very tricky. There's no defuse kit either. A bomb plant here could easily be enough to push FaZe into the grand finals. Molotov in the middle. And Cello gets a tag through as well, so a little bit of damage on him. A minute on the clock, and everything about this is screaming catwalk at the moment.
The lack of AWP as well. James can't hold this position the way sat, and he loves this angle. One of the best players in the world with the AWP here.
They can't even stop the Molotovs. If they Molotov out James, he's no smokes. So he's just going to be running out of the fire while they're getting onto it here. Wall of smoke has been set up. No more utility thrown in afterwards. Twist is the first to die. James looking for it, but he couldn't find it in time. Sway doing everything that he can to get this into OT. They do not want to leave the semi-final yet. Cello, though, he goes down. Netu, he's really brought it back. 18 kills and Frozen activated. It leaves Hobbit and Slaxy Jez there, and one of them already low from the earlier round here. 15 seconds as the bomb is planted. Hobbit sneaking up close before his teammate is there. And it turns out to have been a decent move. He takes down Natu and leaves Frozen. Last man alive, but one of the best players you could have in a clutch like this one. Up on the catwalk. Oh, but he spotted him at the same time. And it's a great shot on the Famar. Slaxy just will take him down. Paravision, they push this one into overtime. In spite of the lack of the kit, in spite of the lack of utility, they still just barely keep it alive.
Paravision get a stay of execution, but for how long? This round, Twists giving a different call, trying to take mid and catwalk. That nearly worked out for them. Question for me, Anders, does he go back to Old Faithful? Do they get interested back on long again? Because they had so much success.
Well, it's an interesting question, right? Because even the fact that you seeded that idea in the minds of Paravision means you can start to play around it. There's a good chance here that if you even halfway signal that you might be coming long, maybe Paravision will overreact. So whether you go or not, there are so many ways to use that fact to put pressure on James when it comes to the calling. Oh, you can see the frustration there on Paravision. This felt like a very one game, or at least a one map already. Such a tremendous lead at the beginning. It's an 8-4 first half on the T side for Paravision when they started. But it wasn't just the fact that it was 8-4, it was the fact that they had so obviously read the phase defense just really well. They had complete control of the game, and it felt like it was going to be a no-brainer that they'd make it through and play on Ancient. They still have a chance to do that, but now they've got to take the long way around.
So moments to catch their breath. Just calm things down. One of the things that Twist said was the best aspect of leading this phase team is that they are incredibly intuitive. Doesn't have to be as hands-on. Has a lot of faith in them to make their own decisions. That's why their CT side on Cash looks so devastatingly strong, and they'll need to factor into that here now in overtime. I do wonder what will be going through the mind of James and the rest of Paravision as well. It's like there's an element though where you want to be relieved that you've took into OT, but there's going to be those demons in the back of your head that's like, guys, we were winning this 11-5. Like, how the hell are we even in overtime right now? This is unacceptable.
Fair question. I mean, we had this talk earlier in the day as well, but once you get to this stage, I think it was Alliance as well who are in a similar position of you know, basically winning and then getting really close to throwing it away. And when you reach overtime, the best you can do is try to forget about all the frustration. Like, get the mental reset, take a deep breath. You get a couple of minutes here before you really get into it. 10 seconds left before we are ready to go. Paravision versus FaZe. Semi-final here at the XSC Pro League in China, and it's been a banger of a game so far. Plenty of mistakes, I gotta reiterate, from both sides, but I think that's to be expected. They haven't had a lot of time to practice with these new lineups, so they're still ironing out every single bit of the game for themselves, and I don't necessarily mind mistakes. Sometimes it does make the game almost more fun when you're seeing, you know, some of the calamity happening. And I mean, we switch to the second half of overtime. We're going to be asking the question about Frozen and Natu in that B defense. They must fix that somehow.
That's a good point. They won't be tested for the time being, as they're going to be starting this OT on the T side. So we'll see what they have in store. Twist has a good spawn for long. Tosses a smoke into the Xbox or double doors. Because he went for that smoke, there's no way he's going to be pushing long at this stage. It will be way too late. Molly's already landing anyway. So the bulk of the T is actually over on the B tunnels. Already setting up as if this could be a split hit.
Yeah,
onto A, if they get up catwalk and keep the bomb on long side.
It makes me wonder if they just kind of want to pretend like finally we're going somewhere else and they still just end up on long. I feel like they're just in love with this position. They've tried to show themselves a bit over at B. I don't know how much they've sold that idea, but look at this long position. With James on the corner and Sway playing a very tricky position to clear out. Seems like Paravision are really sick of losing long control. I can't really blame them.
I haven't really seen Paravision play up close like this from Zway's perspective so far. He tried to get in pit one time when he was on the USP and he got absolutely smashed. You'd assume that's going to get checked. At some point, Jacob's going to go in for it. Now, he does also have to deal with James, who's peering in with the AWP from long. But that's a lot of the pieces that Paravision are using on this long defense. You can understand why. They've been conditioned to believe it's going to be long again. FaZe have 30 seconds. That is going to be a concern. Time itself starting to work against them.
The bomb is on catwalk. I think they're playing this very, very deep. There's actually sort of almost a spirit strategy when you're moving through the CT spawn smoke yourself. Oh, a missed shot for James. How did that happen? It looked like he had the crosshair straight on, and in fact, they've not even gone through CT spawn. Somehow Twist made his way back. Sway, in a panicked move, wants to keep it alive, and he will spray down Jacob through the smoke, but the bomb is planted in the meantime. There is a single Molotov on Frozen that he just tossed into catwalk. I almost wished he would have saved it, because there are no more smokes on the Paravision side, so they couldn't have stopped it in a potential post-plant defuse here. Twist landing a shot. Jebowen activated, and Hobbit not even believing his own eyes. Twist is behind him somehow. James alone, and he can't find the shot through the box. I don't think you can make it up long. Somehow FaZe have made it work. In spite of losing the fight out there on long, they get catwalk for free.
Yeah, but I think, honestly, people are gonna give Jacob hell because he died there to Zwei. But what he did is, because he was wallbanging and he knew there was about 15 seconds left on the clock, he's taken the initiative away from that long hold from James. What he wanted to do was post up around Kara on the off angle and snipe them as they came across to the site. When Jacob starts going for that wall bang and Zwei's calling for help, James turns his attention, looks into long, lands the up shot, but that was enough time for FaZe to take the site, to pillage it, to take it as theirs, sequester it. And from that point forward, as you said, they were just keeping James at arm's reach. Jebowen played fantastically well up on the close on the site to land that kill, by the way. That probably sealed the deal for them. But I think what Jacob did there was honestly so vital. And they're going to be pushing aggressively again here. Molly's down and Jacob dies to it.
Yeah, but somehow Natu, just as the smoke is blown open, he's able to catch Hobbit. So not the end of the world. And it wasn't a full commitment. Super important, man. Natu's really been battling his way back. This T side for him, both in regulation and here in OT, he's putting in a lot of work. Hopefully that momentum can carry over when they start defending the B bomb side. I'm so curious how they end up doing that. But now it's been cooled off a little bit on long. They're going to set up that smoke for the doors in the middle. And then it looks like they just want to recommit to long push again. They can't help themselves. Smoke goes up. If you were feeling really brave, you might try and pop your way through it, but if not, it's going to be kind of late in the round.
Keeping them interested again over on mid side, while 3 of the 4 players occupying outside long. They'll know from the last round, Jacob will be relaying the information that Zwei was behind the door, so they're definitely going to check this again. Getting out way earlier. Molotov down into pit's going to give their position away. But there is Zwei on the car. They're going to Molotov this out. I don't think it's spread to him. He's still behind the car.
Oh god, that could actually get all of them killed. There's just a little pocket behind there. He's ducked down to not show his helmet. Oh wait, Natu still picks it up somehow. Sway's got to be furious. Slack suggests he wants to get back into it, but the one kill is all he could get here is Cello. He does pick up another one, but again, this long push has worked for FaZe. 6 seconds on the clock, trying to get the jump. Cello, he knows someone's planting the bomb, but he can't stop it. Another jump would have been too risky. And now the retake is on. Jebowen and Frozen defending, and now Cello and James walking up, scoped up already. James, one connection here could seal the deal. They must win one of these rounds on the CT side, but Jebowen, he's more than ready. Cuts down James, and Cello could never escape this one. Frozen is there on the other side. FaZe, they've abused this long strategy, and it's not the same every time. They keep finding new and exciting timings and ways to get out long, but it keeps working.
Well, that's the point. That is exactly the point. It is the same destination, but it's a different journey each time. And you've got to give Twist a lot of respect for that and a lot of the credit. Netu also checking the car was massive because, honestly, if Zwei goes unchecked, the round is done. There's no way he's not going to get 1 or 2 kills out of that. But now FaZe extend their lead. This T side has been a real bastion of hope. Long gets smoked out, and again, look at how much utility and how much focus this is drawing away from Paravision. They're terrified at the prospect of another long hit.
I can't blame them. You just don't want to be losing another round to something like this. this is a brutal position for Paravision to be in. The fact that it's overtime to begin with is a nightmare. And now you're losing the first couple of rounds as well. James, he found a kill like this earlier, blowing open the smoke. He does see them, and I think he shot Twist right in the shins, which I suppose will hurt, but it won't kill him.
He'll be limping for the rest of this round. And they'll need him to deliver. That smoke just obscuring his vision. Obscuring where the T's are pushing into. They've now jumped up on the Xbox. Players getting activated over on Catwalk. It's going to be another A hit. A two-pronged attack. They may have to deal with Slaxy Jez first, though, down in the pit.
Yeah, I think he's playing that off angle. It's surprisingly easy to overlook because it feels like when you get sort of that far out, you end up trying to clear the other side of it. Flash around the corner. He's standing his ground. It's all on this. What a clear from Jacob. His crosshair in the perfect position, and then Hobbit goes down as well. FaZe. Oh my god, they've brutalized them in this second half and all the way into overtime. They don't lose a single player. And look at how fired up they are right now. They are feeling the momentum right back in their veins. 3 in a row for FaZe in OT. They just need another round. And Paravision, they look very frustrated here. And I can't blame them for it. They felt like they had this one in the bag. I think we all felt the same way. Somehow FaZe revive their chances at closing this in a 2-0 fashion.
They have every single right to be hype. Twist screaming as he fist bumps his two teammates. Been instrumental in this comeback. It was 11-6 at one point. They looked dead and buried. It looked like it was all over. It looked like we're headed to Ancient. And I'm not saying it's just FaZe that have led to this scenario. I think Paravision have had a bit of a nightmare on their CT side. Been way too slow to react. Where's been the CT aggression we've been calling for? Since the first half when FaZe were just not wanting to do it themselves. But there's even more reason for Paravision to do this. If you think they're constantly pushing long, you can take lower tunnels, you can take upper tunnels, you can take Catwalk, even push mid. Just do something to knock FaZe off their keel. But they've been unable to do so.
Yeah, I fully agree. Both teams have had their own struggles, but they're not exactly identical. Whew, that looked like it was close somehow. God, that would be a way to begin if you just shoot someone through the door. 15-12. First to 16. FaZe need one good opening fight here. It's going to be James looking over this. Are they going to try and blow it open, or are they just going to wait for a long time? It'll be the same setup for FaZe over at the B-bomb site. I say that as Twist actually does make its way over, so they want to triple stack it. I mean, it's not a bad bet that Paravision will end up at B, because that is the thing that they kept exploiting over and over again. So if Paravision play into it, they'll feel like they are losing in a bad way. But then again, like I said, James is a very, very smart captain. And they're going to be going Catwalk instead. Jaboen is now on the radio calling it in, saying, I'm going to need a lot of backup in this round. A minute on the clock. They're actually pretty quick with it here. And Hobbits, there we go. Shuts him down.
Hell of a shot. Jaboen. It looked like he was going to get a collateral lineup for a second. I got to say, like, I thought he was going to be in the money. Great call from James as well. And I think the way that you potentially approach OT is going to change drastically depending on the score. Like if it's 12-12, do they stack 3 players B? Maybe not. But you've got a buffer of rounds. So you might as well go for a gamble. The gamble's not paid off here as they're just being systematically annihilated from Paravision. And Twists can't do much apart from hold onto this M4. It looks like he'll get the chance to do so. Only player that maybe denies this is Jello, who's going to be coming down from on the middle side. Bomb won't be finishing off Twist. He survives on 2 HP.
Jeez.
But lives to tell the tale.
I don't know if I love the idea that they went that hard for the retake. I know it's going to suck to try and save in like a 5 versus 3 in OT. But at the same time, you're on the CT side and you don't have the kind of money to necessarily throw away too many rifles here. So... yeah, they get to save one of them, but there's a part of me that sort of feels like maybe they could have called the brakes on that a little bit earlier, and oh my god, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. James murdering Frozen through those double doors in the middle. He's dead and gone.
And look at the impact that has for the positioning of FaZe, by the way. Netiu is completely alone on B. It's forcing Jaboen into action on middle. Smoke now clearing. Be careful what you wish for, though, Paravision, because this could get Jaboan involved. And we know just how rapid he can be on the draw with that AWP.
Yeah, something to be worried about. We haven't even really got, I think, to see the full Jaboan experience yet today. But that doesn't mean it's not going to happen. Smoke off towards the CT spawn position. He's going to counter-smoke that out. Super important work to do this. It means they've got more information on what's happening. They don't have to be too worried about it. Natu alone in B for the minutes. Long could be an interesting fight. If Jacob can win that fight, especially if he gets both, then it's straight on, and FaZe could win the whole series right here. But otherwise, it will leave Twist alone at the bomb site. Smoke wall going up. Jacob, not even being checked here. No flashes around the corner either. Now Hobbit coming in. Oh, but he misses the chance. Reveals himself, and Twist surely going to swing for this fight. He will. Catches Hobbit with a grenade in hand. Bomb is being planted, but this could be a nightmare, Vince. 2v3. And James, he's quick on the shot. My God, he's fast now. Jaboan is dead. And maybe there's chance for Paravision. They want that double OT.
Puts Jaboan in his place. Shows he is the senior for a reason. And now he's going to be peering down up on the catwalk. Players coming in. It's another flick from James. And more importantly, he survives. All the pressure now on Twists. He knows that James dropped into CT. No idea where Slaxy currently presides. And although the bomb is planted for short, the second he tickles that bomb, he's going to be a goner. He tries to get aggressive. And Slaxy will save the round. But make no mistake, that round is all James.
Huge play coming in, especially catching the first kill on Jaboan, but then, like you said, making sure that retake was always going to be very, very tricky. Did love the fact that Slaxy just right at the end, this is a small little detail, but for someone as I would say, mechanically skilled as he's been so far, to disengage from the fight all the way up until Twist is basically chasing him down is really smart, because it means that what Twist is looking for in that 1v2 is a very fast fight against Slaxy, because he knows where James is. So if he can isolate the other kill, at least he's got a chance in the 1v1. And because Slaxy delays, it essentially makes it impossible for Twist to play any kind of a reasonable retake there. So timeout's been called here. They keep it alive a little while longer here, Paravision. They haven't gone back to B yet. Maybe it was just too obvious to return to the scene of the crime in the first half of regulation there, but you gotta wonder if they won't try it at least once.
Yeah, I suppose that's what FaZe are going to be thinking about as well in the back of their heads. Like, at what point did Paravision just try a B hit again? It's going to be lurking, lingering in the dark recesses of their minds. And Paravision setting up for a mid play now. Smoke has plumed up on the doors. James still watching in there. I don't know if he's anticipating that the CTs might blow it open with a nade. So it can be a step ahead of Jaboan. And James had a very slow start in this game as well, by the way, but he's really started to show us what he's capable of in this last 4 or 5 rounds.
Oh, speaking of snipers, here's Jaboan. And they get rid of him. Misses the chance. It's just a scout. Like I said, they spent a lot of money in that earlier round trying to retake it. And he goes down. Easy work for Sway. Jacob is here and Twist is there as well. The money is just so wretched on the side of FaZe, unfortunately. And Paravision are trying to play this one calm and rationally. They want to check the entire bomb site. They want to make sure that they can plant the bomb without getting interrupted, and they've done just that. This should be a near impossible retake. Jacob, he gets one. Sway's really racking up the kills in this round. 3 for him. Spins around and takes down Natu. Make it a quad kill. Good double spray, but it is not enough. Cello gets it, and we go to double OT as this game continues. Paravision, I mean, both teams seem to know what they're doing on the T side. It's just the CT side that's been tricky to win rounds on.
Full credit as well, man, to Paravision for being able to come back and weather that storm from the 15-12 scoreline. It looked, for all intents and purposes, that this was a done deal. We panned to the camera of Twists screaming in passion. The rest of his team all around him, excited, happy to know that they were on the brink of securing their spot in the grand finals. And somehow Paravision found that extra gear.
They really have a lot of passion on both sides of this. Nobody wants to bow out early. FaZe have a little bit more of a luxury in the fact that they won the first map of the series, meaning Even if they lose here, all they have to play is the third map. Pressure must be a little bit more on the Paravision side of things. But they seem to be immune to it at the moment. At least playing the T side, things are working out. Neither team wants to go aggressive on the CT side. We've been asking for the past 30 rounds, what it feels like, and we haven't really got our wish yet. So let's see if we can finally get somebody here. Either FaZe or Paravision. I'll take any one of them. I just want to see them be a little bit more proactive on that CT side.
Yeah, it is quite fascinating that we just haven't seen it really happen at all. But both teams happy enough to just trade blows at arm's reach. I honestly thought that Paravision were stumbling against the ropes and FaZe were about to come in and land that haymaker. They managed to deflect it and take us into a second OT. And interestingly, in that T side OT, they didn't hit B once. It was all A and catwalk centered.
Go. Close Molotov. This feels much more like a return to that B-bomb site. So they didn't do it in the first overtime, but maybe they feel like it's been long enough that FaZe have kind of forgot about what's happening here. And interestingly, FaZe are playing a different position anyway. They are expecting that if they go B, it'll be part of a split. So they had 2 people in the middle. They have 2 people in the middle. And that could be okay. I guess if you win the mid portion of the fight, even if it's a 5-on-3 retake, you feel like you can justify it. You can kind of still go for it. I'm just happy that FaZe have a different defense over at B. We'll see if it works out right now.
I'll see that smoke coming out. Frozen will be very aware of this. He's almost playing an anti-flash position as well because they have 2 of them outside. Needs this kill. Spots the player, and it's going to be Hobbit that comes out, but it's Netio behind him that actually gets the frag. But in doing so, Paravision pick up the pace and just rush straight into B.
Yeah, kind of smart for Shui to actually not commit to the fight there, because if he does, again, they've got that 5-on-3 very likely that they can turn into a retake. And now instead, in spite of getting the opening, this is very tough indeed to get back into. 1 single HE left on Shui. Some flashbangs on FaZe, but not that much utility to actually get through this, and it is the hardest bomb site in the whole pool to actually retake. Cello taking down Jacob to begin with. They're trying to get in through the doorways, and they get slaughtered on the other side of it. And Cello continuing his massacre in the round, gets the last 2 kills as well. And Paravision, they make it work again. That B-bomb site really is, it's been a big thing for them in this series.
It certainly has. And the cruel irony as well is if you cast your mind back to the first round of OT, on the CT side for FaZe, they stacked 3 players on B side. And Paravision just went straight up catwalk. So they had the right idea, just the wrong timing on it.
Still T sides or T rounds that are coming through for both these teams. And still no real aggression coming out. FaZe, it hasn't dawned on them yet. Or they don't have the protocol. I mean, maybe it could also just be like a lack of time and a lack of training with the team that they feel like they can't really do it. But it feels like that is the obvious, or at least it's worth testing if you can do it. Gotta be careful here, FaZe, because their money is once again low in the OT. So if they were to lose every single rifle here, it could be very awkward indeed. Catwalk being tested, and it does feel like they want to commit to it. Nobody's in upper dark, nobody's in long, so it could just be a full straight-on like 5-man catwalk push, which honestly, against Jeboen, it worked last time. I think it was Hobbit getting that kill. Oh, wait a minute. I was going to say they're bringing the bomb a little bit further back. Maybe they do want to turn it into a split. We got about 40 seconds, so Paravision, now is not the time to be indecisive. Whatever the plan is here, you need to see them commit to it pretty soon.
That was really cool, man. He jumped out into mid, anticipating a player would be close doors to call that they're going to go ahead and hit B from middle, and then went straight back up catwalk again. The idea trying to draw away rotations or keep the CTs interested, and now they just got a free site to plant on.
That's crazy. That's actually worked beyond what you could even have expected. And Slack's just waiting out long. Unfortunately, waiting for death there as Jacob comes around the corner. That might set up for something. Any CT rounds right now, they seem to be worth their weight in gold. Grenade on top, lands straight in the face of Cello. He's one of the really big forces here in the OT. Hobbit gets a kill on the Jacob, and now burned down. Cello's very nearly dead behind it, but still finding more kills somehow. Twist with the double headshot, and now Frozen being added to the mix here. James, you just need one kill, and you're probably going to be fine. And there's the little flick on the Twist, and I think Frozen, how can you defuse this? You absolutely cannot, especially with a 50 caliber bullet straight to the stomach. It's James clutching the round for his team, but also Cello, again, even though he was low on health, he still had an impact on the round.
And when Paravision needed a hero, it was James that busted out the cape. What an unreal turnaround he has had in these OTs. Up to 21 kills, multiple clutches, perfect calls as well, and reads. It's been a step ahead of Phaser all the time, and it's going to be auto snipers through on the doors.
That is such a rarity. T-side auto snipers. And A2's down to 26. Don't knock it until you try it. It's an old school classic. We've had some tremendous memes in the past when, especially when back in the day when that suicide path was, you know, way more open. You didn't have to jump down. You could just sort of stay in T-spawn and shoot. Lot of fun. And Scout again on Jaboan. MP7 on Twist. This is very, very sketchy. One CT round. I mean, you gotta feel like if you can get one round here on the CT side, you deserve to win the map at this stage.
Really slowing down the pace as well from Paravision. FaZe going back to default setup. It's not really worked out for them in any game, or any round, I should say, so far on their CT side, whenever Paravision have decided to hit B. And I just can't see how it changes with Nietu already down at 26. They got a good placement on the smoke, well timed, but that is going to fade, and there is enough time once that's faded out for Paravision to hit through middle simultaneously on B. Frozen or Nietu are going to have to go above and beyond to save FaZe in this round.
They've never been able to hold it, but maybe there's a chance now. Frozen certainly doing a great job. Twist comes barreling through the mid-smoke, takes down Hobbit, and Nietu hiding. Oh, God, crouches right on the Sway's aim, and is able to defeat him with the FAMAS. And now Twist sniping at a distance there. Double kill on the MP7. Finally, that B defense held. And I think it might have been a slight mistiming as well. Paravision, I feel like Frozen had that kill from the window, and for once he didn't get shot in the back. This is the problem otherwise for this setup, is that they kept kind of never being able to cover each other, Nietu and Frozen, but this time it worked out.
Well, you did say if you can win a CT round, that could be a pathway into securing this OT. FaZe have done it. But now they have to go through onto that T side and make it work. Long is going to be an attractive proposition. Will they go for it, though? That's a question Paravision are going to be asking themselves. You can see Hobbit on your screen right now. Slaxy Jez had a good series so far.
There's another thing as an in-game leader or as a team as a whole, when you end up getting this much overtime and it's been a long game already, you know, remembering what's worked and what hasn't, and what are all the tendencies, and is there anything that we haven't tried? Like, it is a big job to try to sort of compile all of that information and come up with something on the other side of it. Let's see if they were able to do it here. First team to 19. And actually, Twist's making sure that nobody can easily sneak into lower dark. They got the bomb outside of long. And FaZe doing more of a default to clear out the part of the map here. Still not seeing any wild aggression. James is the most forward player on the map for Paravision. And he's going to get flashed back from that right away.
You have already seen as well that once Frozen takes catwalk control, he has a perfectly placed Molotov to deal with the box position where James may want to hold on to the AWP, but he's decided to run straight onto long. He's giving up that duty to Hobbit and additionally Zwei to hold at A. Hobbit down now in CT spawn, trying to block off the prospects of a potential B wrap. Jacob breaks the deadlock. It's James that goes peeking on long doors, and the AK prevails.
On top of that, Cello died at the back of the B-bomb site through the smoke, so a couple of devastating casualties early on the Paravision side. Now they lose Slaxy Jez. Jaboan, easier shot for him down the middle there. But this has fallen apart completely. Jacob, you call it out. You know that someone's up there. Flash in to put a little bit more pressure on. But the fact is there's nobody at the B-bomb site. Interesting find for Hobbit. But this would be a 1 in a 10,000 round if somehow Paravision could bring this one back. It's a 2-on-5 that they've turned into a 2-on-4, admittedly. But they realize there is not a single B defender.
That smoke has faded. 15 seconds. Bomb getting planted now. The timing as well. Jacob's so patient. Coil Viper strikes onto Hobbit. And there is no anti-venom available. Neither for Zwei. He's living on borrowed time. May get the first kill. Unlikely he gets anything better than that. Actually lets them go by. Hold on a second. Is he thinking of trying to defuse this?
He is, yeah. But I think they're too close, unfortunately. It's a really, really cool idea. Because they were running away and hunting for him. You're absolutely right. He definitely was. And if they would have kind of kept running and he didn't, it would have even worked. It definitely could have worked. You could see that FaZe were pretty active. Probably the adrenaline is running high at the moment. And just a moment of inattention there. If they got a little bit further away, there was a world in which that could have happened. Nice thinking, to be honest.
Yeah, I respect it. I mean, his other choices were to try and save, but he knows that the T's are going to be wrapping around T-Spawn hunting him anyway. So it's either die on like your own terms, on your shield, or die cowering in a corner somewhere, more than likely. I respect he's gone for it at the very least. But now FaZe, confidence will be swelling once more. 3 players on A, 2 of which are on long. It's so surprising to me, though, that James has actually gone for a peek on long doors and died to Jacob's hands in that last round. It's such an unforced error that you don't expect James to make.
Yeah, no, you're right. Maybe a sign of, the frustration that's creeping into their game, a sign that this has been so far a brutal series. Just imagine if we get Ancient as well and everybody has to go through that emotional reset onto a third map. Paravision would love it right now, but they need 2 in a row to get there. Jaboin on one side, James on the other. Bit of a patience battle brewing here. Out on long. It could be Jacob, the first victim as well. Let's see if James can do anything about it. He's not got a lot of utility, so if he doesn't get the shot, they walk in around him. Need to instead. And they don't want to chase him down. I don't blame them. James is a scary AWPer, but at some point you're going to have to go for this. You've lost lower dark as well, so you're fully committed to this. You're never going to make it back to the other side of the map here. You must hit this A bomb site and get past James right now.
Zwei's going to be locking it down, though, on Catwalk. Both players dead, one-dimensional. No reason for Paravision to look at anything apart from long. And Jaboin, not even pulling the trigger on that. Almost couldn't believe that someone's wide swung looking for intel. HE tossed up. Damage done, but it's not going to be enough, and they may try and survive, but there's 2 players hunting them down on long doors. Jaboin gets the first. May very well anticipate a second there, but he's not quite fast enough on the draw. Down he goes, and Paravision have map point.
So little time. It's almost a bit confusing to me that they were trying to look for the save there. I feel like that was never going to be a feature of that round. That's going to be even some AKs stolen over. 3 of them onto the CT side. The money's not a problem really for FaZe, but it is a problem that you've given over AKs. So I almost wish instead of saving that they would have thrown the AKs over the wall, if that's even possible out there. So 18-17, Paravision, they need 1 more round here. It's doable. They can get there.
It's happening. We've got aggression. Oh no, he's backed off. Slacks with the chosen mod.
You're right, though. The most aggressive move we've seen yet as they take a peek in the middle and run away almost instantly. Still gotta love it.
Did get early intel, though, at least. I mean, he was looking up to suicide. Didn't spot anybody, so... But that has an expiry date on it, realistically. Oh, love that boost, but the smoke is going to be right in their face. And you know, in a position like that, out in the open, you're susceptible to getting flashed.
Yeah, true that. That is right over his head in the smoke. Scary stuff. We're going to be seeing another long commitment. And James, again, like you said, a bit of a superhero cape on his back, trying to get his team onto the third map. Flick does not connect, and they're so flashed. Caught in the open sway for once, but Hobbit, deadly accurate. Takes down Frozen. Nade 2 can't find it, even though he's flashed. Hobbit will get the last one. This is what he's here for, the experience, the ice-cold mentality in a high-pressure situation, and Paravision will pick up the map and finally get us onto a third on Ancient in double OT. What a crazy game this turned into. And like I said, you're going to need to get that emotional reset. This will not be an easy map.
You know, Anders, we've been casting for well over 9 hours. We've casted 6 out of 6 maps, 4 overtimes, super close games, and I couldn't be happier to go to Ancient. I cannot wait to see what happens here. I think it's going to be an incredibly good test to see what Twist's IGLing is going to be like when they're not dominating the opposition, when they've lost a game that they probably should have won once they took it into OT in the first place. There's a lot of things to be interested about here, but I also want to give a lot of praise across to Paravision for hanging on in there, because after an 11-6 lead, if they just collapsed and lost, you could almost expect that to happen. The fact that they have fought through 2 OTs and they've managed to actually win this game is kind of insane in itself.
Oh, 100%, yeah. I'm very happy that we end up on this third map. To hell with how much time we've been spending. I want to see how this plays out. There's so much to learn about these two teams. It's been really exciting. We're going to get something to drink. You guys should do the same. Third map is coming up in this semi-final. So stay tuned and we will be right back.
哎呀，这个咱们从紧张激烈的比赛中平复一下心情啊，咱们聊点轻松愉快的。来，这个我们的神秘嘉宾，大声喊出他的名字。哦，嘉豪是吗？这个我怎么能跟他解释一下这个嘉豪是什么意思呢？我试一下啊。All right, so Maxim, I'm going to try to explain your Chinese nickname for you, okay? So it's called Jia Hao. But what does it mean, though? I think it's really hard to translate, okay? But what I think it means is the casual flex, brother. The casual flex, yes. So it's like someone who's like, you know, just too handsome, too cool for you, like hands in his pockets, you know, just doesn't give a fuck. And then he does something amazing, you know. It's like, you know, okay, pretend I'm you, okay? So it's like, you know, just, I don't know, like woke up today, play some CS, I don't know, like played all right, got the trophy, it's the clone major, you know what I mean? Like it's, 就是嘉豪是不是就是一种就是很随意的、漫不经心的，就是秀人一脸的那种感觉，是不是？就是说，哎呀，对吧？就是哎呀，今天起来打了2把 CS， 发挥还可以，然后就拿了个 Major 冠军，是不是就是这样呀 ？So the casual flex, brother. Like, do you like it?
Yeah, I like it. Thank you. Thank you for this nickname. No Taobao, good.
All right, Maxim, you've been on vacation for a little bit after winning the Cologne Major. I saw some things posted on social media. You jumped out a plane and went skydiving. So tell me, you're a bit of a thrill seeker. How was that as an experience?
It was amazing. I jumped with parachute from 4 kilometers. So yeah, it was active vacation, I would say. I really enjoyed it.
Nice.
啊，这个晶姐也刚刚去度假，她从这个4000米的高空啊，然后就跳伞跳下来了，也是非常的爽啊。
And now you've been in Guangzhou for a few days. You already had a signing session as well. How was just your meeting of the fans, meeting of people here, all the enjoyment that comes with it?
I think it was insane. In hotel, I meet every morning like 50 people who is just waiting for me, so I appreciate it. Guangzhou is a nice city, but it's a little bit warm here, I would say. But yeah, thank you for your support, guys, and thank you for coming.
对啊，感谢大家的支持和爱啊！晶姐说，我每天早上起来，感觉都有50个粉丝在这等着我啊。广州是个很美的城市，但确实有一点热啊。是俄罗斯人，确实有点热，广州。
Now remember, right? I saw you after you won the major, and you said some people wait 8, 9, 10 years. Some people don't ever win a major trophy. You win your first trophy as the major trophy. When you've gone through this now, it's been a few weeks. You've kind of realized all of it. What's the feeling inside of you?
I don't know. I didn't realize still. It's cool. It's just cool to be a major winner. So I really enjoyed this fucking run.
是的，就有些人可能等了8、9年，等了10年都没有拿到过 major 冠军，然后这哥们儿是吧，第一次冠军就是 major 了。但是他说呢，好像现在就觉得就还好吧，就 it's pretty cool， 就还感觉就还好啊。
Now talk to me a little bit about you and your relationship with Carrigan, because he has unlocked something inside of you. Can you explain that to us?
I don't know. He just gave me like happy of the game, you know. He just give me the happiness of the game. He just give me momentum, energy, atmosphere, everything he gives me. I really appreciate it and like him.
对啊，就是感觉 Carrigan 就真的是把京界解锁了。然后京界说，有了 Carrigan 之后，他打游戏变得特别的开心啊。就是这 Carrigan 会给他很好的这个氛围，然后对吧？然后就是这个很好的这个势头，他就能就这个雪球就能滚起来啊。
And now looking at that, right, for you going into this next season of Counter-Strike, more time with this version of Falcons, what goals do you have personally for yourself, for the team?
My goals personally just improve as a player. Every tournament fix your like own problems or mistakes. And as a team, we want to win as many as possible trophies. So yeah, I'm really excited to play, and I hope we'll win next tournament in China, and we will see you again, guys.
对啊，就是展望一下下半个赛季吧。京姐说呢，下半个赛季就我个人呢，就是来是吧，就是提高一下个人的水平，就我之前的犯了一些错误啊，来这个修复一下。然后我们队呢，我们队的目标就是赢尽可能多的冠军吧，尤其是希望下一个在中国的比赛能赢下来啊，为了大家。
And lastly, just anything you want to say to all the fans here, everyone you've met over your time in Guangzhou?
I really appreciate it, guys. Thank you for your support, and thank you for just supporting me. And I don't know what to say. You're really insane, guys. Thank you for everything.
非常感谢大家的支持，大家的爱啊。
All right, well, he may not be playing in the tournament, but Guangzhou, I know you can make some noise for Kioski, so let me hear it. Make some noise! And I think you can do one thing. We did it for Munisi last time, right? Can we get a chant going? Kioski, Kioski, Kioski. What a beautiful way to end it.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It is the final map of the series. I can't believe it, but we made it all the way to Ancient after an enormous battle that was happening on Dust 2, a double overtime, and nobody could figure out how to win any CT rounds at all, but eventually Paravision prevailed, and now we get to see the final map here. Ancient is coming up. Vince, how are you feeling here? This is it. This is what we've been waiting for, the reward at the end of this massive struggle.
Yeah, I mean, I'm feeling great, Anders. I'm tired. We've been doing this a long time, but at the same time, I'm really looking forward to this, and it's going to give me plenty of energy once we do get into the server and see what both teams have cooking. Got to say, both teams played a lot of Ancient at this event. Combined between the two of them, they've played it 8 times, by the way. Paravision 3 times, and FaZe 5 times, just at the XSE Pro League. So they're very, I would say, practiced, have plenty of reps on it, and have both had a lot of success. So I think it's going to be a really exciting game, seeing how they do just kind of factor against each other. I want to see also if that last loss has had any impact on FaZe. It has to be exhausting to lose that way.
Yeah, no question about it. I mean, we said they're a momentum-based team, and you can kind of tell that when things are going well, when they're having fun, everything is on the up and up, and the team is vibing well, but when that isn't the case, they have to put in a lot more effort, and maybe that's a lot to ask at the end of such a long best of 3. I'm down to be wrong. I'm down to see if we can keep them running back. I mean, credit to Natu. I got to say, individually, he had a tough time at the beginning of Dust 2, but he really brought it back and kept on playing well. So it was an exciting game all across the board. I still haven't seen the full Jaboan effect. He was playing well, and in a way, that's also kind of good news. Like you know, it's fun to have flashy AWPers who run around no-scope people, but the problem is FaZe have already had a lot of experience with having that, and then having that person disappear and do nothing. And I feel like Jaboan, even though he's not, like, you know, completely wrecking people with the AWP all over the place, he still played pretty well on Dust 2. Like, he had a big impact on the game. It just wasn't the highlight reel kind of thing. So I guess it's good to have both in a way. Even though as you know, from a commentary point of view, it's a lot more fun when they go for the mad plays.
Yeah, and I know that's you know, you're going more off vibes and feeling of how Jabone's been playing, but the stats also back it up, man. Like, he is actually bottom of the scoreboard for FaZe over the duration of both maps played. He's at 0.84, 56 ADR. I think this is the weakest that we've seen him in terms of the firepower he brings to the table since he's joined the team, since especially at XSE. He's typically been at the top of the scoreboard. So I think coming into the semi-finals, he was actually 2nd overall behind MagnaJets before BetBoom got eliminated. So yeah, there has been a pretty considerable drop-off from his perspective. I don't think he's been useless. I don't think he's been bad by any stretch, but it's not quite the dizzying heights that we necessarily expected. That being said, though, Frozen kind of called this to a certain degree. He said Paravision are a very different beast to BetBoom. They're very different in terms of how they approach the game, how James leads, and they're very good at shutting down those star players and silencing them. And I think they've done a good job of dealing with Jaboan so far. We'll say, though, Jaboan is very good on Ancient. So who knows? Maybe this is going to be the map where he, you know, is the difference maker, shows up and claims that title again as one of the most exciting AWPers on the planet right now.
That would be, I think, a grand way to finish it. And again, it would kind of add to the Jaboan legacy. That's pretty short-lived. I mean, we're talking about, like, you know, one event so far that we've really seen him step it up. But nonetheless, we are all excited to watch him play once again. We go into the 3rd map here. It is the semi-final at XSE. So again, make some noise in the kick chat as we got Paravision on the CT side, FaZe on the T side, and we're ready to kick it off here. There is a kit on Hobbit and a smoke on Slatchijez. Not that much utility for the rest of the team there, but there is some on the FaZe side, and it is looking like a B execute. No problems here. Probably going to be Molotoving out towards the cave and then smoking that back line.
Well, they got pretty heavily denied on their T side of Dust 2 in the pistol round. So see if things fare again. 2 shallow smokes can afford them safe passage to try and push through at the time being. The Molotov is down to deny the bomb plant out in the open. They would have to plant in. Jacob takes quite a bit of damage there, but he wants to get aggressive into cave. Finally does take that control for himself, and the bomb gets planted.
Full-on retake, but this is where that smoke kit combination that I love to rave on about comes back into play. Do not underestimate it. Slaxy he's already thrown it out, in fact, so a little bit early perhaps, but let's see if they can get the pressure on. They're now rushing under the bomb site. Jame with a kill, spins around, he's ready to fight. He's got one bullet left, and it will not be enough. Oh, Jabone almost gave him a fair shot at it as well. He actually killed him with a single click there, and now they're on the defuse. Quick one as well with the kit played out. Knife is in, oh, he almost had it! Marcelo spins around for it. The defuse came through, and it will be Paravision to pick it up. My God, it's close. If he has more bullets there, Jabone, he might be able to get the kill before the defuse went through.
Man, what is it with Paravision and these cool protocols of bodyguard systeming on the B-side defense defuses? We saw it yesterday in that smoke when he knifed the wrong player, and today here just basically absorbing the bullets so Jello could get the full-on defuse. Great teamwork, but FaZe will be devastated, man, because they got onto that site basically for free. Even drew out that smoke that you were highlighting from Slaxy Jez. They looked like they had it done, but they're going to have to run it back. They do fully invest in after that plant comes through, including 2 Galils, and they have the run and gun of the Mac-10 and these 2 Tech-9s are a little bit low in terms of the utility front, though. In actual fact, one of those is a Deagle, and Jacob puts it to use.
Paravision, you have to a good start. Don't give it up now. Jabone will try to look for a kill, but he goes down. Frozen activated immediately afterwards, and Hobbit here desperately trying to find someone with the SMG, but they've been run over. Again, that B bomb site is tricky to hold even at the best of times. Cello hoping for a 1 versus 4, but the fact that his position is already known and he's tagged up means it's not going to happen. He will back on out slowly with the M4, and I think that's definitely the rational choice here. Don't mind that he tries it. I mean, we've already seen him win a couple of really wild rounds in this series, so you got to give them the benefit of the doubt. But yeah, save the M4 is the better choice. FaZe with a very rapid response to losing the pistol.
And honestly, this is one of the worst case scenarios for a CT side. You win the pistol, you lose the second round, you have about $1,400, $1,500 on everybody, and you are straight up wrecked economically. Saving the M4 is a nice little bonus, but also put into account the team that Paravision are. They show time and time again, Jame will always prioritize the AWP on himself over everything else. So this could be a double eco sort of territory, maybe even a triple eco. They may just have to force in. It's a horrible situation to be in early doors in the deciding map of a semi-finals.
Yeah, it could turn it into a tough affair. And, you know, we talked about how much it takes out of players and a team as a whole to grind through such a long game and then have to play a third map as well. So I think if you can accumulate, you know, some good vibes, some of the momentum. I know they sound like buzzwords, but they're really not in this context. If you can keep things going early on, then I think typically that's a huge benefit. I mean, it always is, but I think that benefit is compounded when you're playing such a long game. Jame looking, I don't know if he was frustrated, but he was definitely very vocal in that moment. Third round coming up here, and like you said, it's tough to be here. They do force up into the round, obviously. Paravision might as well do that. Quick HE, but there's nobody facing on the other side. CT's not fighting immediately.
Also, as we are going through into our third lap of this marathon of a semi-finals, do spare a thought for the players who must be mentally exhausted just from the 2 maps they've played. But it is also 12:30 at night, local time in Guangzhou. The players must be starting to feel this one, the exhaustion creeping in. Who has the better mental resolve? Blowing open the smoke will be frozen, peers through but spots nothing.
Yeah, definitely not easy to keep going this long. Right through the smoke they go. Shui, cannot believe it, but he's found 2 headshots on the 5-7. Nearly ran out of bullets there, but Jacob is there to pick it up. So Cello can't continue the great fight that Shui had at the beginning of that round. Slaxy Jez, they know that he's back here. A flash goes over the wall, and Jacob, oh my God, he had the double kill lined up. How does he not get that? It might create an opening and a path back into the round if a Paravision. They obviously do not have a defuse kit, but at least they have the man advantage, and there's still some time left. And look at this flank coming in from Hobbit. It's being watched by Frozen. Oh my God, it's deadly accurate, all on Jabone with 70 self-health. I'll see if he can actually do this. They picked up a kid in the meantime. There was one on the ground. Does he know? I think he could have defused already, Hobbit, but he goes the direct way instead. He ran away from the bomb. You've got to get back and defuse it. Oh my God, that's close. And Hobbit will get the defuse. I thought he had messed that up by running the wrong way after actually getting the kill.
I think he came off the bomb because he was anticipating, knowing it was a Galil he was up against, there'd be extra ammo in the magazine, and he may get wallbanged down from that spot. I'm not sure what the thought process was, but he's got it done anyway. Jabone was fully committed. He had no idea that Hobbit would ever take himself off the bomb. So it's worked out. I love this shot that he lands from ramp, by the way, though. It's like this insta peek with a 5-7 headshot into Frozen. That's really what cracked this round back open again.
God, you're going to be frustrated if you're on the FaZe side. This should never have been a losable round. Hobbit. He's been criticized a bit. People say, why are you bringing back, 40-year-old talent? What's going on here? But there are many moments already that we've seen in this series, in this tournament, in fact, where he's really managed to shine through and have a big impact in certain rounds. Slack just to go down. Oh my god, they forced up into the round, and now they're making it work. Nadesy with a headshot through the smoke onto Jame. This is an absolute Counter-Strike circus starting off on Ancient.
Yeah, we are getting into the business end of mental fatigue, that is for sure. It's a bit of a fiesta, but it's going to be FaZe that come out ahead. And now Zwei and Hobbit have to just hold on to their weapons. I'm not sure they're going to get the chance here. Twist is already in hot pursuit, making moves up on highway. Still time left on that bomb fuse as well if they want to try and rummage together another couple players. Jacob is low, though, with the AK. Money's not ideal. So it probably will be a handshake. Both teams accepting that they'll just stay alive for the 6 players still on the server. But Netsu dies to the bomb. Bruh.
Oh, man. That is crazy. People are asking if Hobbit went for the kit. I feel like he had already picked it up at that point in time. I could absolutely be wrong, but from what I glanced looking at the HUD, it looked to me like he had the kit when he tapped the bomb the first time and then came off it. But go and investigate, find out. Send me a link on Twitter. I'm wrong a lot, so wouldn't be the first time. Round number 5. We do have the 1M4 there on Zwei and on Hobbit as well. What a weird way to get started here. I mean, we already had the double OT on the second map, but now coming into this kind of a back and forth, like the tug of war, as we sometimes call it, very tricky to deal with. And whoever comes out on top, like if you win 2 rounds in a row here, then you're in such a strong position.
Nah, this is unacceptable, man. You're not allowed to make any mistakes after 9.5 hours of casting. You have to remove all your humanity and just replace it with cyborg parts.
It's bound to happen at some point. But I will say this, the chat was actually kind of nice about it. Like, people were just asking questions. They weren't saying, get this guy fired already. So I think it's a fair question, though. If they can help investigate what happened, that actually would be awesome. Hobbit traded out. I like the boost. You got to do something when you don't have that many weapons. Frozen started to feel it again. He's 6-2, and I think the last time we saw Frozen on this map as well, he was kind of a demon. Oh, wrong way for Zwei. Only had the pistol anyway, but yeah, save the M4 if you're Cello here. I don't think there's much else to be done. You need the money. You need something to keep the next couple of rounds alive here. FaZe, they'll be up to 3, but more importantly, the economy for Paravision is really strained.
Yeah, that's a very fair point. And again, it affects them, I think, even more than a lot of other teams because James desperately wants that up whenever he possibly can. So it is just delaying and weakening them more and more. Now, Jello can drop an AWP to James. I'll be fascinated to see if he asks for it. Because it would mean they'd have a distinct lack of firepower on multiple players. Sorry, utility, I should say, on multiple players.
True. And a map like this one, having the extra utility could be huge for some of these positions. Timeout again. Early timeouts for Paravision. I don't want to read too much into it, but I mean, you've already burned through 2 out of 3. Makes you wonder if, they're really, really trying to hold on to the mental state of the game for themselves, and like they don't want to be tilted. We've already seen what that did in the last version of Paravision, so definitely want to see a version here where where they can keep things calm and just make sure that things don't go completely crazy. Round number 6, and they've got an MP9, they've got GM on the AWP. Like you said, utility is going to be an issue, and you're absolutely right, Vince.
Yep.
So if they slow play this one phase, if they can guess that utility is already low, then it's going to be even worse for Paravision. The best they could do right now is to fight early. Paravision would love an early fight so that they don't have to try and, you know, slow them down with HEs and Molotovs and incendiaries or whatever that they don't even have. And there's one. Jaboan goes down.
And that's why Jane prioritizes the AWP. I'm not even saying it's a bad thing. He plays around himself. He calls a lot of the shots for where his AWP can position. And when he gets results, you cannot argue with the decision-making at all. Jump peeking, spots 2 players' heads and backs off. Doesn't want to overstay his welcome. He's got the pick he looked for. Do not give them the chance to get back in.
Just testing the smoke towards the cave position. They threw a single Molotov in towards that deep red room position, but pretty soon Paravision, I think, are going to realize that nobody is there. I think Cello is slowly but surely trying to check it from CT spawn. Sway is close, but he's got no more counter utility. In fact, they don't have that on the map at all. So in theory, one good flash around the corner, and they could be on this bomb site in a matter of seconds. Deep smoke going up. Sway's got to know that they're going to be coming up. Hobbit has now also got his MP9 trained on this angle, and they've got Cello rotating in. So 3 people defending. Trade is in early. Pretty good shot from Jacob. 30 seconds on the clock here as they're trying to punch in the digits on that bomb, and they will get it through. But Twist is already getting tagged up. Nade2 on 69 health as well. But somehow they've survived into the afterplant. There should be a kit on the ground somewhere. I think they had one in the previous round, but I'm not seeing it at the moment, so maybe I'm wrong about that too. If not, suddenly they have to be a lot quicker on this retake. This could get very dicey.
Volley on Twist, but he's not going to be allowed to use that. I'm really surprised he didn't throw it into cave.
True.
Because at least then he could focus his attention onto either long or short. And Nade2's not going to play any part in this round. He's going to save the AWP. There's no reason for him to stick around. Bodyguarding again, they got enough time. Unbeknownst as well to Nade2, they didn't have a kit, as you highlighted. Maybe if he knew that information, he would have stayed and tried to wallbang the diffuser. But it doesn't really matter. Paravision take the round.
You almost wish as well that it could have been Nade2 with the Molotov on the ramp, because then he can Molotov the post plant. But it's very hard to be honest as well. Having to try to think about all this in a 2v4, you could see Twister sort of barely making it out from the pillar, thinking about what's going on. It's actually a nice overview of a Molotov in CT spawn. Might seem like nothing, but those Molotovs are so much better than the incendiaries that you never know, it could make a difference later on. Game is once again tied 3-3 as we go into round number 7. And the money is low pretty much on everybody. It's a little bit better on the Paravision side, but yeah, FaZe, they got to be careful. That's not a smoke that we normally want to see.
Yeah, that smoke is supposed to go elbow. It's the spawn smoke that lands on elbow, so it misses. And you can see the impact of that is that Jacob has just moved into middle with almost no kind of retaliation. That's a really significant miss.
Yeah, gives them mid control without having to use too much utility. Nice little gift. Cello's moving up, but also James is grenading from the middle, so he's drawing all the attention towards this red room position. He does get a couple of grenades in return, but it doesn't really do that much damage to him. Cello in the corner, a cold position. His eye's not fully ready for this one. Jacob just crouches in. And I think they assisted with a flashbang on top of it. So 50 seconds on the clock. The bomb is way far back towards T-spawn at the moment. It's not necessarily a problem yet, but if they wrap this into an A hit, there is a player lurking. And it's not just any player, it's James.
The master at it. But they're losing their players on the other side of the map, and now they can fully focus him down, but James has gone unchecked. 2 kills come through. It's going to be good enough to at least get their interests back onto the site now. If he dies without anything, there's no way they go for this. But now there is a reason for Hobbit and Slaxy to make a go. They have a kit as well.
Man, I thought that was going to be it, especially once he hit the first shot there. Imagine that if you successfully draw everyone to the B bomb site and then you run into one lurking AWP in the corner. A great read for James to stick around. I mean, he got the double kill. See if his team can make up for the rest of it. This time they definitely use a defuse kit, but they lose Hobbit. And unfortunately for Slaxy, he doesn't have much else to work with here. Don't blame him for running away. So much of this first half already has been and will continue to be about the economy for both sides. Any little weapon that you could bring over for Slack suggests that AK is a weapon you could throw to a teammate and they can continue the fight. So it does matter. But great work for FaZe. I mean, you can't really blame them. And again, we've been keeping an eye on these T sides because we are a bit skeptical about Twists and the IGL role and how this is playing out. But they did find a bomb site with just a single player on it.
So FaZe regained the lead. Good to see Jabone having a little bit more in terms of in the fragging department at least. This time the elbow smoke has connected. Although there's Molotovs down as well, try and deal with that. It's a little bit too shallow. Jacob though, while Flash still takes a kill onto Slack, he gets through the smoke.
He's, yeah, right in the middle there towards the red room. Oh, that's got to be so unfortunate. No connection on the Jabone AWP. James, you could see him on the microphone calling it out, saying there's a bunch of people in the middle, you got to be careful. And I think FaZe are actually ready and adjusting in case someone was going to push the bottom of the B ramp. So they are aware that Paravision could try to get map control elsewhere. Not that they are currently doing that. Hobbit, how brave are you going to be? I thought he was going to go and wait inside of the smoke, but does try to see if he could burst them through. Tickling Twist on the other side. Puts him at 71. But again, it's Hobbit alone here. Can one person force them into the three-man stack at A by just being very active with an MP9? I guess we'll stay tuned to find out. I think he can, Vince.
Hobbit, isn't it? Well, I think the idea again is for him to be sort of like the forward safety net, and then they just save on A. But the problem, they're not going to get that opportunity because look where the T's are headed with the bomb.
Yeah, but they might just win it. 30 seconds here. I think FaZe are assuming that maybe there would have been more than one player there just from how much Hobbit was fighting. 20 seconds on the clock. Sway up on this plateau. No flashes around the corner, and he's going to get the first one. This could be an all-out disaster. FaZe, you've done so much work to build into this. There would have been no more money on the Paravision side, but now with 10 seconds on the clock, they're trying to boost. You could have time for that. Stop boosting. It really isn't a Counter-Strike circus. You've got to get onto the site. We're not looking for acrobatics. You're not trying to flip your teammates onto the bomb site. You do just need the bomb plant, and they can't get it here. Paravision, man, I think somehow Hobbit convinced them to head back to the A bomb site. And you're right, obviously, if they hadn't gone, if they'd gone B, then it would have just been a three-man save at the A bomb site, and Paravision would have been fine with it. But that is always the gamble that, in some sense, James invented way back in CSGO. And it's still working every once in a while. Timeout for FaZe now.
Dude, like, the fiesta continues. You have a player coming out on Donut by himself against the world, and his two teammates are trying to boost in a smoke with 9 seconds left. I can't even. If you go back and watch that demo, and it might have been Jabone, I'm not entirely sure who it was that was going through Donut. We'll find out now. But it's Twists. So Twist is coming through Donut, and his two teammates are like, yeah, we'll get this boost eventually, boy. You got 8 seconds. What are you doing?
We'll join you in a minute, but just before we do that, hold my beer and check this out. Oh, man. Oh, that's a run boost. Very nicely executed. I think it's Cello that's been thrown up towards that B lane. Did jump down, fell down, I'm not really sure. But if you get the CTs quick enough here, then you can put a lot of pressure on anyone who's trying to lurk outside of the B bomb site. They've got an AWP, they've got an AK and a Galil and some pistols to upgrade with. They want to hit this bomb site very hard this time. No slowing it down. And with that kind of an opening, why would you? Slaxy Jazz, you're the only one that could save this round, and he knows it. And he might try and do it as well. Great burst to get another headshot. Can he get the third? No, Twist crouching in the back with the Tech 9. And they'll be getting rid of that. FaZe winning rounds that they shouldn't, losing rounds that they shouldn't. The circus continues. I can't believe what I'm witnessing. Maybe this is because, like we said, it's been a very long best of 3 already. So as much as the casters are yapping and rambling on, maybe so are the players in their own way.
Yeah, I mean, it's nearly 1 a.m. local time where these guys are playing. And they've, like, keep in mind as well, they've been there now for well over a week and a half, I think, in total. So it is very late for the players. Additionally, it's been a very long series. And they've probably been in the venue for probably 2 or 3 hours even before that, because keep in mind that the first series went all the maps and OTs as well.
True.
So, yeah, don't be too harsh on the players. If some some mistakes come in, chat. The understanding. But yeah, I mean, some of these have been head-scratching moments. I can't really deny it.
I love that, Vince. You're such an optimist. You're asking the kick chat to be understanding. That's a crazy level of optimism.
Yeah, that's
what are you thinking,
isn't it? Yeah, I'm just an idiot. I should get the clown shoes on after that one, to be fair.
Yeah. Oh, man. James, it's a nice attempt. Honestly, I really appreciate that. 5-7, trying to run in. No one's checking this back, and I have no idea why. You've got time. You're not in a hurry. Now they're losing to USPs. Oh, my God. Just get the makeup on and the red nose. What is going on? FaZe, why did you need to do this? I get it. Like, the aggressive push from James makes it seem like he's going to be alone, but you don't have to hurry. You could slow that one down. Impressive stuff, obviously, for Paravision, but you got to be wondering what is going on.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm expecting to see someone like start riding a tricycle around while juggling at this point. I don't know what the hell's going on, Anders. I think maybe we just don't even think about analyzing this and we just let it happen.
I think they would have had a better chance of it actually riding a tricycle into the bomb side. I think that would have been better. Like, probably better accuracy. Maybe you can ride it to the back of the site and check that while you're at it. Oh, it's hard to... I mean, no, it's not actually hard to wrap your head around. Like you said, it's been a really long day. You know, 1 a.m. This is what happens. But unfortunately, that is also the nature of being a professional player. And summoning the last bit of attention, like having the leadership and slowing down the game a bit and saying, wait a minute, let's not forget about the basics. Like, let's make sure we check every corner. Don't take anything for granted here. These are, to borrow a tennis term, I believe, unforced errors. And that's what we're seeing at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, it is still pretty good calls as well from James, of course, to have the players in the right position.
Absolutely.
But you do have to have questions over FaZe's T rounds at the moment. It is going to be a full-on eco, of course, full-on Glocks across the board. And Zwei is hungry to get himself some kills, pad those stats. There's a kill for him. Falls back, make sure he doesn't overextend. Really like that as well. Plays at an angle where it's easier for him to hold off against multiple players rather than having more of a wider scope of an angle to deal with. So it's well played. None of them fall as we move into the last round of the half. In our all-important decider in the second semi-finals, 9Z waiting in the wings in tomorrow's best of 5 grand finals. And it's so very close between the two teams.
It really is. This has been a dramatic day of Counter-Strike across the board. It took real effort for 9Z to bring down Alliance, and this game has been very hard to predict as well. Both teams keeping themselves in this nice grenade. Nade2 gets down to 64, and actually they back on out of the middle. They don't want to take that fight phase. They don't feel like they can. So UMP on Twist, who by the way is on 2 kills. Nade2's on 3. So a couple of the players there on the FaZe side missing from this crucial third map, which is their ticket to the grand final. They kind of spread out into more of a default here on the T side, but leaning the bomb over to the B is a big indication. They're waiting to see if anyone's going to be pushing mid or the A hallway, but nobody is.
Just having some jiggle peeks there. Oh, Zwei needs to tread very lightly. Saved by the smallest of margins on the corner of the box. Otherwise, that AWP would have had him, and Jaboan goes down to the hands of James. Here comes Hobbit. Frozen stands his ground for one. But they've now seen multiple players down on ramp, and FaZe have to move forward. Additionally, they don't really have mid control, and Nyetu's trying to take that one, but his teammates are still hemorrhaging over on the other side of the map.
Yeah, Jacob trying to make a big play. He wanted to push with the smoke and catch them, but unfortunately, it only digs the hole a little bit deeper for FaZe. 35 seconds. I can't imagine how they get back into this round. Already covered on this side. Zwei, if he stays here, it's such a big off angle. They will burn him back, so at least they can focus on the fight. That's really good. Slaxy just goes down, but Zwei comes right back in, and they catch Nade2 jumping onto the site itself. Paravision, strong first half. 7-5 in their favor. Not at all done with. It's not like FaZe can't recover, but what a mad beginning to the game as they keep trading rounds back and forth. Nobody has any real economy, and a lot of weird mistakes, you've got to say, on all sides of the front here. So perhaps a symptom of the kind of game that we've been having. But it's been entertaining and I'm glad you guys have been with us the whole way through in the chat. We really do appreciate it. Yeah, it's been fun Counter-Strike, and it will continue tomorrow. Like best of 5 grand final, sure to be a lot of action there as well.
I think honestly, regardless of whether Paravision or FaZe make it to the grand finals, it's going to be a really good game. I don't think that there's an obvious discrepancy between the two of them right now, and only a thin margin of 2 rounds. I will say, I expect that FaZe will be much stronger on their CT side. I hope that we do see some aggression. Ancient definitely needs to have aggressive elements, especially when it comes to mid-control and outside of cave. And they've got the perfect pieces to make that happen. When we saw it on Cash on CT side, there's no reason they can't get it done here on Ancient as well. But I will say, I've been very impressed with the tenacity that Paravision have shown us once again today.
Yeah. And I think we are getting like a sense of that James chemistry. It happens in moments like this one that we're seeing here, the replay of, where he's hiding at the back of the bomb site. Like, that's a great call. The rush in with the 5-7 a little bit later on, he has all these, you know, slightly quirky calls that are just far enough outside of the norm that I think it does always make him and his teams very hard to play up against. Hard to read what he's doing, but a lot of fun to watch in my opinion. So 7-5 first half, Paravision, they're set up nicely, but we've already seen that's not always enough for them. Like, they themselves can crumble. They've got to steal their minds and keep their eyes on the prize here. Grand finals waiting for them. If they could get another good start here, or at least a good start on the second half and win the pistol, that'd be really nice.
Frozen having conversation with Twists. Astan also with 30 seconds left before we do start the second half. These semi-finals have to crown a winner. $1 million. At least 100,000. It's way more than that. $1 million on the line, and those coveted VRS points, which after Paravision's very disappointing and dismal showing at the major and FaZe not even qualifying, are going to be worth so much. That for me is worth way more than the prize pool. You want those VRS points.
Yeah, we've already seen what can happen if you fall outside of that range and you have to claw your way back at, you know, different lands towards the end of the year. It's a lot of pressure on a team. It definitely is. So get him early and get him in a tournament like this where there are, you know, some of the top teams are missing. Not to say that the tournament necessarily is itself is easy for that reason, but you do want to win this one. 7-5. Second half is coming up. It's the final half. Unless we get into OT, definitely possible. But otherwise, we're nearing the end of this one. Hope you guys are strapped in and ready. This has been a long day of Counter-Strike, but it's been worth it. It doesn't feel like a long day. I just, yeah, it's a weird thing, but it feels like time's just skipping past. You almost only just got started here as the third map is getting close to a conclusion. It's going to be the bomb towards the B side, and it will be James lurking on the other side. He's got so much utility. Either he was going to fake the A bomb site, or he's just going to go back to his teammates. Okay, he's already showing us that. And it's the same utility that we saw for FaZe in their T side, which means probably going to be a very similar kind of double smoke on either side of the back B box, and then a Molotov where Twist is holding.
Yes, and if they can't isolate the player of Jacob from the 2 cave players, this is where it gets really dicey real quick for FaZe. They have to make a split decision whether Twists and Jabone want to tank that molly damage or if they want to hold into cave. It's not been forced for them to make that decision just yet because the molly is still in play in the hands of Sway. It looks like he's going to toss it over onto the long side instead, or in fact, that's a smoke. So he still has the molly. Molly's now going to be coming in momentarily.
Yeah, right to that cave position. It does kind of lock them in. See if they can actually win this fight. They do not have a kit either, but it doesn't really matter. The whole battle is already here. 3 people on the defense. Stack suggests with the opening kill of the second half, and now Twist goes down. It's perfect for Cello. Double kill with the Glock. And Natu and Frozen, honestly, you might as well save the armor. I don't think you're making it back in this one. There's a 10-second diffuser waiting for them. Nice shots. But, yeah, the way is blocked here. Hobbit making sure that nobody could get past. And it will be Paravision to win the pistol on the second half now. They did that in the first half and then ended up losing anyway in the second round. That can't happen again. For Paravision's mental, they need to make sure they win this next one.
FaZe well and truly in the back foot. NK. He's trying to get some fist bumps, trying to get that vibe kind of back up again, but In actual fact, there is going to be no investment into this. FaZe decide against it. So maybe trying to prioritize an AWP in the hands of Jaboin, but even that's not really going to be available into this next round. So Paravision, for all intents and purposes, should be extending this lead to a 9-5, barring something dreadful happening.
Yeah, we've seen one round won practically with USPs, which is the GM 5-7 rush kind of round. It shouldn't be happening again. They are coming through the smoke, and there's a team kill to add to it. James murdering everyone in front of him. But at least he's got the job done. All right, nice cleanup as well. 4 kills for James. And let's just see how this one plays out. That round's out of there. Like you said, no investment coming in from the FaZe side. Don't hate that. They want to make sure they have all the weapons that they need here. Hobbit.
Julie work from Hobbit as well.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Yeah.
Chiming in.
No AWP for Jaboin. Couldn't afford it, as I mentioned before. And that is going to be a little bit of a sting. A bitter pill to swallow for FaZe, but they'll be looking to try and make the most of it. There's going to be 3 players strong, looking for the run boost that has successfully landed. And so therefore, Frozen gets aggressive, straight down onto Highway, can see right through onto ramp, calls that no one's home. And now they can draw away one of those players onto A slide. That's going to be Twists. So it's all work for them to kick the round off. They know that Paravision more than likely is stuck back towards their spawn. The one area they don't have control over is A main. And that will start to become a little bit of a concern, which is why Jacob is still now and again peering back to check A.
Yeah, you don't want anyone wrapping around too soon. Frozen being all the way out here. They have used a lot of utility phase. That's the downside of playing this forward on the map. Like when you're fighting for mid control and front of B control, you end up using so much utility that because Paravision are playing slowly, and I think somewhat predictably going to be playing slowly, once you run out of grenades, what do? Are you sticking around, fighting out of the open? I think that's what Paravision probably would like. But even if you fall back, you're not going to have the utility to stop them. Still got 45 seconds. Paravision are comfortable playing with a low timer like this. Straight up the ramp we go. It's Jaboin to begin with. And now the backup's going to be called for everyone started to rotate over to the B bomb site. Sway gets one, Cello on the other. The headshots are coming through for the T side. A little bit of an interruption though, as Twist finds one with the FAMAS. The bomb is attempted, but not planted. He's forced out of there by the one lone incendiary still left now. Natu lands a shot, and it's all come undone. It's unraveled for the side of Paravision FaZe. They were there so quickly that they never found any kind of piece to plant the bomb.
Yeah, the Molotov is honestly so clutch, man. It doesn't just deny the bomb plant, but it also funnels the T's into this kill zone from long all the way down to ramp. You either have to completely give up any space and move back into the cubby hole where the wooden panels are, go back into cave, which at that point is way too dangerous, or you have to fall back, and you'll see they're just stuck in no man's land. Easy pickings. Really well used utility. And Paravision on the back foot momentarily now.
Such a needed round for FaZe. They were starting to trail behind. It would have been a 10-5 scoreline instead if they hadn't won that last round. So essential. Nobody on the A bomb side, but that's not an anomaly. Very common. If you're used to watching Ancient, you're going to know this already. You don't always have a hard anchor. Some of the rounds you're just focused on defending middle instead. Does mean you're going to have to go for some aggression, but the other problem is planting the bomb, even with the smokes up, it's not always easy. You can get tagged. You can see how they're already shooting through. Getting a bit closer now. Cello, he really wants that bomb plant, but let's see if he can actually find the angle. No is the answer. Jaboin's already found him. Oh, it's such a disaster when you're on this bomb site. They're trying one more time, but more tags are ringing through. There's no safety, and now the smokes are faded. Oh, dear.
Yeah, honestly, Jacob's done a great job, though. He's just spammed the smoke, not allowed them to cross and go for that plant. And now, like you highlight, because the smoke is cleared, they can't get the plant down without giving their position away. They're trying to fake as though they're not fully committed on A, but we know otherwise, and so does Jacob. He's heard the footsteps now. The call will come through. Any extra kill or damage from Jacob is just massive, and he nails the headshot on Sway.
That's a mad reaction time again. He saw the jiggle. Does commit to the fight here, and maybe a little bit too soon. The bomb is not planted. You don't have to rush in there already, but there's a third member in that donut position, and they will pick it up anyway. Twist with the last kill there. Great shots coming up from Jacob. You could see him having this like jiggle battle with both those players, and he just comes up heavily on top. Very cool stuff.
Yeah, genuinely, even if Jacob doesn't get those kills, which was the nice cherry on top, what he did to stall and stymie this push was so valuable for his teammates. The kills were just like the full stop behind it. Really well played by Jacob.
Wow, let's go Jacob. The Chinese fans are on his side. They don't know how much people have been criticizing him in the European region, but I agree with them. I feel like we're starting to see finally more of what Jacob is about, because in the old FaZe lineup, I don't disagree. Like, he looked completely muted. There was no smiles. There was nothing going on. He was just a shadow of himself, really. This team has brought out something a little bit more interesting for him. 7-9 now the scoreline. Let's see. Frozen is back playing pretty good Counter-Strike, up to 16 kills. It was weird to have him missing on the second half of Cash and also on Dust 2. So getting him back in form, I mean, how many rounds do we, or how many maps, I suppose, do we ever see Frozen kind of not show up for?
Yeah, he is Mr. Consistent. Very rarely has an off map, but I feel like when he does, it's very noticeable. They put a lot more of the strain on Netiu over on the B side of Dust 2, where obviously they were getting wrecked over and over again. And rough times as well on Cash in certain parts, and this is just an eco bash, and it will be no kills. So FaZe, similar to Dust 2, we're getting absolutely destroyed. They've brought this back to an incredibly close scoreline now.
Wait, are they not shouting, "Let's go, Jacob"? People are saying, "I'm too old and I can't hear anything."
I thought it was either Jacob or FaZe Clan. Maybe both.
Listen, I'll fully admit I could have just been making that up.
Caster bias. Now he's hearing things.
Listen, I've said it all along. I am a bit of a Jacob stan, so it's possible that I'm just hallucinating or hearing whatever I want to hear, all right? I'm not going to dismiss that. It is round number 18. Grenade on top. They should probably commit to this. Boost inside of it. This is really scary for Paravision. Incendiary down, and yeah, they have to go back. They've lost so much map control. They burn up Frozen? Wait, what? Where? Did he burn from 100 to 0, or did they tag him through the smoke?
He was at CT side at least. I didn't quite catch what happened. I can't believe he would have died from 100 to 0, though. There's surely no way. He must have been tagged.
Oh, man. People are saying, they're saying FaZe Clan, old man. Well, what can you do? All right, I'll take the L. I'll divert to the, or defer to the expertise of the audience. We've crowdsourced this one. But yeah, this is a bit of a disaster. I cannot believe that they somehow got frozen, but it still cost Paravision a lot of time. And FaZe have a great read. 3 people on the B bomb site, Vince. They're actually ready to go. Natu even has a late incendiary if they get there. Jacob is one as well. Twist with a strong shot, and Jacob just shutting it down on the ramp. 2 kills for him. And I think that might be the end of the round for them here. Paravision still trying to claw their way back, but there are those late incendiaries which will slow them down even further. And the bomb is on the ramp, so they don't just have to get on the site. They have to run back there and pick it up. Twist. What is he doing? Stop spinning around. Let your teammates cover the ramp instead and focus on this cave. 6 seconds and the round is over. FaZe. They might have lost Frozen in a weird way, but they definitely defended this B-bomb site.
So I saw what happened, as I watched back the stream. He got naded and then Molotoved.
Oh, well then, fair play.
Yeah. So all from Slaxy Jess, some really exquisitely placed utility. Yeah, that's one of those rounds as well where I'm looking at Jabone and I'm thinking, right, that's too aggressive. I know Twist was kind of like a bit weirdly spinning around 180, but that's because Jabone died on long and he really didn't need to. Jacob had just thrown a Molotov down. There's no way they can push out of cave at that point. Your job is just to stay alive and to just basically use the extra weight that you have now in manpower just to close this round down. Him dying puts way more stress on his teammates. And again, it goes back to something you said earlier, like you might get away with it against the Paravision or a 9Z. If these guys want to be playing at the top flight of CS, those are not the kind of rounds you're going to get away with when you're playing the Vitalities and Spirits of this world or the Falcons.
Yeah, and that is These are the kind of mistakes that hopefully they can catch early on and kind of get rid of and make sure that that they don't keep making them. But still early on in the lifetime of both these teams. But yeah, you don't want to be making too many of those. 19th round. We see the bomb being brought back to the B bomb site, or at least outside of it. Mid control was there for FaZe, but they don't really stick around for it. They're going to fall a little bit further back. They've got a great position. I mean, the money there on the CT side is pretty good. They've got 3 AKs. Got the AWP on Jabone, of course. Paravision. Winning this round would be huge, but even if they can't do that, I feel like getting enough kills to make this a little bit expensive for FaZe is kind of critical. Otherwise, they just have so much money. Oh, they're going to be pushing.
I like this play a lot, for the sake. I don't love that Jacobs peeked it alone, though. Twist may get one, but he's going to get overwhelmed. Yeah, I like the idea, but the execution was horrid.
Well, frozen as ever. The last vanguard of the B-bomb site. Very crisp on those couple of kills that might have turned it around. The bomb is, again, further back, so it's a bit awkward. Somebody has to go back and pick it up. Instead, they're fighting in front of it. 35 seconds now. And A2 will get Hobbit, and Cello goes down. It's another round where if they have the bomb in that 2v3, they can plant it and put the pressure back on FaZe. It's not that they couldn't fight them there, but it would have been, I think, a little bit easier to turn it into a more normal round. Yeah, Twist here, only the 1 kill. It was a bit awkward that they pushed down as a duo, but then they're sort of fighting alone down there. Maybe not ideal.
I think this is another one of those situations, Anders, and you actually perfectly illustrated this earlier on when we were talking about Cash, and we saw it yesterday as well. Paravision under Jame do not take mid-control on any map that often, other than maybe Mirage. But they don't like doing it Cash, and they've barely done it here on Ancient, and it is seriously harming them. I'm liking they're changing it now, but there is no reason for FaZe to put all of their pieces, their utility down on mid to fight it most rounds, because Paravision very rarely take it themselves. So this is a good call now. I love this, and you can see that FaZe, they're not even really trying to even engage on this. They're giving up so much real estate as a result of it. So fair play to Jamie, he's noticed this and he's made the most of it. Maybe too late though.
I do like that idea. Get this deep map control. It's one of the more interesting parts of Ancient, I think, this red room. Not always utilized enough. Twist in a position. By the way, this spot could be Molotov from the middle, which is something that I think people haven't really tried to do too much, but it's a fun way to force a fight if you've already got a player in position. Not going to be happening in this round because nobody's in that spot, but instead it looks like it's going to be some sort of an A-wrap coming through Donut and coming through A main. A2 on the plateau. Easy enough spray down on the first, and that's a problem because the bomb is now alone and isolated. They will get A2 though, wrapping up behind him. 30 seconds on the clock, and deep grenades go in to try and stop them from entering from CT spawn. 25 seconds, but again, you got to remember, planting the bomb is not always easy. They've created a lot of space here, and the bullets coming through, they don't connect with anyone. So now it's a retake instead here. FaZe, they've done a good job winning 5 in a row, but they can't let Paravision back in.
No, I think the fact that Jacob is low here as well is going to make this really difficult to pull off. They're kind of tripping over one another in tempo, getting a bit claustrophobic. Dink does connect, but there's not enough bullets where that came from. Having to switch to the sidearm as Jaboin. It won't be the outright kill. NK, head on hands, has to just watch on. It must be so frustrating, so painful to see his team lose out in this potential retake. And there's nothing that Twist can do. He just has to save the M4, tries to deny the offer, but actually misses out on his shot. He dies. And although 2 players may go down with the bomb, Paravision secure a 10th.
I mean, you're absolutely right. He couldn't have won the round, but I expect Twist to get that kind of a shot there. That looked a bit weird. It looked like, because it's a good idea. If you get rid of the AWP, you keep the economy even lower on the other side. Natsu did his job. Unfortunately, nobody was there to help him out, and he gets shot in the back from Donut instead. Super frustrating from his point of view, no doubts. But you're right, they were stepping on top of each other. There was a bit of a miscoordinated timing on the retake, potentially. 10-10 is the scoreline. And we're going into round number 21. We already had double OT on the second map. Why not more of it now? It could be fun. It could be interesting. We're already losing our minds here. Oh, it's a good push. Twist with a bit of revenge for the last round. Takes down Hobbit, and honestly, Paravision, they should go. They might as well. You're not going to claim the rest of the map back anyway. So up the ramp onto the B bomb site. Plenty of time on the clock, of course. Jaboin, he's Molotov out in the back. Jacob, oh, it's a great spray down. He gets a second headshot as well and actually dinks. No, nearly dinks Snatchages. The thought I saw that, but eyes deceived me. 2 versus 4. And the bomb, it might get planted, but how long can they hold on? Not long is the answer. Frozen steps up. Bomb is planted, and it lasts for all of a second here, as FaZe will claim an 11th round for themselves.
Well done again, Jacob. Very well played. And you might be thinking, why did they not just wide swing him? Why are they peeking one by one? Because it was a Molotov, not a smoke on short. And if they wide swing too far across, they just get nailed from CT spawn for free. It still took Jacob to have pristine aim, and he did not miss. Edge back into the lead again. It's such a close back and forth engagement, Anders, and I agree, man. I wouldn't be surprised if this goes OT.
It's got that kind of a vibe, doesn't it? It's been a struggle of a game towards this third map, but it's been exciting to say the least. Run boost on over. Frozen again looking to claim that position outside of B. And they're pushing down the B ramp, speaking of which. So actually very aggressive stuff here for the CT side. We had a whole big discussion about the lack of that on Dust 2. But on this map, you could see that FaZe are definitely ready to risk going a little bit further forward. They had the push up in the A hallways in the previous round. Oh, the utility is so low here for Paravision. Having a fight at this spot for Paravision might even be a slight advantage, assuming that they can flash their way through, because they can't execute onto the bomb site with the grenades. Oh, look at the fake Molotov behind them, pretending like they're not in front. It's a very clever idea, but it still leaves Twist alone here. A bit awkward, and Slaxajas gets Twist killed. 4 versus 3. They had that mind game. It was Frozen throwing in an incendiary behind his teammates to pretend like they were really far back on B. But Paravision did not bite on that one.
Yeah, still doing their due diligence by checking their angles. I think you're spot on, though. It's kind of that game of back and forth chess. You're not likely to outsmart Jame, I'll tell you that much. But not many teams would position 2 players up close like that without having a player cave watching heaven. And again, it just goes to show that they don't have much respect for Jame making those mid calls. Nietsu's going to have to go Herculean here to try and save his team. He doesn't even necessarily need all the kills because time is so low, but getting nothing is not good enough.
Yeah, I agree. They needed something else here. Paravision, this is a huge round to pick up. Did not have a lot coming into it, especially on the grenade front. Losing sway, but still making it work here. FaZe, they're going to be disappointed. I think the idea behind that incendiary is just so cool, but I guess Paravision are keeping their minds fresh even late here in the day. Ties up the game at 11-11. Going to have the AWP and the M4 saved. Cash is going to be a problem here, so saving every weapon will be important. Yeah, upgrade it into an AK. You need all the rifles you can get at this stage if you're on that CT side.
All even once again. Local time, 15 minutes past 1 in the morning. Exhaustion creeping in for the players. The coaches look completely wrecked. But we're still here. We're still standing because a place at the grand finals beckons for one of these 2 teams. 2 rounds away from it if they can get it done in regulation.
Let's go. All tied up. Failed run boost there. Or maybe not, actually. Frozen. He did fly on over. I take it back. Cello will catch him, though. That's a great shot. Again, Frozen's been very active in trying to put pressure early on the B lane from middle. And it's worked quite a few times. They've had a lot of control out there, but yeah, he gets caught here. It's going to be Twist also tacked up a bit down to 60 health. Jacob as well. I think they must have run into early grenades in the middle. See how this plays out for them. Paravision, again, a very patient team. I feel like somehow, in spite of what a chaotic game it's been, Paravision are still ice cold.
This is where that extra experience, I think, and in some elements leadership that Hobbit will give the team is going to be so valuable as well. Alleviate some of that off James' shoulders. He can focus a little bit more on the calls and a little bit more on his own game. Have taken mid-control this time in the form of Jello, who wants to try and wrap around Red Room. Smoke goes down. They're aware of this, but he's not going to respect this. Pushes into it. Meanwhile, Paravision now making moves into Cave and Ramp, and it's completely foregone by FaZe. They've got a rotation coming through with Nietzsche, and maybe he can find the right timing, but he decides against it.
Wait, they're running back as well. You're right, if they would have kept running A, that would have been it. Nobody would have been defending it, but actually, Paravision, they double back towards the B-bomb site. Twist here trying to spray. Oh, it's James. Steps up every single time when they need him, finds Twist, and sends him to an early grave. 3 versus 5 now, and remember the money is everything to FaZe here. Wait, what? They get a couple of kills immediately. Natu with another headshot. Yeah, back online. Hobbit and Slaxijez now holding on for dear life in the cave. Incendiary, they try to burst him down, try to wallbang him to stop the defuse, but they cannot. Oh my god, what a turnaround. Estan, you could see him, arms out in the air. He can't believe they just lost that round.
He is pissed. And you can understand why. They had an opening pick and a ton of damage onto Natsu. They were originally going to rotate to A, and then they second-guessed themselves. But even going on to the site at that point, they should still be winning the round, Anders. We didn't catch the kills, but Natsu getting 2, like, how is that possible?
Yeah, I think our observer was, looking at people running away at the same time, but that was a 5-on-3 that they turn around. 5-on-3 with a bomb plant, no less. And you just can't get the job done. You're locked in the cave behind the incendiary. You're trying to get the wall bang, but you can't find the right angle for it. Oh, dear. FaZe sneaking away around, and if anything was gonna motivate them again, they just need one more round after this one. It's 12-11. FaZe a single round away from knocking Paravision out of the tournament and getting themselves a spot in the grand finals. It's gone the full distance again, all the rounds, all the maps. And Paravision, do they have one more round left in them? This is on James to control the team, get the troops rallied, keep the focus at an all-time high. They just need one of those brilliant rounds, and they could get this one into OT.
Well, we said we wanted some CT aggression, and isn't it fitting that Natu on that flank, he got his 2 kills coming up ramp, and shutting down Highway is what potentially cartwheels Paravision out of the tournament. This time it's Twists, getting down, flash through, they find their target, and Hobbit is neutralized, but the spray from Slaxijez gets 2!
Can't even see what he's shooting at, but it doesn't matter. He's just got one angle to burst them down. Jacob and Twist jumping for dear life on the other side, and somehow they both get caught. The flash was great, and Twist, he did land the kill. Now Frozen. This is maybe a spot that could be overlooked. Sway is looking for it, and now they know he's surrounded. They're everywhere. Jane with the Tech 9. Overtime now. 2 kills away. Jaboan, he's not been playing badly, but this would be a great time for some of his mad shenanigans. Peeking into James, who's more than ready. They get rid of the Danish Hopper and Natu. Again, he's been playing a cool tournament so far, but a 1 versus 4 at this stage. Not unless Paravision makes some very critical mistakes, and they won't. They've already smoked him off here, trying to engage it. Slaxijez, it's fitting, getting another kill and pushing this game into overtime. My God, this has been a series.
And it keeps on going. I don't dislike the play, though. I just feel like it's a bit unfortunate that Slaxijez gets 2 kills. With the Galil through the smoke, you could say it's questionable that Frozen sticks around, but I think because they'd already fully committed to this play, they had foregone mid-control, they'd foregone cave control, and he felt like playing a bit of an off-angle may very well just be the difference maker. Gets swarmed and swelled from every angle and just can't deal with it.
Yeah, I mean, I fully agree. Like, until he got found out, Frozen there, until they spotted him, I thought maybe they were going to overlook that position, and it could have been a bit of a surprise. Great work from James. Great from Slaxijez through the smoke to begin with. Obviously set them up very nicely. Oh man, 12-12. And a couple of minutes of respite here before we get into the overtime. What a grind that they have been on And you guys as well in the chat, you should get some credit. I see many of you have been spamming insane stuff all day. And that's a kind of work as well. I think we should acknowledge that. So I really appreciate it. It's been great fun. Don't forget to tune in tomorrow. We do have the grand finals, a best of 5. So save the best memes and get ready for it. 9C is already watching. They're probably waiting, thinking, it's great that we don't have to play this long game. We can just sit back and kind of take it all in. Maybe talk about what we're going to do, depending on who's going to be playing. But yeah, they're relaxing right now.
Yeah, either that or they're just asleep. It's so late there right now in Guangzhou.
True.
Hard to say. But if I assume if they are watching this, they can't take their eyes off it, because it hasn't been the cleanest Counter-Strike. We called it a bit of a fiesta. Maybe some clown shoes. Some squeaky noses. I'm trying to think of all the clown memes. You got that like watering flower thing. Tricycles. But at the same time, it's been super entertaining.
It really has, yeah. I'm not criticizing it, and there's so much more positivity around both these teams, both for FaZe and for Paravision. Like, there's definitely something to build on here, and a lot of the mistakes you have to put into the context, like either as we've been raving on about the time, but the other problem is also, you know, you got new teams. It takes some time to get everyone synergized and working, so I have a lot of patience for some of the types of mistakes that we've seen here. If I sound too negative, I'm definitely not. It's been really fun to watch both these teams throughout the whole tournament, so my only regret is that they both can't make it to the grand final, because that'd be super fun. Yeah, I've really been enjoying this. 20 seconds before we get into overtime. A little bit more money on everyone's side here. And yeah, this is a great map to finish on.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of Ancient. Both teams have played a ton of it. Said before, 8 maps between the two of them at the XSC Pro League. And it comes down to an OT to find out which of these teams is going to be making a move to the grand finals. You can pretty much just scrap everything we saw. None of it really matters anymore. It's going to be sloppy. It's going to be chaotic, and there's going to be plenty of carnage, but which of these two teams will live to tell the tale and move forward? Jacob, wide swings, gets the kill on Hobbit, and just backs off into Cave.
And I think the wide swing part of that sentence is the critical part. If he goes for a jiggle or a really shallow sort of crouch into that fight, I think he's just instantly going to get killed by Hobbit. But that is such a wide swing that Hobbit is not able to react in time. Really well played. And it kind of forces the hand of Paravision a bit. They lost control on that side of the map. They're in Red Room, though. If they could get Natu here, maybe there's a way back. And he's put in this position. Very hard to turn the corner against him. And Snaxyjess will not have any success with it either. 50 seconds on the clock here. They need to go for it. The bomb is alone on Shui. If he dies, the round is certainly going to be over. And Natu's dancing around the utility. He will get the headshot on Shui, and the bomb is right there in front of him. What a gift.
So Zwei has just literally thrown an alarm system saying, hey guys, I'm in A main, by the way. Like, he could have caught him off guard. He could have maybe even caught both of them.
Yeah. I think that's a fair point. There's a desperate fight here, but of course you can't really, with 25 seconds, run across the map to fight the whole team. You can make it a bit expensive, I suppose. Don't think that's the biggest deal in the world. Maybe one of the upsides here is that there might be fewer rifles that could be picked up in terms of the AKs on the CT side. But yeah, no time to actually win the round. FaZe get this one early. But also, not to forget, that early swing coming in with Hobbit going down. It's pretty nice.
Well, FaZe claim first blood. I swear that clarity of mind is going to be so vitally important. You can really understand if the players are losing concentration, if their focus isn't 100% at this stage, but this is what you paid the big bucks for. If you have any ideas of being a top-rated team or up there as one of the best teams, these are the kind of games that you have to just deal with, endure, persevere. And Paravision have called their timeout already in OT.
Yeah. They did call some early timeouts, even in regulation. hard to know how to interpret that, but one guess might be that again it's trying to keep the emotions under control and make sure they're not freaking out too much. What are they coming up with though? AWP on James. Plenty of utility for everybody, of course, here in OT. There are a couple of AKs on the CT side. Interesting luxury to have. Mid presence for FaZe. And again, pushing out. Jacob wants to be near the T-side entrance to the cave. Jaboen back here, and it looks like a free kill. No flashes or anything else like that. Cello's the first to go down.
Don't necessarily hate it, though, as an idea. We haven't really seen Paravision go for those kind of peaks on ramps. Typically being behind smoke walls. It just so happened that Jaboen's up was there this time. He's been typically playing in the extremities of, you know, Red Room even, and on long side. So it looks a bit silly, but I understand why Jello thought that he could maybe crack open the site, or at least to get a little bit of intel. But a second time is ridiculous, and it's going to go the same way.
Yeah, all he sees is the head there. He's just out there playing whack-a-mole. Natsu does go down, but that's all the way towards T-spawn. He was pushed all the way in the hallway, and that's the bomb as well. I don't know if they just saw that. Jaboen started to get activated now. A third kill. They're coming at him one at a time, which typically is the opposite of what you want to be doing against an AWP. Hobbit can't find the spray. Twists, I would say, has been missing a lot of his sprays himself, but this time he comes out on top. And Trey, with 7 health, not in this lifetime. Twist takes him down in the middle, but Jaboen is going to get most of the credit for this round. And yeah, I guess I'm with you on this one. Maybe the first peak is not so crazy, but then one by one they go into the Danish AWP.
One of the reasons why I can, again, I don't hate the idea of it overall, but Slaxy just has no one backing him up to trade onto the AWP. He has no one in cave. His 2 teammates are mid and going towards A respectively. You don't gain anything for that peak other than maybe small amounts of intel, but the risk is so much worse. It's a very, very strange decision. Reeks of desperation just a tad. Gonna try and take a little bit of mid with Jello. He's up to 20 frags, second top of the scoreboard, but Jacob this time on cave. We've seen him have impact down on highway. This time he just goes for the quick shimmy in and gives his team the player advantage.
Jacob is suddenly playing really fresh Counter-Strike, like these pushes that he's coming up with, and he just looks like he's a little bit more active suddenly. Paravision again, they want to test the Red Room. And Twist is nearby with an AK in his hands. There is a little bit of backup behind him. I think Jacob is actually starting to get there. If Jacob is also showing up for this position, I can't see a world where Paravision get around the corner. It's such an unfair fight because you're stumbling down the stairs. And if you have to wide swing it, you're either going to be peaked by one or the other. Jaboen again. James is out of the round here. Smoke goes up to make matters even worse. They have to push through. My God, it's a running headshot. And Jacob couldn't even turn around in time. This should not be happening. But Paravision, they're desperate. They need a round here in the first half of overtime. Hobbit gets one. And shooting for the smoke. It's all out madness on the bomb side. And the bomb is nearly on the site, but Natu is hiding in the open. Sway trying to crouch on it. He will find him, and the gun barrel's been shown. Frozen. He's still activated. Lightning fast to get the kill on Sway, and look at the health that's left here on Paravision. They might still lose the round. Oh my God, they get Jaboen somehow. Paravision claw their way through the round. Man, what a way to at least get one on board.
Man, that was like 2 heavyweight boxers just saying, do you know what? Let's go in the center of the ring and we're just going to exchange massive haymakers. It's Paravision that come out in the lead. I don't know how. There's smokes, there's chaos, there's carnage. Netu maybe should have done better from his position. It would have helped Frozen to hold the liner so much easier with a second set of eyes peering into CT. But it did go against them. It does mean, though, that Paravision avoid the clean sweep. They're still behind by a round, but it could have been so much worse.
Yeah, they probably should have lost that one. The smoke timing for Twist is so disgusting. That's a 3-on-5, and they're smoked off in the Red Room trying to get through, and for some odd reason, Slaxy just runs in and guns him down, practically still moving with the AK. And from there, I don't think either side even knew what was happening at the rest of that round. Like, it was just madness. I thought for sure as well that Natu's position hiding on that side, even though normally it's an awful position, but from where they were coming, it made so much sense. And he still somehow gets checked and died. Yeah, crazy game of Counter-Strike, this one. We're now locked into the second half of overtime. Let's see how this plays out. First to 16. FaZe need 2 more rounds. Smooth run boost. I like that. Cello wants to push through the smoke on the other side. It doesn't look like he's going to get flashed in from the site itself, and actually just goes to the cave. So taking up an early position, he did not want to try and make this happen. 13-14.
FaZe with a narrow lead. Even if they have lost a little bit of HP, so have Paravision. Now, they have put all of their eggs in this basket of B being the place. So you've got no one mid, no one A. As far as FaZe are concerned, there could be some aggression coming round the back. And this is probably going to spur them into action sooner rather than later. They're about to pull the trigger and get hot and heavy.
With smoke, Hobbit will land a kill, and Jacob dies as well. Oh my god, all of them are smoke kills! That is unreasonable. Jeboen, you know that they're there. At least he doesn't die through the smoke, but that's a strange round. We've had many of them. Add this one to the list.
I think the thing that surprises me the most, Anders, is just how one-sided that was. All 5 of FaZe pushing together as a united force, and you get utterly ravaged. Just eviscerated on the approach.
Yeah, stood no chance. Timeout called for FaZe. NKJ clapping in the background. You got to get people fired up. You got to get them ready. You want to win this, but, you know, the other side of the coin, you definitely don't want to be losing in a game where we've had like 3 overtimes, all the maps, all the rounds. If you lose, it's such a big emotional dump, not only out of the tournament, but you're going to have so many rounds to think about how you could have won it, why it could have been different. If I just had that one more spray down, you don't want to have that experience. It's not a fun time. Let's see. Early mid grenades, 2 Molotovs, 2 HEs. FaZe should know that there's a big mid presence, but they do not care. Jacob sprays one down while blind. Slaxiges, he saves the round, or at least keeps it going. Otherwise, that would have been FaZe almost instantly winning it. But a double kill in return. That's wild. What a wild game.
With these smokes down on Donut and also top middle. He's having a tweak.
What the fuck is happening?
Too much CS, man. Too much CS for one person. But because of those smokes that were down the middle, it did bait this out as though Paravision assumed it would be an A hit. But because FaZe haven't quite struck just yet, they're making through. It's almost like James from his playing the Puppet Master is trying to tell his teammates where to go for the corpse.
Oh, man. Yeah, if they can reanimate people, that's a whole new level of technology that we haven't really encountered yet in Counter-Strike. You see the Molotov coming down, and you want to push in front because you want to be there to make sure your teammates can get onto the site. Instead, you die, and Jeboen is ready for Slaxiges. An all-in must-kill there for Jeboen, otherwise he's going to get run down, and he's ready for James as well. 1 versus 3. Again, James has a really sick clutcher, but the first one's going to be the most tricky one. Jeboen takes a bit of damage, and I think James realizes now you probably have to hit that shot. What? How? Did he run into a Molotov? How does Jeboen die? He did it on Dust 2 as well. He's just trolling us?
Oh, boy. Well, the important thing for Jeboen is, whether he's dead or not, his team did win the round. They'll have more than enough finances to reimburse and replenish that up. The flashes were good, but Jacob's entry fragging even better. So, 15-14. Grand finals on the line here for FaZe. And Paravision, although they have the open play, there's not much utility on multiple players. And to make matters worse, they've lost yellow and red.
Such a long spray. He recommitted to it, and it just didn't connect, unfortunately. Natu's still at 44 health. He had plenty of time. And Cello's been playing an absolutely amazing tournament, in my opinion. But that might have been one of those moments that he wanted to take back. Natu, look at the position. He's pushed in. This is sick. My god, he's infiltrated the back line. He's all the way in CT spawn right now. If the rest of FaZe hold and don't get pushed themselves, he should be able to win this round and ultimately win the series for his team here. There's the backstab on Slaxiges, and they know everything. He's set up in CT spawn to hold any rotation coming out. Frozen's on the other side too now. He does get found, but for sure the bomb should be planted here and a smoke up as well. Natu, he has delivered this round to his team. If they mess it up now, that's unforgivable.
He's kept Jame at bay. They now know that the AWP is stuck around red. Flashbang up and over. It alleviates some of that pressure they may have been worried about Donut. And now Hobbit has found Jabowin. Gets a bit too aggressive. Didn't necessarily need to go in for that peak considering the positions of his teammates. And now they've reimbursed that smoke onto CT side. Zway, Molly, triple box is going to connect. Can they get the kill on the approach now for Jacob? Yes is the answer. And this is where Jabowin's life was so valuable. There is a way in which Paravision could pull this off.
They should never happen, but they're in the smoke already diffusing. Nobody's even shooting through, and somehow they have got away with it. Hobbit with one single goal in mind, and it wasn't getting the ring to mortar, it was diffusing that bomb right away. What a nuts way to get this into further overtime. Oh, if I'm Natu, I'm not happy right now. He did everything that he could have to win that round. The 2 kills, leaving open a wide, an easy bomb site, controlling the rotation even from the B bomb site, and still they do not win it. Madness.
I know Jabowin's stock is so high right now, but there was no need for him to die there. He could just stay alive on Donut. Even if a teammate fell on the site, he then wraps around the back, and there is no way forward for Paravision to clutch that round. It's absurd that he's died. I understand you want the glory of securing the round with the AWP kill, making it impossible for Paravision, but your life is more important. The round is more important.
Yeah, I think that's all valid criticism, and let's see how it affects the team. And maybe affects him. He's going to know it as well, right? If I live, it's all good. We're going to be fine. Oh, yeah. But that is the moment. You're absolutely right. You do not need to die right there. They can't find anyone inside of it. 15-15. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go to the second overtime here. First to 19. Aggression in the middle, A2. They've been so good at this phase. Like getting out into the space between the smoke and the Molotov. They're not going to find anyone there, but I love the aggression.
As do I. And sometimes when that playbook is running thin, you just want to go for raw instinct. And there's a lot of very capable, aggressive, mechanically gifted players on the server, so why the hell not? Jacob's been doing a lot of heavy lifting with getting those opening picks and creating space. It's very need to tread very lightly. Shoulder peeking like that, susceptible to getting fragged. But Jabowin's already made moves into Red Room here.
Interesting 3-man stack at the bomb site. That is very unusual. Makes you wonder if Paravision, again, have a deeper plan in mind. They're going to put Slaxy back here. I would even go so far as to saying that FaZe might not check for a third member. So there's a world here where you get a couple of kills and you simply forget about the fact that there would be one more A defender. But it doesn't matter. The bomb is actually making its way on the other side of the map. They were thinking about it, but Jabowin smoked off. 35 seconds. Are they going to go for this B bomb site? They need to start making moves on A if that's the case. Frozen dies. Now they have to run the bomb back with 28 seconds. And they still need to clear open the A side. At least they've drawn away the defense. Only Cello returns. Staying here for a minute. Twist gets one, but Jame is there on the immediate double kill. Swings back, make it a triple. He has shut them out of this round. 10 seconds on the clock now. And a shot for Jabowin. At least he gets the first one. 6 seconds left, then they will go for the bomb plant. He actually is allowed to do it. Misses the follow-up, and the no-scope is not connecting. Jame on the quad kill, saving his team to get the first round of the second overtime.
Oh, Jello was so intelligent there by hiding in the little cubby hole. You could hear him chatting. Not just chatting, but shouting to his teammates. I hear multiple steps in Donut. And then what we saw is a failed Molotov, and they tried to blow open the smoke, and it landed in the bulk, in the thick of all teammates. Jabowin got an assist on one of his teammates from his HE. You see it there, Jacob. It's a complete disaster class.
It really is. Deep breath, everybody. Paravision, even after all of this, they do still look like a really scary team. Like, they know what they're doing. They have the good calls. And FaZe, they successfully dislodged the A defense in that previous round, but It's a stretch to try and run back through the map like that with so little time. It's always going to be risky. You're always susceptible to losing, you know, just one corner that you don't check. You don't have time to do it. And like you said, the close smoke play really working out for him. This time looks like more of a straight-up B kind of play. Hobbit nearly dies at the beginning. That's scary. He probably has to fall even further back. This is a position that's grenaded a lot, so... yeah, you've got to switch positions with James, and that's exactly what they're doing. Smart play, I think, for Paravision.
James been calling some really solid rounds as soon as overtime started to hit. So they're doing the exact same play as last time. If he peeks too wide, though, Jabone should have him dead to rights. But he's just doing the smallest of jiggle peeking. Now he spots the player. Smoke's going to go down. And James can start to make a move in. Molotov thrown in already. Smoke behind it. This is going to waste a lot of time for FaZe. There is a rotation coming through in the form of Jacob, but he's stuck behind smokes of his own.
Well, Hobbit is more rotated all the way around the map. He's actually flanking from the A side now, so there is a timer on this. I mean, one of them, the clock's going to run down soon, 30 seconds, but let's just see what Hobbit could do on a long lurk as well. The other side of it, like you said, Jacob in the middle there. Early trade, Nade2 activated once again. He gets the headshot on Tacello, and that opens up the bomb site. Bomb is planted now on the other side, and there's the lurk that you mentioned. Now, Hobbit, unfortunately, he was already low from earlier, so he needed his teammates to stay alive. He's trying his best to generate a kill. That wallbang would have been sick if he could have found one, but unfortunately he is locked in. FaZe, they had almost no map real estate. They were on this tiny part of the map, and they still find a way to punch through the wall thanks to Nade2's triple.
Credit the twist on that call, man. Not getting too carried away, not getting too desperate, not trying to force anything. They had good positions from Jacob. They made the most of their positional advantage. Just calming things down a tad. Collective sigh of relief, as they're not going to let Paravision make up too much ground ahead of them. Jabone has a very good spawn for mid, but decides against it.
They've been doing it a lot, so they might be worried that Paravision are just throwing way too many grenades in there. And Twist is bottom fragging with 18 on that team. Top fragging is 3 people with 22 kills. They're all very close to each other at the moment on the FaZe side, is what I'm trying to say. Similar situation with Paravision, although James is starting to accelerate a bit ahead of the team. Bomb dropped outside of B is always a big indication when you have a minimap. Paravision will not know that, but it feels like FaZe again. Smoking off Donut, grenading that red room. Might be testing the B bomb site once again.
I do like the bait and switch that Hobbit and Zwei have allocated, but it does put a lot more concerns about ramp. They don't have James here this time. Molotov goes in. It's not going to fully extend to Hobbit, so he can stay in position. And now 2 players start to rotate. You can see they're very nervous about Jacob being in red room again.
Yeah, I can't blame them. They got shot in the back last time, and it's not a fun experience. FaZe are playing this so slowly, which hasn't really been their style so much on the T side, but they rotate in towards Cave. They can't win the early fight here, and Hobbit in front. Oh, he's so annoying to deal with, dancing with that MP9. It's Jabone. They needed him to hit that shot. 24 seconds. There's no flank this time, just a straight-up attack onto B, and Slaxy he can't actually hit the shot. He just ran through behind the pillar, and Slaxy must have been wondering, like, what's going on? And then he gets side-swiped as they come up the ramp. James now, 1 versus 3. Don't think there's anything you can do, but you're not going to have a choice. You've got to try and engage Jabone. All right, clips the wall and connects with James. Stretching there is Twisted in the middle. A lot of weight on his shoulders right now, but a pretty good first half of this second overtime.
And that is just the raw firepower, mechanical aim that Jay Bowen brings to the table. One of his true strengths. And you can forgive him for some of these dodgy calls and decisions that maybe cost them rounds. This is the kind of stuff that experience is going to improve him on. He's still very young, still inexperienced on these kind of stages. And this kind of stature with this much pressure. But the important thing is that he can offer so much elsewhere.
Yeah, it seems like a small correction. Every once in a while, just someone's got to, tap him on the shoulder and say, "Hey, listen, we already got the round. Don't worry. Don't keep fighting." If they can just add that tiny thing to his game, then he looks like a really strong player for the team. Because you're right, the upside is the mechanical aim and the flicks that we've been seeing. Not even the best series for it. If you go back and watch some of the other FaZe games, you're going to see way more of the Jaboan kind of impact. Although, again, he's still playing very, very well, but there's been maps where it's been even better. 17-16. Second half of the second overtime now, ladies and gentlemen, here. It's getting late in China, but we are all here for it. FaZe need 2 more rounds. Paravision would like 3. And if not, we could see a third overtime. It's going to be Paravision kind of blocked off out of the middle. There's 4 people from FaZe here. They really want to control the middle.
They do. In doing so, though, they have given up a lot of A presence. It is Jabon alone for the time being. And even then, he's playing a very deep passive angle. It'll be between that or in Temple, but Temple doesn't give you much room for error. Is very easily mollied or smoked off. So is CT, but at least he can stay alive for that retake. And I'm assuming the retake even comes in because the bomb's not even pushed just yet. They're still waiting.
We've seen FaZe already accept not having A control and just shooting people through the smoke as they're trying to plant the bomb. And actually, that wasn't necessarily a bad plan. Maybe they could do it again. They're going to be boosting up here. You can Molotov out this position in a number of different ways, although none of these teams have tried it so far. Instead, they will try and flash their way through. Natu did turn for it, but he still can't find the kill. Good incendiary smoke on top. I feel like Paravision have to push this. If you run back, you're going to have, what, like 20 seconds? Maybe getting onto the other side. This is risky.
So risky. Jacob has them as well lined up. You'd expect him to get a kill out of this one, but even if he doesn't, now he can rotate instantly, and this is where they're going to be looking at twists.
Wait, what?
But they've gone back. They get the pick on J Bowen. They're going back to A.
They are. They've seen another escape route. Still have 15 seconds left. Frozen hiding in the corner. The spray down is epic, but it will not be enough to stop them here. Bomb being planted in front and Twist. He's in a 1 versus 3 and he's too far away. I thought maybe Frozen would have had it. I think 1 more kill in this one and it could have been on. Paravision with some very late round calling. Escaping the smoke, running back to middle. They get spotted jumping up and they realize, okay, if there is anyone on B, which there would have been on Twist, let's say that guy has a single incendiary. He knows we're coming and we probably can't get through the cave. So they dive back in towards Donut and they catch Jaboen and open the A-bomb side again. What a mad round.
Fluidity from Paravision ends up working out, but if one of those trades, if Jaboen gets a kill, I know it's a lot of maybes, ifs, and buts, but when you go for a rotation with 20-odd seconds left on the clock and then re-rotate, you are rolling the dice and you're hoping for the best. There was a way forward there where if Jacob had got a kill or 2 in middle, I mean, the round is done as well. Really scary and sketchy stuff from Paravision, but they've made it work somehow.
They really have. Again, this is why it's always so magical to watch these Jame teams. Once he's in control of the team like this, it really feels like they trust him. The calls are so swift and his read of the situation is so good that he could be a real nightmare. Fast play towards the site here. Rare thing for Paravision, but they might have caught them off guard. Smoke blown open. Oh my god! Jaboen takes down Slack. She just a jumping headshot as he picks it up. The Commander-in-Chief now fully activated. Let's see if he can bring this round back for FaZe. They're in a 4-on-5, but the bomb is planted. And he's managed to locate back towards the back temple here. Does go down to Jame, but still a 4-on-4. Surely they get this retake here. They do need this FaZe. They're starting to run out of a bit of momentum.
Again, they probably needed him to just live. They could have pivoted off him and had a bit of a foundation to play off here if he was still Temple. But the bomb defuse is so close. The fuse is so close to detonation. There's just no way forward. There's too many players. And they lose out in the worst possible way.
That would have been something. Could you imagine if they would have defused the bomb inside of the smoke the same way that Hobbit did to get this into OT? I think that's probably what they were hoping to do towards the end here, but this is a great shot. But you are right again. I mean, Jaboen hoping to open it up. Jame, by the way, a sick round out of him, getting those 2 kills. I think even a third one towards the end. He's dropping 30 in this game now. Really trying to get his team activated and into the grand finals more than anything else. They got 1 chance here, otherwise it's going to be a third round of OT. Let's see. Flashes in the middle, and they fight for it. Everyone is blind, frozen, coming out on top. You don't need eyes, just headshots.
And he dishes them out without any kind of remorse. There was a chance there for a split second that maybe James could have got himself in amongst all the frags as well, but he had a Tech 9 out at long range. Now FaZe have culminated together in Donut. 3 players strong. It's kind of a fascinating Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde that Jabone brings to the table, isn't it? He's like this raw, uncut talent, but he doesn't quite have the refining edge to him just yet. That can come with time, though.
It probably is his biggest weakness, and also in some sense his his biggest strength. Why are they 3 people in Donut? The bomb isn't there. Am I crazy? Are they crazy?
No.
Who's crazy?
Hobbit has it. We're all a bit crazy, Anders. We're all a bit crazy. But I do agree with you. They don't have bomb control. You are setting up for a B retake.
Do they think that the bomb is down there somewhere? I can't explain this. I'm actually shook. Deep Molotov. Now they're going to hear it. It could be a gamble, but normally when you're a man up, you're not the ones doing the gambling. It should have been the other team doing it. Smoke as well at the back line. Oh, FaZe.
Anders, they don't have any kits and they don't have any nades.
Oh, not. They have $600 on Frozen. How did they not have a kit? See if they get around the corner here. Sway to knock 1 out. Nade 2. He's through the smoke, actually catching Hobbit. It's not over yet. They still have a man advantage, but only for a second. Nade 2 goes down. They catch Sway running away. Full 10-second defuse. Nice shot from James. Can he save his team and get them into the grand final? He can, in fact. James has picked it up. A massive performance from individual. Look at his done. I've never seen him so emotional in that sense. Hugging James. What a match, and what a disaster for FaZe as well towards the end. They played a great tournament. It's a great first showing, but this final round is a mystery to me.
I can't help but feel fatigue maybe played a small part in that, but it goes both ways. All 10 players, both coaches, are dealing with the same circumstances, and the fact of the matter is that Paravision just had a little bit more in the tank. And James shows again why he is a phenomenal IGL and AWPer.
Yeah, that took everything for James to get that one over the line. The cold individual performance. At some point, somebody had to lose this, but I mean, I wanted this to go on forever, is what it felt like. And I mean, we did have all the overtimes, all the maps, and at the end of the day, it is Paravision victorious. They're going to be playing 9C in the grand final tomorrow. Best of 5 game. That is sure to be very exciting. A lot of positives, both for FaZe and for Paravision, and yeah, I'm so excited. Like, I've been a FaZe fan for a long time, and being able to cheer for them again and watch them play interesting and entertaining Counter-Strike is absolutely awesome. So I'm not too sad at the end of the day here, but we do have a bit of an interview down on the stage, so let's see what Banks and the rest have got to say.
我们恭喜紫薇，恭喜 Zelo， 恭喜 Paravision 晋级总决赛。哇，真的这个比赛看得我心跳的好快啊！而且我只是看，我都没有在打。我想问问，就是在服务器里是什么感觉 ？So the way my heart is beating so fast right now, and I wasn't even playing. What was it like in the server for you guys?
I mean, it's one of the most insane games I've ever played. It ended like at 2 a.m. It's the most late game I played, and top 3 of most insane games ever, for sure.
这可能是我这辈子打过最夸张、最疯狂的比赛，可能是历史上 top 3啊最疯狂的比赛。感觉现在是不是有没有2点了
？Zello, tell me a little bit just what this game was like to go through, how you guys managed to keep some energy, how you were able to take this over the line in 2 maps, crazy overtimes against FaZe.
I don't know, I just want to win this game and I want to beat 9C in final. That's all.
Okay.
这今天的比赛我真的很想赢，然后我真的很想在总决赛击败9Z。我再想问一下紫薇，就你们面对了那么多赛点，然后救了那么多赛点，这个感觉是怎么样的？然后 James 都是跟你们说了些什么呢？ So I want to ask you, Zui, you guys saved so many match points. So what was it like, and what did James say to you guys?
I don't know. I think we had like a lot of opportunities in rounds, like not much points in opponent side, and I think they were just struggling on match points because they were shaky like us also. Yeah. So I mean, we did pretty good rounds, I would say, on match points, and it helped us a lot to win it.
就其实刚才的比赛，我们的机会也很多啊，然后对面的赛点确实是没有打好，感觉他们确实有一些紧张。
Zway, what I also find very impressive about you guys is even when you are 11-6 up, then you start to lose out Dust 2, it starts to go badly. I still don't see you guys super frustrated. It doesn't seem like you mentally break or give up. Who is the person on the team? How are you doing it to stay in the game and always have the opportunity to make these kind of comebacks?
I think we have a new roster and like refreshed our mentality health, I would say, and it's our first tournament of this roster, and it's like a lot easier than if we played like a major like this, I would say. And also, Saxta and Xylo just didn't give up at all. Like they were screaming around, and like it helped us a lot also on the last map.
我觉得我们的新阵容呢，可能给了我们一些新鲜感吧。然后还有呢，就是大家根本就从来就没有放弃啊，尤其是 Xylo 和 Slacks， 大家都非常的想赢。
Now, Zello, I know you want to beat 9Z tomorrow now and lift that trophy, but some words for the fans before you try and do that?
Thank you very much, guys. Thank you for support us. That's all.
感谢大家的支持。
And Zway, any from you?
Zeo Prevision.
Jayo. Yeah.
所以说加油 Paravision 啊。
With that being said, guys, please, it's late in the evening, but give some love to Jello and Zway. It's Paravision.
Oh, brilliant stuff there. Man, a very interesting day of Counter-Strike. The first match was pretty impressive too, with 9C and Alliance. Obviously 9C made their way through, and now FaZe getting knocked out by Paravision in a marathon game. I did just look at the clock as well. I think I checked in for the broadcast 11 hours ago, right about, so it's been a pretty exciting day for all involved. But we couldn't have done it without you guys in the Kick chat. It's been a real experience, and shout out to all of you for hanging out with us all day. We definitely do appreciate it through all the memes, and even though half the comments are about us being bald, it's still a good time. It's gonna be the grand final tomorrow. Vince, how are you feeling?
Wrecked, but I honestly had a thoroughly good experience and really fun time today. I think we got blessed with two really exciting games. It wasn't always the best Counter-Strike. You don't expect it to be when it's 2 a.m. local time or whatever it is in Guangzhou right now. It's super late there. But it was thoroughly entertaining, Anders, and yeah, pleasure to cast alongside you again, brother.
Always going to be a fun time whenever we get a chance to. Not nearly enough, but hopefully more in the future. It's, yeah, a best of 5. MVP here is James. I could not come up with another answer to that either. For the calling and for his individual performance, that's a no-brainer. So if he could play like this tomorrow, yeah, 9C have got their work cut out for them. No question about that, really.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that as well. I think James especially showed his worth on Ancient, but he was also strong on Dust 2, and he had a decent-ish Cash performance as well, even though I think Cash maybe skipped that one. I know that typically they're not going to be... Well, it's a best of 5, isn't it, to be fair? Like, I've just realized it's best of 5 grand finals. You don't really get that luxury, do you? You might have to play Cash.
You very well could be forced into it. I think that'll be a lot of fun. Well, we're going to rest our voices. You guys remember to set your timer for tomorrow, and we're going to be very excited to see you there. Grand Finals coming up here at the XSC Pro League. Thank you for today, and we will be back on time. 10 o'clock Central European time. We'll see you there.
I get the third, but he's got that man advantage in a circle, can now play a bit more passive behind the utility, although VP are considering a rotation right here with the lurk caught off, though. That potentially cuts off that avenue of access. Mir was on rotation, back in towards mid, though. Toro, 15 seconds to try and clear up some space on the bomb site. Mir, I don't think he's got time for this, no. Have to save his gun from here. He was heard by Zerofix. Zerofix are going to search for him. It's going to be a kill after time if he's good enough with it. Mir was checked. He was going for a cheeky knife. Doesn't work out for him. Unfortunately, he's got cash in reserve, so the after-time casualty will not affect them. VP will lose a 4 off the inner circle.
This is an awful round coming out from Virtus Pro, and Captain Kirkwood just showing that the off angle being held from A is clean. I mean, there wasn't much of an A defense, but those two just mount up to a lot, and for Virtus Pro, it's a slap in the face when you lose Mir after time. Double AKs being saved, one into the hands of Dory, another one out from Zerofix. That's a strong round for Inner Circle to make it 4-2.
Oh, just seen the Orporonic diving out of the way. Now damage tanked by Toro, another HE, 2 stages actually coming in for the CT side. Don't land deep enough to catch VP off. The Incendiary will just keep him blocked. Forced to cancel, take that bomb away.
And for Virtus Pro, it's going to be pretty slow across this T side. I mean, you covered them on day 1. We got to cover them on day 2. They like to run the clock quite a bit. And I think for Inner Circle, it's a good matchup for them because their style is hyper-aggression. They like to take a lot of fights. They like to duel quite a lot. And for Virtus Pro, it means that you're just constantly going to get pressured on defaults.
Still one of the fights in those defaults, though. Dory giving only an elbow over to Bish, but Bish still hits him. He is tagged, as is Toro. And Bist can follow up again. Captain Kirk connects Victim down beyond the connector smoke. Onyx again, solo defensive on the B side, and they seem to do well to keep players solo on these defensives and then just execute at the right moment. Onyx will hold out the short entrance in the hopes he can catch a player, but an execution into the apartments needs backup. Zerofix are going to provide.
Yeah, Zerofix just needs to pull attention away. Onyx needs to multi.
Flash is turned away from. Checked in a corner. There's a kill. Damage being done. Toro burned himself in his own Molotov. AWP starts swinging in. Biss can catch him and forever get Zerofix on the back lines. And VP, a moment of panic, held together pretty well. Head trick will keep the gun once again in a circle, forced into save after save as VP build back into this game.
A lovely workout from Bist. I mean, he gets 2 kills in mid, just working the clock, and then ends up getting that third one against Onyx, who's being really difficult to deal with in that cubby corner. Only 126 maps played on HLTV, 64 of them being with the main VP organization now. And the young 19-year-old is trying to get as much out of this as possible. And I do look at those kind of individual moments and think, man, he might be able to give Hetrick a run for his money. I mean, we've not really seen the Ukrainian AWP be in positions to strike. I think a lot of the time the AWP has been forced away by Util rather than actually having some decent connections. He had, what, 2 on B previously. He gets himself a save, but the buy state is going to come again for Inner Circles. Another gun round in.
Running out of funds more and more as these rounds tick on, though. Lost bonus was knocked back a peg. You will see some drop guns, reboughts, but Onyx on $3,100. Take a slight hit at the utility basis, so that'll be the 1 weaker element. It's still pretty good other than that, though. VP. The motions of going away from the mid-access here, in towards underpass for 3 players. And the heavy fight from Inner Circle to gain that control. Headtrick Sort will get posted, but nothing received yet.
Zerofix jiggling out from corners, actually missed that timing completely.
I think he caught the information, though. He switched that to that smoke rather quickly. Bombcon held off forever, boosted into the sniper's nest window. No one's watching it right now. HGs will get sent towards his teammate of Mir, will get caught off. Zerofix starts to make his moves. Forever watching the ladder room entrance. The scaffolding not going to present anybody. Zerofix will be watching the other side as the T's will back away from mid.
Well, this is just all timing between both of these players. Who's clearing each other first? Who's more patient? I mean, Zerofix should not round the corner at all. He should just be sitting back passive where he is right now. And Hetrick has got the AWP on B again.
Zerofix is so ready for someone to come through that window. He doesn't think that Forever's made his move. "30 seconds, execution. Setting towards the A bomb site. Meanwhile, Onyx has to make his own move and maybe catch that player in the sniper's nest. Indeed, Forever caught off. Now the utility of Captain Kirk is going to try to press. The HGs are good. Mir is so low. 15 seconds on the clock. Time's against them. Story drops Toro. 2 line up for Captain Kirk. He takes only one of them as Onyx steals the other 2. And in a circle, we'll find their 5th.
It's just comfortable from Captain Kirker on A, and for you and I mean, we've seen him for years and years, right? He's a vet at this point, and when you're such an experienced player in those more solo role positions, you just expect that when you're going up against late round executes, he's just not going to make a mistake. And I'm looking at him there, just not really over-peaking, using his utility, coming out through that triple smoke when there's at least contact in from the other side towards connector and out there from jungle. Virtus Pro may have been able to get 3, but when you consider the rounds that have been won for the 5 of Inner Circle, they look really easy, don't they? Yeah. They keep mass players alive. There's not really much contention. So that's a bit of a concern right now. And you were talking about it earlier, how Inner Circle have played at some of those Tier 1 lands. They played at Pro League last year. That was an event that was very good for them. They were able to upset some Tier 1 squads. I remember at the time they even took a map off of Spirit. I mean, that's huge, right? And then you go to Bucharest in April and you're able to eliminate FaZe. And I just look at that from an organization that had, what, the Sticko and Oscar lineup in the past with Krasnal. That lineup didn't really work. They then had the Polish lineup as well with the Kai and Kyler. That didn't work either. They finally bring over TNL to look for the future. And even though they've been promising at the Tier 1 tournaments, they just don't really get chances frequently. And I look at them now thinking, mate, you've only got to beat VP to qualify to Blast Open. This is writing on the wall. Like, you could basically give them the ticket already.
So long as they hold their nerve and hold their confidence, they will get that ticket. BP have surprised though, and they will surprise again on the likes of Onyx. He gets caught off on this quick peek up. The AWP firing on all cylinders with quick peeks and picks aplenty. Leaving only Dory on the defensive. He gets overwhelmed by Aqua. Down to 3 men are in a circle. Despite the broken buy state of VP, it's still going to work out for them. They will have this bomb plant. You're already seeing players saving. Zerofix set up for exit frags, but this is number 4 on the VP board. And that ticket does not come so simple anymore.
Well, it's a joy to watch Best right now because he is positioning himself in a lot of opening kill departments, right? Doesn't matter if he's out towards top mid. In this round, he's out to the B apartments. He just uses that spawn and he gets boosted up. I think it's an excellent read from the CTs. They recognize it's a weakened buy. They're thinking, right, let's go aggressive. Let's take map control early. Let's get a player up towards the apartments. Very rarely do you see an AWP on that position, back on the bench, but it's perfect for an opener. And then, of course, you're going to excel B when you get a pick that quickly. And Captain Kirk, a hat-trick, and Zerofix have no option but to save. But I do look at VP and think, at the moment, Best is probably the only threat, and they'll recognize that. They just need to try and deal with the AWP.
Next question comes down to it, though. How do you deal with him? A major threat with any amount of body given away. And even in towards this cross, Captain Kirk just can't seem to get past without taking challenges, and Biss going to hit him perfectly. His 7th kill of the game. Top fragging by a country mile for his side. Headtrick's own AWP presence, finally going to get given a chance to strike, but only given a shoulder and not pulling the trigger. The Molotov will push him away, so not quite as confident on the other side of the board. Again, he's been given very few chances to have impact with the AWP.
And it's the right reaction here for Inner Circle. You lose an opening pick, so okay, you take map control away. You get slightly aggressive towards mid. You've got Onyx aggressive out to the apartments. And they've previously gambled a lot towards A. Now they're gambling B. This is something different from the CTs.
And when VP have taken that advantage and found a single man alive, this will be a shock to the system. Especially as Onyx tries to aggress. They tried this in a round before. Doesn't go the full extension for it, though. Will hold back beyond those dividers. VP run the timer down low once again, wait for the smoke to clear, and then look for the execution. As the B gambles turned away from the Molotov sent Onyx for on Aqua. Lightning fast shot, Zero Fix takes back forever to one trade in towards mid. Dory needs to get something out of this defensive line if they want to have a chance at a retake. Doesn't want to overextend towards Biss though, so he won't take the full on engagement. And once again, down by a man in a circle. Look like they don't want to go into this retake. Saving once again.
It's such a good check in from Aqua, and I think it's quite easy to be tunnel visioned and to be focused on the bench and the van and out towards empty rather than just that first corner. I mean, it's an easy check. You've got 3 players coming out of the apartments, but so often it can be underlooked, and right there you just feel for Onyx because he's hoping that it's a lazy clearance. He thinks if he can at least get one, then he can stall. The rotation in from short's going to be quick. The rotation in from market's going to be quick. You just need one, and they're even boosting over the cinder blocks to make sure they can jump over that con sight line. VP get up to 5, and they're keeping it competitive, which is at least something they've been able to do in the quarterfinal and in the semi-final. They've not really had any freebies, have they? I mean, the maps that have been won was, what, 19-15 on Nuke versus NIP, 13-11 on Ancient, and then against Bait, a 13-11 on Dust 2 and a 13-10 on Mirage. They've not had the 13-4s and 13-5s that Inner Circle have had.
That's very true. As is consistent with their tournament run thus far, VP are still giving a fight back when they are the underdogs. I see. Have been equalized against. 5 apiece, the VP's latest. 7-5 best case scenario for both sides at the turn of the half. In the circle, really like to gain that themselves. Had a hard time of dealing with some of the firepower elements, and certainly with the executions that are coming in. Warp shot missed from Bist. Head trick can now post to the angle and hold off ramp, which we'll see nothing more of the T side for.
Well, Forever's not been scaled against on top mid, so Mir knows that he can come underpass quite easily. But VP have been enjoying this B bomb site. They've been getting some very clean entries. They've been punishing the likes of Onyx, who's been the van player. Mir's made a little bit of noise, so if there was anyone in window directly, that would have been heard.
Onyx still mostly unsupported here. HE to try clear up mid-space towards mid. The con-smoke work cleared for a moment. Forever, what a swing that is. Dory dead. Aqua leans up and Onyx goes down. And Inner Circle once again so heavy-handed towards mid and A. B site left for dead. And another save call coming in from Captain Kirker, Head Trick and Zero Fix. Head Trick's died once. He's saved for almost every single round in this half. And now he goes down to end that streak. Mir shuts him out. They are hunting for these last 2 to stop any further control of the money game because they've got so little in reserve and nothing's going to come of it. Captain Kirker cut down by Bist, ends up with a double on the exits. And VP bound for a 7-5 half.
Well, we've seen the B players getting bullied. You've got Doi, who is averaging a 1.26 rating on Mirage across 12 officials played in the last 3 months, and he's on 5 kills. Like, he just can't get anything. It doesn't matter if he's in ladder, if he's in short, if he's defending on B with Onyx directly, he can't get kills. And VP just keep hitting B round after round after round, and now they've got themselves a point where at a bare minimum they'll get 6. They should be able to get 7. They're finally up against a weakened buy.
Well, finally, they'll take a different avenue of approach here. Head Trick this time in the apartments. The only true rifle they have available to Inner Circle from Mars on Zero Fix. Captain Kirkus 5-7 up close and personal at the Palace entrance. And VP. And they can go wherever they want right here. They've got the weapon advantage. They'll know it.
But they just need to make sure they're not running into any kind of gamble. So run a default. You've got 2 players in from Palace. You've got at least the individuals that can cancel if need be out in a ramp. And Captain Kirker just gets forced forward and Mir. Easy couple of kills to start off.
Desperation move right there from those 2. And of course doesn't pay off for Inner Circle. And Zero Fix blindly spraying through that smoke, hoping that something presents, hoping he can get a lucky casualty, but It's very no damage being done right here until that little Molotov comes in on Aqua. Spray from Onyx at least good on towards the Forever read, so the bomb doesn't get planted just yet, but they've got plenty of time to pick it back up and try and deny flashbangs forward. Mir was not spotted. Marstein's up, sees several individuals, but the kills still pour in for Aqua and Mir and Onyx, and SMG versus 4. Yes, Bist is low. Yes, Aqua's tagged. When I say that first fight, second one doesn't go well for him though. Tara takes him down. Mir's triple is a highlight player of the last round of the half. 7-5 at the half as well for Virtus.pro.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
Things are all the positives from the Virtus.pro capacity. Can they maintain that positive into the CT side? It is their map pick, of course, so expect them to do particularly well. That with Inner Circle rated to go 2-0 and try and avoid some unpredictable natures, this could be VP's chance to really take a leg up in the series.
What concerns me, though, is just how weak they've been on pistol rounds. And I look at them at 7-5 and think you don't want to give early momentum over towards the favourites. You really need to strike here. You can't afford to lose this CT one. For Inner Circle, we've got Util coming out from Hetrick, Onyx getting past some as well. And for the Ukrainians, they'll look at the majority of that first half and say, that wasn't good enough by our standard. We need to lock in and we need to demonstrate exactly why we're a top 30 team in the world.
Against Bait yesterday, they managed to go 3 for 3 in the pistols. So they're going to try and make a distraction right here against Dory's first opening. Forever taken out immediately. Starting advantage for Inner Circle. Captain Kirk against Toro as well. CT overwhelmed. Point blank dealt with. All 5 players are tagged up here on the T-side perspective, but that 2-man advantage is the most deadly aspect to their post-plant.
Yeah, that smoke just wastes so much time off the clock. Now, there's no point even going for this for the CTs. You might as well just back off. Inner Circle are going to get themselves a free 6. Now, we didn't see many Force Buys from Virtus.pro after losing Pistol, but I think with Kevlar out for Aqua and Incendiary 2, what a shot coming through from Captain Kirkup. Maybe there isn't going to be a Force Buy on the table in the next round.
Especially as Bist goes down. Nicely done for the Inner Circle side. VP. And the Pistols will track against them. Said that they went 3-3 against Bait yesterday, but 0-6 against NIP the day before. And today 0-2 against Inner Circle. Force will be in effect, though, despite the casualties taken, despite the lack of impact against Inner Circle. Still want to try their hand with the FAMAS Scouts. Hoping that Bist will do Bist things right here on the A defensive, which is where they're leaning into the default.
Mir's extremely aggressive to look for this opening fight, and the timing couldn't be any better against Onyx.
Yeah, utility drawn out, kill found. Near the opening, Captain Kirk is low, and now Mir gets a taste of that own medicine. But Best and Aqua respond very quickly. Forever known towards Dark, spring up from the Galil, but Bist Scout connects on Zero Fix, and Captain Kirk falls, and that is why Virtus.pro Force Buy.
So VP set themselves up for quite a heavy trap, and it's gamble stacking towards A. Now, as soon as Mir over-aggresses towards short and gets the opening kill against Onyx, who was just out in mid, probably going to come up con late, the T's then realise we need to excel. Like, they've got free info, they know that there's no one mid, we need to go in A quickly, and even though they get themselves a very good opening kill towards the top of stairs, there's just too many players, isn't there? There's one stairs, there's one default, there's one CT, there's just everyone on A there for VP.
Immediately reinstate that 2-round advantage. Want to make sure that Inner Circle are on that back foot forever. Counter force, of course, not nearly as powerful as VP's was. The pistols only for Inner Circles here. We'll try and do some work with it. The tag on forever is all they're going to get, though.
Virtus Pro win this, go up 9-6, anti-eco 10-6. From there, we've got the economy rolling, we've got some early momentum. We should be able to close out our map pick and put a lot of pressure onto Inner Circle. So this is a key round to win. Captain Kirk are getting ready for the B split. 2 defenders, and Mir in an off angle.
Aqua starting a lean. Abyss going to catch Dory. Pick things off. Follow up from Aqua's not quite there. Mir on site. Overwhelmed by the Tech 9-0. Fixed Eagle from range to deal with Aqua. Rotations are thick and fast from VP. Forever trying to find a player in the open, but no one's going to get caught for it. 4 on 3 for the post plant. Abyss does lean in to Onyx. Casualty. Another kill for Inner Circle. Follow up from the AK. Turns back in. The Deagle looks to strike from Zero Fix. He will lose Onyx in the meantime. Echo recovered by Head Trick. SMG going to wrap over, and they will catch Captain Kirker, but Head Trick will close out the last man. AK is recovered on only one player, and M4 for the other. Inner Circle answer blow for blow.
Well, if you're Bist, you're just fuming, because you've got yourself a kill in from mid. You know that they're B splitting. You've got 2 players on B. Mir around default, another player out in short. That round should, in theory, be unlosable against this kind of buy, and both of the B players just do nothing. Bist eventually gets himself out to short, but the round felt already over before he came back in for looking for that second kill, and then instantly he loses his fight. And I start wondering how much of a tilt factor and mental game these next few rounds could be after losing that last.
Especially for someone like Bist, who has been the standout element, and right now Inner Circle could still be knocking on the door of equalizing. Talking earlier about trying to find an answer to him from Inner Circle's perspective. Well, the mental game crumbles, and it's possible that it could do. It's a very young and inexperienced individual. That could be their ticket. First man down in this round for now, so they've dealt with him more directly. They've still got 2 for Masters, an SMG, and an upgrade pistol for Toro to deal with. The VP not showing their fangs yet. They've gamble stacked on B.
And funny enough, for both of these organizations, they're currently sitting at their highest VRS rank for Inner Circle of the whole org, and then for VP for the entirety of the year. So we both know that they're in good touch, and we know that there's a lot on the line with the qualification to a Tier 1 tournament. But what about the future? What about winning this best of 3, going further in the rankings, and then at least showing that you can compete at the Tier 1 level, get yourself closer towards that circuit? And that's what is on the line for VP and Inner Circle today. Forever, Toro and Mir have stacked pretty heavily towards B, so this round is definitely over. Hold on to what you've got, and we are looking at an 8-8 score.
Even stance, the VP will have to probably concede to an advantage for Inner Circle. It might even line up for them. These few upgrade weapons that they've force bought into this round will have to save over, and if they can do so, then well, they can bolster up a little bit of firepower, but nothing that's really like forced by worthy around. When the money being sat at the second stage loss bonus. Inner Circle can take their chance to take this lead back away. Try contest on VP's own map pick. You talk about these 2 teams trying to bide for a chance in the Tier 1 environment. For Inner Circle, it's about getting back to the Tier 1 landscape. They've had an opportunity this year. VP, with this new look lineup, have yet to find an opportunity like that. So who's hungry for it more? Both teams are certainly hungry of their own right. Who's got that little bit extra?
And Virtus Pro just know Mirage has to be taken. Like we can't go down 0-1 going into a map of Dust 2. It's too strong for the opposition. 9 wins, 2 losses in the last 3 months, 5 wins in a row for Inner Circle. So when it's 8-8 and you're on an eco and you're about to be down by 1, you've got to seriously lock in come this next gun round. Head Trick expecting some aggression out from short. Bist might be making an info play around Palace, but really, I mean, there's almost nothing in this round for VP.
Bist's USP gonna only receive Captain Kirker, and obviously not expecting a damage, but seeing that one player means you have seen very little. No idea if there's more presence pushed in towards ramp or if there's other elements rotated towards the B-bomb site. Shouldn't make a difference in the round regardless because there's so little to work with on VP. And the circle will lean into the A-bomb site. Still got Tara here in the Palace. 5-7 could catch Captain Kirker off guard. No, they'll seen him. And we'll actually lose the fight there, so that's one pickup. But they're not going to change tact on where the teams are going to go with it forever. Going to check the apartment, see nothing. I think we'll make some noise to try to force him out into a fight, which he will lose. Well, HP across the CT ball, but a 4-on-3 for them.
But the bomb will go down pretty easily. Mir can accelerate on this rotation towards Connector, and that's why Dory's going to try and beat him to it.
Gonna dodge, missed the jump towards the mid window though. Smoke comes down to Connector eventually, zero fix. Spray is trying to spam beyond that smoke, but not connect onto the man. Aqua is going to get picked up more directly towards CT. Spot forever as well towards Palace. Damage being done as Head Trick takes down another kill. Mir will take Dory in the meantime. Very low HP across several players of the board. 1v1 now. One good burst from